HPXLOTM, Please Call Me Mr. Error by author Hoyne_Kyoma. Chapter 516 to 525. Ron slammed into the ground, barely kneeling even as Perenelle rushed to pull down a golden roof of protection over them all. The air that came in contact with the roof sizzled like water in frying oil, sputtering as the temperature rose further when Nicholas dragged his hands back in an exaggerated arc like a conductor to rip space itself. The space crunched hastily, its new sudden boundaries fractured and irregular as they vaguely resembled something that seemed to be supposed to be a spherical dome. The transformation didn't stop there. Nicholas flicked his finger and the spherical dome squeezed its own occupants without letting them collapse as everything inside the space shrunk at an alarming pace. And in front of Grindelwald's partly shocked but mostly anger-filled gaze, the shining dome shrunk into a marble before shooting at the doll, flying at it with the pace of a bullet. But Grindelwald acted instantly. First, he grabbed the doll with both his left hand, and then jabbed an eerie bone-white wand he pulled out of the historical void with his right. The very next second, everyone inside the marble-sized dome of sunlight noticed the sizzles get louder. The scalding hot temperatures jumped up by several more degrees as an unknown force began to destabilize the boundary. Perenelle rushed up to do her part, foregoing her terrible state that was left after her plan to trap Mother Tree of Desire had backfired. She dropped a hand on her eyes as an eerie bright white light shone out from underneath them, giving the impression that her eyes had turned into balls of light themselves. The light escaping was so bright that it could be compared to the dome itself, but instead of the warmth and protective feeling the dome gave, the light from Perenelle's eyes gave out a rather strange, alien and macabre analytical feeling. As if Perenelle as she was, could read through the very fabric of the universe. It was a strange Beyonder spell Perenelle had invented to be able to see the essence of actions and the causes that had led up to it. As such, Perenelle saw it very clearly. Given the urgent nature of their need to protect themselves from all sides, Nicholas had taken a few liberties, and relied on his intuition to skip a few calculations to speed up the formation of the dome out of the holy light of purification that Perenelle had created. Under normal circumstances, such intuitions, coming from an experienced alchemist, especially an angel of the Paragon pathway, would have been invariably correct. Except at this moment, their fates had been rewritten. The intuitions that Nicholas had relied on had been turned into tunnels to teleport anyone on the outside straight to the inside. And before another moment could pass, Perenelle shouted with a frown as the light in her eyes faded, "All the shortcuts you took are failing." Nicholas's eyes narrowed hearing this, as he turned to the now positively gigantic doll just beyond the barrier, and mumbled with great distaste, "Why am I even fighting her? And what else do you want to do? Die?" Perenelle cackled before spreading her fingers as the light from her eyes seemed to have been moved into her hands, causing small miniature beams of light to form on her fingertips, sticking to her nails like fake ones, shining brightly as if ready to be unleashed. However, the spell wasn't for offense. Normally, in a fight on her level or even between herself and true gods, Perenelle would have simply planned to tank anything that the enemy would have done during the time she needed to prepare a bigger spell so that she could blow them apart and escape. After all, in such silly cases, corruption wasn't the end. Provided they could live, they could always figure out a way to cleanse themselves. But the current situation was different. Their enemy was Mother Tree of Desire, and if they were corrupted in even the slightest of amounts, it was likely that none would live to tell the tale after that unless another great old one got involved, and she didn't want to bet on that, regardless of Mr. Error having revealed himself. "This will take quite a bit from me," Perenelle whispered as she prepared to close her fist to launch the spell to fix all of Nicholas's errors by patching them up temporarily with more light from the sun goddess. But Hermione chimed in right then with a surprising revelation. I know a spell." It caused everyone to turn to her, not just Nicholas and Perenelle, but the doll and Mother Tree of Desire herself. A mere Sequence 7 knew a spell to prevent an outer god's corruption. And while the others didn't really know that their opponent was an outer god, it was still baffling to them that a Sequence 7 could even delay someone that two angels were struggling with. Ron, however, screamed, "Bloody hell. Don't say it out loud. Just do it. I shouldn't have said that." Hermione whispered with a blush as she felt something gaze at her mind from the sky above before she gently tucked away the soul container into her robe's innermost pocket and then looked at the dome crunched up like a paper ball. She extended her hands towards the scalding surface that felt surprisingly comfortable to the touch before muttering a simple spell. Protega. Proteg. Ron was about to scream about how the spell would never help in this situation, but a sudden kick to the head from Tonks knocked him out. What? Tonks asked as Belmont looked at her with a deadpan expression, making her feel indignant and want to retort something, but Nicholas interrupted with an exclamation. Marvelous. He smiled. Who taught you this, little girl? Perenelle asked with a smile too, as Hermione's simple spell merged with the dome and suddenly caused it to glow brighter as all the kinks were smoothened out. Professor McGonagall did. Hermione explained. She said that ritualistic magic has the greatest potential for those of the mystery prior pathway. This is a spell that she invented. Perenelle suddenly frowned as if remembering an uncouth past, but then seeing Hermione's already focused face, she kept her thoughts to herself, regardless of the obvious little thoughts she could see running around the girl's body of heart and mind. In reality, Hermione was constipated because this was a method she'd figured out herself after Mr. Error had explained to them that the magic of the world was powered by the true gods of various pathways. So when she realized that Nicholas and Perenelle had performed some sort of ritual to contact the sun goddess and use a spell from that domain by mixing it with their own abilities, Hermione used a simple spell from Mr. Error's gospel. The theft spell. Hermione stole two things. The first thing she stole were the errors within the wrinkles of the space that formed the dome around them. She could sense the wrinkles with her own senses as a member of the door pathway. And since she could sense it, she could use the spell to steal it. Secondly, Hermione stole a few memories in secret. While the outer god was part of her worries, she was also worried about her connection with Mr. Error being revealed so openly a few moments ago. So she stole Ron's memories first, since he was already asleep. As for Tonks and Belmont, well, she knew Tonks wouldn't snitch on her and would possibly even help take care of Belmont for her, since she'd just stolen his memories regarding the incident too and substituted her in the conversation with Perenelle. And given Mr. and Mrs. Flammel seemed to know Mr. Error, she just hoped they wouldn't act against her or reveal her information to anyone else. Not that she would even be able to do anything to them in the first place given their strength. Seeing Hermione so diligently handling the small stuff that would buy them time, Nicholas and Perenelle focused on the larger things. Perenelle's open palm closed slowly as the beams of light at their tips were reabsorbed into her body. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath before letting it all out as she brought her left hand in front of her chest. Had it not been a magical world, anyone looking would have been surprised that a sudden book manifested in Perenelle's hands. It glowed the same eerie white as before, except this time accompanying it was a strong sense of oppression. Tonks and Belmont's breaths turned shallow, their gazes turning blurry as the world in front of them seemed to explode with a sense of uncertainty. For a second Tonks thought she'd hallucinated seeing Hermione dead, but at a second glance, Hermione was indeed dead. And the only reason Tonks strayed away from a total mental collapse was because firstly her intuition told her that this wasn't real, at least not yet, and secondly because she could see herself on the floor, dead beside Hermione, even though she was clearly still alive. Belmont was similar, but he felt a little confused. Ron's the only one who'll survive even if we all die. Maybe they think he's worthless. Belmont could have pondered more, but before his thoughts could wander, he gripped them because one must not look at a god, and by extension never decipher their intentions. His eyes dragged back towards Perenelle, who opened her lips and spoke. Except no sound came. Her hair slipped out of its braids and bands, waving in the wind caused by the scalding dome as she gazed at the book in her hand coldly. Her body suddenly emitted the wild feeling of divinity as her words finally landed after the seemingly unknowable delay, turning into sound as if the world had only just realized or caught up to what had happened. Impose. Even with Perenelle done, the Flammel couple's hands hadn't entirely been revealed yet. It was now Nicholas's turn. Nicholas opened his mouth slightly wide and then moved his hand to it. With a sickening crunch that would have reminded Ron of a spider being crushed, Nicholas snapped off his molar. Blood gushed into his mouth for a second before it healed without a change in his expression. Except, what he revealed when he opened his palm wasn't a bloody tooth, or even a clean one for that matter. In it was an oddly shaped die. The tooth had been filed and turned into a six-sided bone die. Ready? Nicholas asked Perenelle while giving her a sidelong glance. Perenelle, unlike her usual grandmotherly self, appeared filled with pride. Her chin lifted, her shoulders squared and her chest out. On the whole she looked like a noble queen. And true to her current nature, she simply nodded without use of any excess words. Nicholas sighed as he looked at the die in his hand. "Goodbye, friend," he mumbled as if speaking to a dying loved one before tossing the die. The die spun around, imbalanced as it was in its odd oblique weight distribution, it spun only on the vertical axis. The die fell to the floor, bouncing seemingly randomly as it jumped around on its edges, producing a striking clacking before it settled on one side. 1. Hermione noted, even though she didn't know what was to happen, obtaining a special number was the best, right? Except Nicholas looked like he'd seen something horrific as he barely mumbled. Superposition. The seemingly simple words seemed to have carried a great amount of depth, since even the cold and haughty Queen Perenelle showed a slight crack in her infallible expression. Grindelwald looked at the golden marble that was in the air in front of him with a weird expression. It had indeed stopped moving after he directed the being inside the doll in his hand to discard their protection. But that wasn't supposed to happen. Instead, everyone inside the marble should have been dead by now. The golden barrier should have turned rotten and corrupted, permeating into every single pore of their bodies to turn them into meat puppets that would become a part of the undead eternal army of the current abyss. He looked back at the doll in his hands and then at the great old one hovering right in the sky, her gaze intently focused on the area as she appeared wary of getting closer, like the golden marble was something untouchable. Scared of a golden ball? Grindelwald tried to joke, but the words just wouldn't come out. Could a golden ball really be that scary? He could barely even feel anything building up to be unleashed from inside it. It was likely purely a defensive ability to shield from corruption. And yet, she's afraid, Grindelwald dared to comment in his mind. He looked at the doll and then at the great old one in the sky, and then, as if his desire to escape from his locked situation had been amplified, a thought crept up in his mind. Grindelwald was weak. For now. According to him. And so he couldn't fight off a great old one. So if the doll in his hand was unable to withhold the great old one in the sky, wasn't the best option to seek shelter. After all, if his friends had been so kind as to make one for him, couldn't he just use it as their friend? And so Grindelwald moved towards it bravely. The bone wand in Grindelwald's right hand vanished as he stretched his hand away from the doll and towards the golden marble hung in midair. His arm stretched fully, as the tip of his index finger brushed against the golden drop. Surprisingly, the temperature was absolutely normal. He'd expected it to be scalding given the energy of the domain of the sun radiating off of it, however it felt pleasant to the touch. As if being embraced by a comfortable, soft blanket on a cold winter night. So I was right, Grindelwald exclaimed. This thing was purely defensive, and meant to only stop her from spreading her influence and corruption. That was, however, when Grindelwald suddenly heard a soft giggle ring at the edge of his mind, before the world was swiped. Loki looked at the previously one-eyed creature standing in front of him and frowned deeply. The connection between the true creator, the Chaos Sea. Apart from the most obvious need for him to ascend to the status of a great old one with its help, what other reason would there be for him to be able to access it but not accommodate it? That's a rather strange situation, isn't it? A true god being unable to accommodate a Sephiroth of their pathway, even partially. I mean, maybe not everyone can use a mentor of deceit characteristics to temporarily do such a thing, but I'm just a demigod, and he's a literal true god, but he still can't accommodate his Sephiroth. He's locked in some way. Unable to reach it. Is that why he wants me here? To help free him so that he can accommodate the Sephiroth. But why not just plant a will inside me like he did with Klein? After all, that thing fused with his spirit body and he couldn't separate it easily without suffering a major setback. Not even I could steal something so perfectly blended with my own soul without sacrificing my gathered worms of time. Loki's gaze finally turned to the creature standing in front of him as he looked at it with a serious expression. Unless the lock requires someone to willingly set him free. No, then he could have simply used one of the Aurora Order members. Mad or not, they'd all be eager to set him free. Maybe he needs me specifically, Mr. Error, to set him free willingly. Loki's frown deepened. Why did I keep him locked up anyway? Why not just kill him and give his characteristics, uniqueness and authorities to Helga to digest? She's already on her way to being the God Almighty with 2 pathways under her, what's one more? Wait a second, that brings up the old question of why didn't she absorb the visionary pathway too? Why wait for Merlin to become a king of angels in the visionary pathway? If she wanted, Dumbledore would have never gotten the sequence 1 characteristics if she'd simply hidden it all or accommodated the uniqueness before he even arrived at Hogwarts. Because she had to leave her spirit body in that crystal that I have to free her from. Loki was confused. There were too many questions floating in his mind and barely any strong threads to unravel them all. So he paused, rolled back, and took it step by step. Let's start with why I might keep the true creator alive and keep him near the Chaos Sea but not let him access it. Sadism. Possible. Loki nodded but continued to look for a different reason, and he struck one fast. Because I wanted him to do something that I didn't want to have Helga do. Hanged Man pathway. Sacrifice. Loki looked at the creature and suddenly felt slight pity for it as a strange thought crawled into his mind. This thing, it looks weak. Either the true creator is genuinely very weak for some reason or his seal is quite strong. But why would I seal a true god so close to the source of modern magic? A true god that is not part of the magical system. Loki thought about it as a peripheral thought reminded him of something stranger. I took nearly all his stronger believers and turned them into marionettes. But he's still maintaining his sanity. How can a weak god maintain their sanity so easily? Easy enough to maintain the rationality that they don't want to kill someone and use them to free themselves. If the true creator cannot use the Chaos Sea to keep himself sane, then he is sane already. But why would a sane person be by the side of the most secretive keystone of the modern wizarding world? Is he protecting magic in some way? Loki wondered but couldn't come up with an appropriate position for the true god immediately, so he dug deeper. True creator, hanged man pathway. Sacrifice. Isn't the hanged man pathway about sacrifice? Is the true creator there to sacrifice himself and take damage if something happens to the Chaos Sea? But why seal him there then? A sealed person wouldn't want to sacrifice themselves, and if a person were to sacrifice themselves for such a thing, they don't need to be sealed in the first place since they can sacrifice themselves from anywhere. Wait a second. Loki remembered his offhanded comment about the authority of degeneration and corruption. What I thought back then, is that really true then? No way. He's an antivirus being forced to work to keep the magic of the world safe. And he's being sealed there so that he can't go elsewhere and do anything else. And so that he doesn't even access the Chaos Sea while protecting it. Did I lure him in the past with the Chaos Sea as bait and then trap him there in some way and then give the job of protecting it so that he doesn't die? Loki opened his mouth for a second, intending to directly ask the source of all his questions who was standing in front of him, but then paused. If it is indeed true, what can I be paid for performing this grateful act? After all, if the future me imprisoned him, I must have had a damn good reason to play house with someone like this. I definitely didn't do it on a whim, right? So I should have also prepared a corresponding payment that I could be blessed with in this situation. Payment. True creator, Chaos Sea. A few moments passed before the proverbial light bulb flicked inside Loki's head. Advancement ritual. A smile as warm as the spring sun and as gentle as the morning dew formed Loki's new expressionisms. Even the creature standing in front of Loki felt numbed by it, falling further into a pleasant trance as Loki continued to speak disarmingly. Great being, oh great being, we both need things from each other, so why don't we come to an agreement? Loki said with the charm of a naive child. And somehow, the charm seemed to have been effective. The creature's shoulders dropped, loosened as it looked straight at Loki, seemingly paying complete attention to what he was saying next. Having gotten the response he wanted, albeit a little too easily, Loki continued, why don't you take me to your dwelling, and I'll see what I can do to help you. The creature nodded but then stopped and looked back at Loki with what felt like a deadpan frown that one gave to a stupid person, at least as far as Loki could tell. However, Loki wasn't one to shamelessly back down when caught. Instead he doubled down as if his persona was never an act in the first place. Oh, you're wondering what I want in exchange, oh great being. Please don't worry. I'm not like those foolhardy humans who wish for booze and booty. I'm wise. I wish for nothing for myself. But the creature remained unmoving. So Loki spoke as if he was truly heartbroken. Is that so? You truly wish to burden me with the weight of a gift. Even when I have nothing to give to you. Well, alright then. How about this, what if you give me access to 3 wishes, the classic? And as long as I can help you out, you help me out. Obviously, I'm being generous and I don't want to ridicule you. Since a true god's problem that needs someone's help to solve must be important, I cannot devalue your goals and ideas, so in exchange for helping you once with a great big task, you can help me out thrice in my 3 little problem tasks. Only fair for you. Right. Loki's eyes blinked rapidly as his smile widened. His fingers came together and he looked at the eyeless creature with a passion that it had probably never experienced before. The creature's sludgy fingers twitched in response a few times as if it were trying to hold itself back from ripping Loki from the inside out, but then it stopped. The creature raised its hand and was about to grab Loki's again, but Loki moved away. You agree? Loki asked softly, a little surprised. The creature, quite annoyed by now, nodded fiercely with its hand frozen in mid-air, but Loki gave it no face. Instead he continued his spiel. Oh, how could I forget? Of course you don't trust me so easily. Loki exclaimed. Let's make it official with the help of a contract. That way you'll most definitely trust me. After all, I can't go against a contract created directly by the sun goddess, right? The creature froze in its tracks. Loki could feel the gaze locked onto him strengthen, but he ignored it completely. Instead he quickly pulled out an altar and a ritualistic offering that would most definitely please the sun goddess, Perenel's special crepe Suzette. Sensing the gaze not going away, Loki paused too. He looked over at the creature and spoke quietly after looking around to see if anyone else was eavesdropping. You want some? The intense aura the creature built around itself suddenly scattered. I don't mind if you do, Loki said. I have a lot more so the contract won't have any issues. The creature looked at the plate of fragrant and mouth-watering food in Loki's hands and then back at Loki's mouth as if to indicate it couldn't even if it wanted to. But Loki spoke jovially. Oh, you're so thoughtful. You want me to have some too? Oh, why not? Loki exclaimed and pulled out a simple picnic cloth and spread it onto the floor of the shadow world. Then in between the shadow earth and the shadow sky, surrounded by the shadow grass, Loki sat in front of a true god and patiently finished his plate of crepe Suzette. Burp. Delicious. Loki said, promptly licking his fingers for the sweet sauce, before wiping them with another cloth and patting his stomach. He looked at the creature that had remained standing and never moved from its spot. An onlooker would have felt the heavy glare it was giving to Loki, but even still, they would have felt Loki's sunny and positive energy blow it all away. Loki quickly got up and spoke softly with a hand on his head. Oh, you didn't have any. I'm sorry. I'll get another. The creature snarled, but Loki continued regardless. One for the contract. The creature fell still again. Loki summoned an old piece of goatskin parchment from within his undetectable extension charm pouch and began to write the contract he'd just described on it. Loki soon handed the contract to the creature, and to his slight surprise felt like the entire shadow world had gone slightly dim when it was beheld by the other party. The creature simply looked at it for a few seconds and without even diving anything or performing any rituals or scanning the rules on the parchment in any way, pressed its thumb on the paper and left a muddy shadowy blot of blood on it. Loki looked at it and smiled. Oh, how nice, he remarked before pointing his hand at the mouth of the undetectable extension charm bag once again. Accio crepe Suzette. Loki mumbled rather childishly. The creature looked at the bag, waiting for another of those dishes to show up, however nothing happened. Huh, Loki said, exaggeratedly. Oh no, I've run out of Perenel's specials. What are we to do? Oh, I know. We can cook our ow. The creature snarled again, and Loki felt the heavy hostility that it was boring towards him. And so he paused and spoke with a light laugh. Haha, that was a joke. The contract you already signed was created by the sun goddess herself, so we don't need to perform the ritual again. The creature looked at the contract in Loki's hands as it slowly glowed when he injected his spirituality into it. The contract split into 2 parts, each glowing with an iridescent burden as they shot towards the chests of the respective parties and merged fully with their souls, forming a tight-knit bond that would hold every word agreed upon beforehand to the death of the other party. Loki finally looked at the creature and smiled warmly. Interesting. The creature said nothing, but Loki could already read a million words. But instead of doing anything else, he spoke calmly, "Shall we proceed?" The creature looked at Loki's hands, and for the first time with a little wariness before it grabbed them after a burst of confidence and caused the world to shift. Grindelwald looked around himself and felt sheer terror. He found himself in the place he least expected. A place that was taboo. A place so forbidden that anyone with any sense would choose to never go anywhere near it. He found himself in the Nicholas, Perenelle, Hermione, Tonks, Belmont and also the unconscious Ron, all found themselves at the foot of a mountain thousands or tens of thousands of meters high. None moved, or rather they couldn't, since Nicholas had forced all their bodies to obey his commands by locking the very space they occupied, and since Perenelle had bound their spirituality using strange mirrors that reflected them. They didn't understand why Nicholas and Perenelle had suddenly taken such a drastic measure, but they couldn't even voice their dissent since their vocal cords wouldn't move. Everyone's eyes remained focused straight forward, absolutely locked, unable to make a single move as they were forced to watch. Watch as the mountain slowly wriggled, resembling both a bird's nest and a womb. Loki felt a slight shift, not in his position in the physical world, but in the position of his body of heart and mind. As if the world had split in experience but not in reality. As his vision slowly adjusted to the sudden brightness all around him, Loki looked at the place he found himself to be. The world was still dark. However, it now held a bulbous source of light in the darkness that wasn't present before, making Loki have to squint for a moment. Where? The world was blinding, with flashes constantly assaulting his vision as he studied the view. He stood on a soft meadow at the edge of a cliff overlooking what looked like a vast sea. Breeze blew touchingly as the world seemed to breathe it gently, whispering along with the soft rustling of knee-high grass sprinkled with spurts of young fresh trees that held birds singing in little chirps of excitement for their new visitor as the deer underneath raised their heads to look at him. The scene would have been fantastic had it not been for a single detail. Loki's eyes landed on the obvious first, and then he looked around as if completely ignoring the fact. His eyes continued afterwards to scan the terrain of the cliffside slowly before landing on the sky as he studied the position of the moon and the stars for a moment from in between the dense set of clouds. Still on Earth, the northern hemisphere, the sky matches the date, but the positions, are we in the Atlantic? The grass suddenly rustled behind Loki, allowing him to speak without looking. It was here all along. He asked with slight amazement. The Bermuda. The person didn't respond, but simply came to a stop beside Loki, causing him to have to turn and look at the strange humanoid figure beside him. The figure had no mouth. Only a single absurdly large eye plastered on the center of their face as they looked over at the wildly raging sea that seemed to be wreaking a storm only a couple feet away from them. The figure stretched their hand, as if trying to grasp the raging storm, but a fragile, almost invisible, translucent barrier put a stop. Loki heard a soft sizzle, and even smelled toasted flesh as he watched the fingers of the being burn before they were pulled back. Loki then raised his hands. However, unlike the sizzle he expected, his hands passed through unobstructed ly. The barrier even felt like it caressed his fingers gently, as if making sure that his hands reached their best shape they could for whatever was about to happen next. Ah, that feels so good, it feels like a massage. Been flexing these fingers a little too much recently. I even almost developed calluses on my fingers from snapping too often, you know. Loki rambled, his eyes closed even as the strange being beside him looked at him with obvious disdain and hatred. It went so far as to raise its hands and grab Loki, but its hands passed right through. Seriously, you think I'll let you touch me again? Loki mocked. His illusory figure vanished as his true figure appeared on the other side of the barrier. The being's head turned slowly, as, their gaze shifted from the illusory Loki to the real one with annoyance and anger clearly visible in their cyclopean eye. But Loki had already vanished again. Loki stood hovering over the sea. His robes billowed wildly with the stormy air as his hair still remained in its resting position as if it had lost its ability to interact with the wind. Except, as the cyclopean eye observing him blinked, a thin slit carved under it to reveal a set of thin and spiky razor-sharp teeth that grinned manically. The view of the world started to change. Slowly. The world behind the Cyclopean being changed first. The gentle trees shifted, their roots extended to pierce the birds and other animals all around, killing them as their eyes popped out and fell to the ground. The trees soon collapsed and rotted, decaying into deathly pale wooden mites that split up and began to consume the wood from inside out. The remaining bodies of the trees struggled, writhing on the ground as their roots dragged them towards each other, only to stand up once again as they merged, intertwined like branches, with the flesh of dead animals hanging down like ripe fruits, morphing slowly by fusing with the bodies of the trees themselves, covering them in a strange ethereal dense red mass of flesh that formed various reproductive organs. The eyes that had popped to the ground exploded. However, the resulting shower of blood was well controlled as it rearranged itself to give birth to a new pair. Now fleshy tree roots stabbed them, and wore them like beads on a string, tightening the grip on them as they were woven into the feminine face forming at the top of the fleshy tree. Everything fell silent the next moment. The gigantic fleshy tree that looked like it held the world stopped moving. Instead, the pair of eyes that had just settled in what appeared to be a face that carried a motherly charm, twisted and rolled around before landing on the Cyclopean creature. Suddenly, the flesh of the animals hanging on the tree-like structure shuddered before an eerie inhuman chirp resounded. The chirps didn't stop there, however, they started to repeat themselves, producing noise for only seconds before sounding more and more human-like with each attempt. Intel. You've done your part, Herpo, or is it Grindelwald now? Loki looked at the crazed vast sea before himself. It felt a little unreal to be in the presence of another Sephiroth. And Loki could feel it. He could feel the strange form of corruption it tried to actively unleash upon him through his projection of body of heart and mind for simply being so close to it. Even his own Sephiroth, it seemed, couldn't protect him from it because of how close he was to it. So Loki relied on himself, continuing to steal any corruption he could see on his body of heart and mind that his Sephiroth failed to stop in time. And while the projection of his own body of heart and mind was being treated as a battlefield, Loki observed the Chaos Sea for what it truly was. The storms that raged within it felt much random, with lightning striking the ocean very often. But Loki's quick mind could see it. A pattern. What is this? Medieval cloud computing. The lightning strikes carried requests. To be precise, they carried the requests of the wizards casting magic. Runes regarding the domain of the spell, the intent of the caster, the amount of spiritual energy used, the location, the target. It was all recorded in those lightning strikes delivered right from the cloud down to the sea. However, Loki simply couldn't believe it. Because it was all a complicated affair of godly domains and impossible connections. Each lightning strike only originated as the carrier of the information. Lightning in its pure form, when it naturally occurred in nature, formed in two parts. The first part was the one that everyone usually observed. The downward strike from the cloud. While the second was usually hidden, invisible, the bolt that snaked up from the ground and reached for the skies. It was only when the two connected, from the above and below, that all the charge of the cloud instantly drained in a grand discharge, in a lightning strike. And this principle applied here too. Each time a corresponding tendril roared out of the cloud, a corresponding accepting tree formed on the ocean. A tree of lightning of the true god of the particular domain that the spell dropping from above through lightning called for emerged from within the Chaos Sea. And this was what surprised the hell out of Loki. Humans could cast spells by using incomplete fragments of a true god's mystical symbol. For simply seeing a true god's complete symbol was almost as good as beholding them yourself. A sure way to true madness and death. But what was in front of him seemed to be an entirely different beast. The Saphira castle couldn't directly bear to behold the symbol of a true god on its own. While it could recover over a period of time, it would still feel quite a heavy burden each moment a true god's symbol was made available inside it, since that symbol wouldn't just exist, but it would manifest the very domain of the true god that it was a part of. So how could the Chaos Sea bear the constant harassment of the symbols of so many true gods appearing all over it constantly? The answer was quite simple. Brilliant really, according to Loki. It was to add a buffer. A buffer that would take the brunt of the damage. And the lightning was the buffer. Loki's eyes fixed on the single large crown within the clouds, glimmering briefly each time they thundered before vanishing and reappearing at a different position again. It was the uniqueness of the tyrant pathway, Loki guessed. The uniqueness of the tyrant pathway was being used to code both the symbols of the true gods and the runes in the magic in lightning and transmitted to the Chaos Sea directly through it, since the tyrant pathways had dominion over the seas. And once the connection between the upper lightning and the lower lightning bolts was established, the prayer of the magic was transmitted directly to them, to allow them to respond. How did the Chaos Sea help in all this? Well, it was the key. Or rather, it was the lock in which everything was and worked like clockwork to keep everything encrypted. Since each lightning strike happened in the vicinity of the Chaos Sea, each transfer of information, from the magical ritual to the true god, was thoroughly washed. A true god only received the prayer of the magical caster, not their personal identity, or their expectations. This had a twofold reason, or at least Loki thought so. One was to keep the true gods sane by giving them anonymous prayers. And the next was to keep the one performing the prayers from interfering with the personality of the true gods. But then Loki paused once again, since he noticed something rather strange. What's stopping people from simply apparating to this point? What's stopping a different, no orthodox true god from coming to this point? There were several reflections that formed in the sea, over the surface of the water as a result of the lightning strikes. Why couldn't Cheek just use them to figure out where the Chaos Sea was and interfere with the system that way? After all, an ancient true god surely had one or two tricks to keep themselves safe from the corruption of a Sephiroth while interfering with its actions, right? Loki paused as the true creator came to mind. Was I really right? Is the true creator really functioning as an antivirus for the whole thing? Loki frowned for a while, hanging around in the air before pulling out his wand. So all magic happens here, huh? Doesn't hurt to try. Loki gave his white wand a simple flick. And for the first time Loki noticed how magic actually happened. A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, arcing out on a small bolt that rose out of the sea, but instead of letting the spell finish properly, Loki did something strange. He cancelled his request midway through, stopping his spell after having cast it. And that's when he saw it. The shadows cast by the lightning of his spell rose with surgical precision, flying through the air at the same speed of the lightning as they erased the entire bolt from existence using the domain of degeneration and corruption. It ate up the entire spirituality within the magical ritual. At one point in his research, Loki had tried to concentrate and manipulate the spirituality that had been left hanging for the few moments after he cancelled his spell. He had hoped that he could find the Chaos Sea through this by changing the leftover spirituality to apparate him to its location, but it was far too hard to do so, as if the spirituality vanished before he could even sense it. And now Loki knew why. It was the method the entire system was kept safe. Any excess spirituality that was left over was eaten up by the true creator with the help of his domains. Possibly to keep him sane enough to keep him protecting the system day and night. So any true god trying to perform magic would have to send their spirituality into this place and not just bear the tyranny of the tyrant pathway uniqueness, and the Chaos Sea's corruption, but also the true creator's antivirus scan. Are the uniqueness of the other pathways being used like this too? Loki shook his head. That's not important. What's important is that, to corrupt the Chaos Sea, I have to first corrupt the true creator so that he doesn't stop my symbol from appearing in the Chaos Sea. And then I can handle whatever mechanism is buried inside the sea itself to connect the prayers to the true god. And with that Loki turned around. Oh, Nicholas kept his eyes focused on the darkness as a soft voice rang in his mind. Why did we come here? It was Perenelle, she was speaking through legilimency probes. The spell was supposed to, Nicholas started, but Perenelle interrupted again. Yeah, I know. The spell was supposed to superimpose our situations so that we could fight for our fates on more equal grounds. Single quote. But why is our equal grounds here? I know you got a 1 on your die. But does that really mean that our equal grounds are on her turf? How bad can your luck be? Nicholas stayed silent. In truth, he too didn't have a response to what was happening. The spell they had used in tandem with each other, the Impose and Superposition spells, worked rather uniquely. Impose was a Beander spell that Perenelle completed after years of dedicated study to various other Beander pathways to create a grand repository of elements which could be manipulated. It allowed Perenelle to grab any single element about their current situation that she recognized, as in she could grab concepts like truth, or victory, and in this case, Perenelle had dared to grab the fate of their current situation. While Nicholas's superposition was a Beander spell that he created after becoming an angel, he could superimpose two things onto each other in the same position. Meaning, he could simply cause a table and a fridge to occupy the same position in space while allowing them both to function individually. But in the case of the properties of two alive beings being superimposed, things got a little complicated. Either they could live in peaceful coexistence, or both the living beings would be forced into a common arena within their minds, one that they both know of and one that neither had any direct advantage in. And whosoever was the victor in this mental arena would be able to select whichever of the initially superimposed properties they desired for themselves. That could involve simple things like stealing the luck within someone else's fate, or much more complicated things like taking over entire identities. In the current situation, the doll that Grindelwald held was the most important if either side wanted to stand a fighting chance against the Great Old One outside the Golden Domain. So Nicholas had superimposed the two fates that Perenelle had gathered, the fate of Gellert Grindelwald, and that of their own group. For enhanced luck, Nicholas even rolled the die of sacrificed luck that he had been given by Mr. Error for help in tough situations. A die that could manipulate the accumulated luck sacrificed to it over the years to best manipulate the situation around them. However, it would only do so based on the number rolled by the user at the time of usage. 1 for the die having full control, which would mean that the user would be at fate's mercy since fate would decide when they would get lucky, while 6 meant that the caster could bend fate to their will. Either way would help the caster, but getting a 1 would mean that a lot more things might be exacted as a price for getting the new outcome, while getting a 6 would mean that fate would sacrifice itself to work to your whims. Except, things didn't work out like they'd planned. Firstly, he'd rolled 1, the worst possible outcome when rolling the die of sacrificed luck. Being lucky after death wasn't something either of them were keen on. But even worse was the fact that Grindelwald seemed to have been hiding something. Something quite deep. Instead of them coming to a common location like Hogwarts, Numengard, or even the Department of Mysteries, they had arrived at what looked like a Sephiroth. A Sephiroth that was taboo to even speak about in the high-level Beander circles, as taboo as using the Crimson Moon in rituals. How did we end up in Brood Hive? Nicholas lamented. He silently gazed at the kids that were frozen like statues, contemplating for a few moments seriously if he should abandon them and simply rush away with Perenelle using some esoteric way. But things weren't so simple. When their fate had been superimposed, the kids were on their side. And so killing the kids was the equivalent of killing them. Perenelle caught Nicholas's gaze and sighed mentally. She too didn't particularly like her life being chained to a particular bunch of nobodies. After all, the kids were already well out of their means, the abyss should have been their time to die, but not only had they miraculously survived through that because of the doll with Grindelwald, they'd even come to the Brood Hive. A Sephiroth. Nicholas and Perenelle could already feel the Sephiroth starting to detect their locations. We have to do something. Single quote. Fast. Nicholas sighed audibly, not caring if the Brood Hive felt it or even locked onto his position. He looked at Perenelle and spoke softly. Keep the kids safe. Perenelle looked into Nicholas's eyes and after a soft sigh of her own nodded. Perenelle snapped her fingers and within moments turned completely invisible, along with everyone else as Nicholas simply sighed again before kneeling on the uneven terrain and bringing his hands together with his head bowed. There was no other option than to do what he was about to do. A mere sequence 2 angel being able to fend off a Sephiroth. That was rather hard to believe. Especially when you were trapped with the damn thing. Even if it was purely inside the mental world. And so Nicholas did the one thing he could. He repeated the phrase that he'd been given a long time ago to use in case of a strict emergency, by someone who he wanted to curse at now. Even before he could recite his first words, the mountain tens of thousands meters high trembled. The aegis of time. A sharp instinctive sense of fear and dread arose within Nicholas as he felt his very life become tainted. Yet he continued fearless. The dominator of the world. The Sirit finally roared in protest as millions of creatures all a part of it woke up on instinct. The Lord of heaven and earth who rules over death. Nicholas finished as the roars reached their peak. However, in his ears there was only silence. A sudden chill spread up his spine as Nicholas felt someone place their thin bony hands on his head, holding it there as if wondering if they should rip his head off before pausing to look at the situation around them. I wake up after so long, and it's here. Where's he? He told me he would be the first thing I saw after I awoke. Goddamn liar. Went into limbo for no good reason. Grindelwald looked at the hordes of creatures all suddenly start rushing towards the base of the mountain while keeping himself hidden using psychological invisibility. Except he just as suddenly felt a terrifying gaze fixate on him. And then he heard it. A sudden mocking laugh. Right inside his mind. Haha, what have you been reduced to, you fool? Oh, my time here is short. My source is running out of life. Well, doesn't matter, you're going to die soon anyway. I shall see you at the end of the river. The voice soon left along with the terrifying gaze that had locked onto him. Except the world seemed to not forget what he had just been touched by. A cold numbness spread from his arms as if the doll in his hands had turned cold with frost. His eyes snapped down at it only to realize that the doll had been replaced. In its place was an icy clone that started to freeze and decay his hands as if they shouldn't exist. He wanted to jump, to react, to use his Beander abilities to break out, to survive, but it was impossible. The ice, which seemed to have frozen him already, mystically, slowly spread around, climbing up his arms, around his shoulders, onto his neck and finally over his head. Grindelwald took his last breath in an expression frozen in terror. However, the ice didn't stop there. The ice continued to spread. Climbing over the mountain, crawling inch by inch, moving as fast as it could until it had covered the entire thing in a paradoxical moment. Nicholas felt the presence vanish from around him, and so he slowly opened his eyes. His body ached. He looked down at it and sighed audibly. His skin had wrinkled. His nails had decayed and his muscles had sagged. His bones felt brittle and his mind seemed fragile. Nicholas had aged almost to death in mere seconds. But then he looked back up at the Sephiroth in front of him. There wasn't a single living being that had remained a part of it apart from himself. Another hand soon placed itself on his shoulders, this time holding a feeling of warmth in it, causing him to look up and see a worried Perenelle. It'll take time, but you'll live. Nicholas nodded, but the mere act of doing so caused a sharp spiky pain to shoot up his neck. So he did his best to keep quiet while standing up and looking at Perenelle to communicate with his eyes. He no longer had the spirituality to do much of anything else. And Perenelle seemed to understand, so she nodded. Yes, I'll pick up our spoils and finish this quickly. But Nicholas's gaze sharpened at that moment. Everyone heard a soft clink at that moment that sent chills up their spine. That was the sound of ice. Someone had survived all that. Perenelle's eyes instantly locked onto the position the noise came from as she prepared herself for a sacrifice if needed. And what she saw only made her tremble in fright. The ice over Grindelwald cracked lightly. Before it shattered in a spectacular and dazzling shower of icy crystal light. Cedric Diggory looked around himself in confusion. He then looked at the book on the table of the room of requirement. Where is everyone? Did I end up coming early? Cedric mumbled as he picked up the book that contained Mr. Error's spells. However, he paused at the last moment as his eyes snapped to an unassuming corner at the end of the room. Oh, it's just you, Luna. Luna looked at Cedric with wide dreamy eyes. Her gaze lingering not directly in the same place he was, as if it were observing something immaterial. You're trying to steal my soul, Cedric made a deadpan guess. Luna had been trying to do so since the very beginning after they'd all learned the basics of the spell from Mr. Error's Gospel with Hermione teaching them. But luckily she never succeeded. Or at least Cedric thought so. In reality, Luna looked at Cedric's soul that was hovering in front of her in the form of a rune, a little confused. Are the crumple-horned Snurkak keeping him alive? Was stealing someone's soul not risky? It was. Then was Luna a dark wizard or a mad Beander? No, she was not. Luna had already succeeded in stealing the souls of little bugs and creatures. But when she realized that they could live even without their souls as long as it was stolen using Mr. Error's spells, she was baffled. So she proceeded to study by stealing the souls of animals. Except she didn't find any clues in them, and so she began to steal the souls of humans. Only the Nargles at first, but once she found nothing wrong happening with them, he proceeded to steal the souls of people around her. Holding a soul in the form of a rune felt rather exhilarating at first, but it had lost its novelty soon after. And by now it was nothing more than a magical curiosity. How could people live without their souls? She had already confirmed that as long as she returned the soul to its rightful owner before she cancelled the spell, nothing happened to them. But the body and the soul weren't so easy to separate. Or rather shouldn't be so easy to separate. The soul and the body were intertwined with various layers of deep intrinsic connections, at least below the sequence 4. And so, stealing a soul was equivalent to chopping off those connections, much like what a Dementor did to a human while performing the kiss. However, Mr. Error's spells were nothing of the sort. In other words, Mr. Error's spells felt like miracles to Luna. Maybe Mr. Error is a crumplehorn snarkak. Gook. Suddenly Cedric's expression scrunched up in pain as he clenched his chest with horrific terror. Luna's eyes immediately widened as she saw the soul in the rune form slip out of her control. The rune floating in front of her eyes suddenly collapsed, as her spirituality was rejected and it lost its form, causing Cedric's soul to be released into the air. Luna, Cedric coughed out, but collapsed before he could say much else. McGonagall flicked her wand, expecting the fireplace to light up, except nothing happened. She'd already turned around and walked away, so she hadn't realized it for a moment until she paused and looked back after not hearing the ever so familiar crinkle of wood in the fireplace. She frowned for a moment and looked at her wand before flicking it again. Her spirituality left her wand, formed the appropriate runes for the incendio charm, except nothing happened once again. Her eyes widened as she looked back at the fireplace with slight shock and surprise. That was the moment the wizarding world fell into chaos. Loki didn't delay. His first action was to directly, forcefully, accommodate the Mentor of Deceit characteristics by consuming it directly. In the same moment, Loki pulled as much of the gray fog he could to engulf himself completely, leaving not a single opening behind for his opponent to exploit. A surge of vitality spread through Loki as he felt the gray fog wrap around himself, but he wasn't happy. Not one least bit. Since the gray fog itself could at most heal him to his peak potential, not give him vitality, especially not when he was already fully healed and when he didn't even have his physical body here with him. Not even a glance later, Loki could immediately tell that it was the spirituality of his enemy that had simply locked him in place by forming a broken oak tree over his body of heart and mind, pinning it to the fabric of reality, rooting him to the same spot he was hovering over. Simply being brushed by a move from the enemy had given Loki more vitality. He couldn't exactly put his finger on whether Mother Goddess of Depravity had done it on purpose or if it was a result of her sudden descent leaving her new body poorly controlled, at least not yet. Either way, with no way to run, Loki did the next best thing. He stole the oak tree. Or at least he had attempted to. Because for the first time in a long while, Loki truly felt the effects of how long a moment on his level could truly be for a great old one that was a pillar. In the moment that Loki tried stealing the broken oak tree to break its hold on his body of heart and mind to teleport away back to safety, Loki found himself engulfed by what felt like a few billion more oak trees. How many times do I need to snap my fingers to steal all those? Loki pondered, but soon he couldn't even do that. Instead, he found his thoughts frozen the same way his position had been frozen. A dense formation of broken oak trees grew, deeply entrenched, into various parts of his body of heart and mind and even the sea of subconscious. All Loki could do was feel the present. He couldn't comprehend or react. Only feel. With a frozen expression of normalcy on his face, Loki was forced to watch. Watch as the bulbous bright white moon in the sky was slowly tinged with a vibrant crimson. Watch as the barrier that had only just been proven to be capable of keeping a true god at bay by burning him was suddenly tinged with the same crimson. Watch as the stunning, feminine, motherly face gave a gloating smile as it looked at him gently, like a hunter looking at caught prey, thinking of the delicious ways he could cook it. Several thoughts would have poured through Loki's mind had he been able to think at this moment, or maybe none given the gravity of the situation, but either way Loki remained fixed in place, statued into obedience. However, his enemy was not the same. Almost thoughtlessly, Mother Goddess of Depravity slipped through the barrier. It touched nothing about her, as if she didn't exist, only flowing effortlessly along her massive body of birthing organs haphazardly piled together, covering them to form what appeared to be an illusory accretion disc-like extension that served as clothing, that simultaneously existed and did not, as if in a limbo, as if in error. She walked up to Loki, her each step seeming like an eternity that was collapsed into a second as she shortened the distance between them in an unknowable amount of steps. Finally, she reached Loki. Her gentle fingers, formed of branches, antlers and fleshy organs, brushed Loki's cheek, leaving a streak of blood on it that caused him to suddenly feel a surging amount of vitality within himself. Even with his thoughts paused, Loki felt a massive improvement in his quality of life. Suddenly his body felt decades lighter, as if he'd never been born and had lived as a cloud his whole life. Oh. The word simultaneously was laced with disappointment, and also the same indifference that one would attribute to an inconsequential bug. As Mother Goddess of Depravity paused, it suddenly felt like Loki's own life had paused, as if something had stopped breathing the world into him. The feeling of surging vitality drummed to a pause. Loki almost wanted to scream, but the thoughts remained frozen, his mind stuck, his body of heart and mind forever frozen in a limbo of eternity. But thankfully, she continued, "How long has it been since I last killed you?" She paused again, but this time it wasn't for long. Once she realized Loki couldn't say or even think anything, she pondered by herself with a light annoyed frown at having to do the work. A decade of centuries, or two, she recollected after thinking a little harder, pausing to confirm by looking back at the true creator who had still been standing behind the barrier that had already been dismantled. He looked at her, and spoke softly. 2. Whether the words were short because the true creator couldn't speak awed by her greatness or simply because his eye was already darting towards the chaos sea behind her, one couldn't know. Either way, the true creator had a maniacal grin stretched on his cyclopean faces, his gaze fell on the trapped Loki. Sizzle. Quote. Mother Goddess of Depravity pulled her finger touching Loki back as she felt the slow-acting gray fog try and poison her, but the damage was almost instantly undone. One could only assume that it was the work of the new life symbolism that could reset her state eternally and make her immune to everything. Even still, Mother Goddess of Depravity frowned as if having learnt something unpleasant. Had an ordinary person capable of withstanding laying eyes upon her monumental figure existed, they would have felt the expression on her face to speak directly in their minds, making them ask with pain and agony, "Who dares to rebel against Mother?" It was an expression that would have sent an execution order to every inn-keep and dome across the universe. Yet Loki's expression remained frozen in time and in space. She raised her malformed hand, placing it on Loki's forehead, and just as one would have felt that she was about to end it all, she paused. Not for Loki or to delay his execution, but as an approval for their observer to interrupt. "Now," the true creator asked, this time keeping his words short on purpose as he felt a dense aura of danger embed itself into the area around her. Simply being close to her made him feel like he would be erased from existence, decayed until nothing existed of him, and he would return to her embrace in true death without rejoining the cycle of reincarnation. Seeing Mother Goddess of Depravity not responding and only waiting with her grotesque finger on Loki's forehead, the true creator took her silence as confirmation before walking forward. He took a single step, yet the shadows of the deep and dark night morphed it in such a way that he was already behind Loki. In the next moment, the true creator was already fusing with Loki. His body turned into a shadowy, flowy, gooey mess that flowed into Loki's ears, his nostrils, his eyes, and every other orifice in his body as Loki's flesh began to turn dense, as every fiber of muscle in his body was intertwined with a god's. Even still, the broken oak trees floating around Loki, imposed upon his figure to keep him locked in place, remained rooted in reality effortlessly, as if they'd pinned the very fabric of the universe in place, as if nothing tied to it could ever escape. With everything in place, Mother Goddess of Depravity finally began. Without even the slightest of pressure, only by simply driving her finger a little forward, she quietly pierced Loki's skull. Her fingers slowly drove a hole into Loki's head, right in between his forehead as her symbolism over new life manifested. Loki was dead, beyond dead even for some. However, his body remained as new life was pumped through it, forcibly keeping it awake, alive, and beating. The broken oak trees all around Loki started to slowly vanish. One by one at first, but then by the clumps. Loki's legs lengthened, his arms elongated and his skin turned thin, translucent like an almost milky white bubble. For a moment one could even see the blood clearly pumping beneath them. The finger drove deeper. And the very next moment his face began to transform, morphing slowly from its almost mature teenage look to fully mature mid-20s. Loki looked remarkably like Loki himself, yet he looked aged, older, yet in some sense even younger. His body filled with vitality from new life, brought his skin back to its pink. The oak trees had now started vanishing by the lakes. Yet in a billion they weren't even a dent. The finger slipped only a few millimeters deeper again. However, it was at this moment that a qualitative change occurred. The gray fog swirling around the transformed, now dead Loki, slowly condensed. It glimmered around his right eye for a moment before forming a silvery golden ring that slowly turned purely gold. A simple deceiving lens slipped into it immediately after, existing in one moment, vanishing the next, giving an observer the view that it was just a trick of the light. The gray fog soon slipped quietly into the dead body as the body's lost and faded eyes regained their sparkle. The sky that had just been a cloud of broken oak trees suddenly cleared, vanishing entirely as if something had vacuumed it of debris. Mother Goddess of Depravity paused here. Her finger that had only been half inserted came to a halt. It wasn't unclear at all if Mother Goddess of Depravity had paused of her own accord or was forced, since the clear expression of effort being blocked on her face revealed that she had been stopped. Even still, there was no disappointment, shock or even joy in her eyes. Instead, after pausing the application of excess effort, she only left her finger still in the macabre hole in Loki's forehead. Her eyes gazed down from her own hand and slowly reached Loki's now life-filled eyes. In them, she saw signs of recognition not of her, but of the situation around them. The eyes glanced around for a while, eyeing the world with an intrigued expression as they looked at everything, trying to absorb it all in, for the moment. The moment didn't last long however, it was interrupted when a new head sprouted on his shoulder, one with a familiar face. Herpo. A voice from within Loki's body said, slightly surprised. Before, still attached to Mother Goddess of Depravity's finger, Loki's head nodded sagely as if having recalled something interesting. Of course, the Chaos Sea, so those brats succeeded in making the humans weapons. Ha! The true creator laughed, not lightly but as a sneer, before he spoke again, and look where you are. Me. Where am I? In the Chaos Sea. What about it? The voice within Loki's body said calmly. Slightly annoyed but still proud of his accomplishment, the true creator spoke up. You are in her presence. And yet you dare ignore her. Huh. Who you mean this hag? The voice in Loki's body spoke out with a half-laugh that was quickly stifled as its gaze landed on Mother Goddess of Depravity. Their gazes matched with the undercurrent of a simmering fire. Even still, it felt more like the reunion of two long-lost friends than anything. Each person scouted the other, as if probing their entire repertoire entirely through their eyes. It seemed completely normal. But Grindelwald seemed truly bewildered. His eyes switched in between Loki and Mother Goddess of Depravity, slight worry and fear, no doubt noticed by the other two, creeping up in his plight. Yet even still he did not seem to give up his position of advantage. Instead he said, get it over with. You don't want to spend another 2 millennia recuperating in some corner of the universe, do you? Hidden like a rat. Hidden like a rat. The voice in Loki's body spoke out, a humorous undertone to it as he almost laughed. Mother Goddess of Depravity's gaze sharpened almost instantly. And in the microcosm of a moment, a billion things occurred. Loki's gaze firmed, the previous jovial tone vanishing and morphing into a complete battle-focused ferociousness. The world seemed to bend in place as time seemed to become eternally slow. A large clock that looked much like the Big Ben appeared over the Chaos Sea. A large, insurmountable, tree appeared over the Chaos Sea. The planet trembled next, leading to the deaths of countless. Mother Goddess of Depravity had frozen, anchored, the position of the planet in the physical realm. Coastal cities and countries were swept away in a fraction of a second due to the sudden momentum of the tides of a frozen planet. Buildings were flung into debris, the people and life all around turned into pulp. Magic's dominion over the Chaos Sea paused because there were no longer any souls to cast it. The world fell into an eternal slumber with its souls converging rapidly towards the point of its termination. Before any of that could really take effect however, the seconds hand on the Big Ben slipped back, ticking exactly 1 second. The world was suddenly reset. The large, insurmountable tree vanished from over the chaos sea as the tremble of the planet was reversed. Countless deaths were undone. However, harm was done. On both sides. But much more significantly on one than on the other. Gook. Loki's body spat a mouthful of blood. The blood flew and fell on Mother Goddess of Depravity's face, yet even still for the first time since her arrival here, there was a fierce smile on her face. One that would give any ordinary person nightmares for an eternity even after death. Her eyes wide, an open madness blazing in them. Blood-covered face that appeared like war paint. Even still, more terrifying was the blood that dripped, slipping from the tip of her nose onto her lush lips, before they simply sunk down onto her teeth, coating them a deep shade of red, as if she had just consumed her meal. He, the true creator, laughed. Blood dribbled down Loki's lips as Mother Goddess of Depravity's fierce gaze only intensified, as if only waiting to consume him whole. Ha 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 ha. The true creator laughed endlessly. Loki's hands moved automatically, clapping in sync, forcefully as the true creator bent his body and laughed in fits. Each time his head dipped, however, Loki's eyes remained on her. And within only a few cycles, Mother Goddess of Depravity began to suddenly notice something wrong. It wasn't a moment more before the planet trembled again. Except this time the Big Ben ticked a second backwards, again, preemptively stopping the tremble from even taking place. The blood on her face collected, forming a small blot before it sank back into Loki's mouth. Even that wasn't the end, however. The second hand on the Big Ben shifted again. Backwards for the third time in the same moment. The barrier that had turned crimson and been morphed into a veil for Mother Goddess of Depravity was undone. Even that wasn't the end, however. The second hand on the Big Ben shifted again. Forwards this time for the third time, in the same moment. Except this time what was affected was not the world, but time itself. The Big Ben failed to comprehend the result. It attempted to go backwards in time on itself by moving forwards to undo its own backwards travel, yet it failed. For it was impossible to undo something you never did in the first place. A paradox. An error in itself. And for the moment, everything turned into an eternity where everything existed all at once. Loki opened his eyes with a sharp intake of breath. Air rushed into his burning lungs as he took rapid deep breaths before expelling everything out in a quick flush. It almost seemed like he was drowning for air, gasping as he greedily filled his lungs with fresh air. Each breath felt like breathing in a sharp nail of spikes. It clawed at his insides and filled him in an incomprehensible amount of pain. What am I breathing? Glass. Loki lamented as his head slowly bettered his senses. His hands already clasped around his knees shook with each breath, trembling like a struck cymbal, shivering as if he'd been plunged in the coldest spot of the universe. Loki felt his life draining away at a rapid pace like a siphon. He didn't know what it was, where it was, or even how it was all happening. Things were a blur and his mind could not remember things clearly at this moment. It felt like he was forgetting something rather important. Something that he'd been meaning to remember. But nothing came up. His mind turned blank and his body refused to cooperate. Shelter. Shelter was the only thing on Loki's mind instead. To seek shelter, the fastest way was to steal distance to another position. Using magic to apparate was too slow. He had to form all those complicated symbols, runes in the air with his spirituality, and he had no time for that. His mind already wouldn't cooperate, and with his rapidly failing body Loki chose to steal his position away. However, even doing so required him to first identify where he currently was. Since to steal distance between two positions, you needed to know at least the two endpoints. But the world was blank. Loki's eyes weren't open yet. Frozen shut due to the frigid nature of his surroundings he assumed, but they were frozen shut regardless of what he thought, and so he was blind. Yet even with his extraordinary senses, the world returned a blank. Spirit vision showed not a single life in his surroundings. Not an insect, or a plant nearby. Antarctica. And without delay, Loki snapped his wrist. He'd only meant to twist it to steal his distance to another position, but the frigid nature of his being had snapped it in two even for the attempt. Loki did teleport away, as he assumed. However, what he arrived at was not Hogwarts, the Black Manor, or even a public bathroom near Elaine's orphanage. Instead, Loki felt he dove headfirst into an iron wall. His head exploded in pain as Loki felt it crack. Then the rest of his body suddenly turned numb as he felt it, loss of consciousness, again. Loki didn't know what it was. Fear of God, fear of death, or even the fear of something unknowable and incorruptible, but all he felt was fear. All he knew was that if he lost consciousness right now, he would never regain it again, ever again. And so he fought tooth and nail with himself to stay awake. Yet no matter how much he struggled, the deathly siphon on his life kept draining him, as did the constant exploding headache that had been slowly turning his body numb. Even still, Loki struggled. For what felt like an eternity after, Loki felt the world a pure expression of pain and torture. Until a soft vibration jumped at him. The vibration in itself wasn't very exciting, if not for the fact that Loki realized it was the first real thing he'd ever felt, after arriving here, in whatever place he was. And so Loki did his best to lean towards the vibration as he made sure to scream. Perenelle screamed and sobbed. All those around her rushed to help as Hermione even started to sob herself, falling to the floor as she looked at Loki's corpse hollow-headedly. Loki's head was blown apart and his face was frozen in a silent scream. She'd done it herself. After they'd all heard a clink earlier, Perenelle's control over them had loosened. In the end, Hermione acted faster than anyone as she teleported right to Grindelwald's side before slamming him with an explosive Bombarda Maxima, hoping to rid the world of him while he was still frozen. Seeing the shortcut Hermione had created in space, Perenelle used it too, acting on impulse when she saw Grindelwald stretch out his arm to attack. She snapped his hand. She didn't know if it was impulse, fear or rage that blinded her. But in that moment when she heard the crystal snap of the eternal ice that had covered the entire Sephiroth, she pounced. And only after she let out her shot did she realize the blunder she had committed. She had killed Loki. She could feel it. The last throes of death emanated from Loki's body, dragging him away into the slumbers of death. Roaring at her like a taunt, daring her to try and perform the miracle for a lost cause. Had it been Nicholas by Loki's side right then, he could have saved the lovable boy. Through alchemy, through medicine, through anything. Yet she didn't even turn to look at Nicholas at this moment, even though he was right there after he had dragged himself through Hermione's door. Since she knew, better than anyone, that Loki had already died. Gone. Passed through the veil. Dead. She'd been worried for only a split second, that perhaps this was all a trap, that this was not Loki. And yet, her wisdom, which gave her keen insight, only told her otherwise. It told her that the very essence of the corpse in front of her seemed to be Loki. Everyone's expression was somber. Few knew what to think, and even fewer knew how to handle what they were seeing. Tears welled up in all their eyes as various moments of self-blame happened in each of them. Hermione's gaze, however, suddenly hardened. Her hands stopped quivering and her face stopped wallowing in self-guilt. She suddenly clutched her chest, her hand landing on the innermost pocket of her dress where she'd stored the correction of her previous mistake. "Daphne!" Hermione shouted, startling everyone else present. Hermione fumbled for a second, her hands beginning to tremble in fright as she quickly pulled out the glass vial that Nicholas had given her earlier. At first nothing happened. The glass vial remained still in Hermione's hands with no indication of it having done anything like come to life to alert Hermione of something. Things extended in such an austere silence that Hermione almost thought she'd hallucinated the soft pressure she felt from the vial. Had she truly hallucinated it? Perhaps she had misinterpreted it. Maybe instead of wanting to help, Daphne had only been shocked once she realized what had happened to Loki. Except that was when it happened. A mercury-like holy light shimmered into the air. It radiated out of the doll frozen stuck to Loki's other hand. The light filled the air for a moment before condensing into the coiling serpent of Ouroboros. The serpent ring landed on Loki's chest before being absorbed fully into it. And for a moment or two ahead, nothing particularly happened, and yet everyone waited with bated breaths. There was a sound. Ron, who was being carried by Belmont, woke up with a stiff headache that he'd gotten from Tonks kicking his lights out. Normally one would show concern, or at least show some reaction to seeing a teenage boy blowing snot bubbles while waking up. Except this time, everyone stayed still, even Belmont, on whose dress a few of those snot bubbles were stuck. They stared intently at Loki before a soft shimmering light emitted from him. The light seemed to radiate outwards evenly but landed on only a few particular objects that everyone instantly recognized. They were fragments of Loki's brain, his skull, and his hand. Everything that the light shone upon vanished before reappearing in its corresponding place on Loki's body, making it appear as if Loki had fully healed. The frost seemed to melt away quickly, turning into ephemeral fragments that vanished from sight. And yet for the moment everyone remained still. Especially since Loki had yet to take his first breath at this moment. Until, gasp, Loki's body shot up straight. His body perspired rapidly as he took short quick, but as deep as possible, breaths. His gaze traveled around, looking at everyone, trying to take the sights around him in as his eyes finally shot open. Everyone remained silent even as Loki looked at them. Something about him put them all on the back foot, as if they were looking right into the eyes of a deep raging wild animal instead of a human. And so Loki closed his eyes for a few seconds as he gathered himself. His posture correction kicked in as it made him look more regal than before, adjusting his mess of a posture into something more refined and king-like. His spirituality started to slowly grow, filling up for all that was lost. And yet, his body started to slowly feel the echoes of exhaustion as if he'd just been in hell. And so Loki collapsed back into the icy floor underneath him. Resting in its cool embrace as he tried to relax himself, loosen his guard and let the world around him flow through him once again. It seemed impossible, but Loki somehow put on a smile on his face and slowly opened his eyes. Wherever we are, we seem to be rather far from home, Loki joked. Everyone deadpanned but Perenelle was the only one to smile calmly as she spoke softly, "Welcome back." Loki nodded. And that was the end, for now. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. You can't rest yet, young man. Perenelle gently nudged Loki as he paused to look up at her with clearly tired eyes. You kind of took our only chance of beating her away, Nicholas spoke softly, scratching the side of his face as he looked somewhat troubled. Loki stayed silent for a while, trying to rearrange his body and mind for another battle before speaking. Took it away. What did I do? Nicholas and Perenelle looked at each other before sharing a glance with everyone else before finally deciding on letting Hermione begin the explanation. I don't know what the plan was, Hermione said, a little confused but continued nonetheless, but you showed up in what was Grindelwald's body, so I'm guessing it had something to do with that. Loki's eyes widened slightly as he looked down at himself. I appeared in Grindelwald's body. He mumbled in disbelief, confused about the situation as he tried looking into his memories to figure out if there was a shred of evidence left in them regarding whatever everyone else seemed to believe so easily. That can't be possible, can it? I mean, where did Grindelwald go then? Knowing others wouldn't have an answer, Loki looked directly at Nicholas and Perenelle when he said it, but when he saw them confused too he turned towards the white soul still hovering. Loki studied the vague thoughts hovering around the strangely morphed body of heart and mind of the soul and felt a little surprised as Daphne confirmed his doubts. This was Grindelwald's body. How did I get here then? What even happened to bring me here? The last thing I remember was her finger piercing my forehead, or wait, was that a hallucination? No, that was real, right? But then, how am I even alive? Loki closed his eyes as he tried to recall his fragmented memories. His heartbeat sped up as he thought deeper as an instinctual grip of dread tightened itself around his chest automatically, as if warning him of the upcoming danger should he proceed in the direction he was currently going. But Loki didn't stop. Instead he ignored it and dove deeper. He had to have answers. After all, he felt like something too bizarre had occurred. Did she do something to me? Did the true creator do something to me? What about the Chaos Sea? What about magic? What about my Sequence 3 mentor of deceit Beander characteristics? Hadn't I forcibly accommodated it? Shouldn't I be a mad creature beyond any hope of saving that lost all control right now? Questions blared past Loki's mind, giving it no rest as he hammered his memories that seemed to have been locked, or even wiped since he really couldn't even feel them. It was as if his mind had suddenly turned into a blank and empty slate that had been cleanly wiped for a short period of time until he showed up here, in what everyone else claimed to be Grindelwald's body. Was it a backup plan I made? Loki frowned. He did have backup plans when he realized he was going to meet the true creator soon. Of course he'd already realized that the true creator was acting suspicious with how eager the man seemed to want him there at the Chaos Sea. As such he'd created a plan. The contract that Loki had given over to him, claiming to be from the sun's domain, was simply the contract that had been used by Hermione and the DA Club members. He'd summoned the contract by deceiving the connection he had to it and bringing it to him, before changing its contents by rearranging the actual words in the borders like elegant patterns while writing a fake one up in the middle. Given it was a simple contract created by a small ritual to the sun goddess meant it was weak and it wasn't representative of her full power. That is, Loki could break such a contract rather easily, and if Loki could do it, even a true god could break it. So the true creator couldn't be bound by it no matter how easily he signed it off on it. But that wasn't Loki's aim. Loki didn't aim to trap the true creator in the contract in the first place. The contract had just been a means for Loki to form a connection to the true creator. A connection to use his parasite abilities to parasitize the true creator should the need arise for him to delay or distract him for a few seconds under some strenuous circumstances. But even that wasn't his true aim. Loki knew well that he couldn't in any life truly parasitize a true god while being a mere demigod, so it was only supposed to be a distraction while he escaped using some other method like the Saphira Castle or even partially accommodating the Mentor of Deceit Beander characteristics. But things have gone completely out of whack, have they not? How did I come to possess Grindelwald? Is there a connection between the true creator and this guy? How did I even exploit that connection? I doubt a simple Mentor of Deceit characteristics can even let me do something so brave and defiant. Did I get cursed with some corruption or something? Loki scanned himself from head to toe. And yet, nothing. Absolutely nothing's wrong with me. Well, except for my apparent memory loss and this frustrating situation. Loki knew full well that a true fight with any true god could have only ended with his absolute and full death. So something had to have happened, or someone had to have interfered for the outcome to have changed so drastically. Did the founders and the other true gods come in to rescue me from her, and then wipe my memories away to prevent Mr. Error's vessel from becoming corrupted? Loki frowned. Something felt off about that. And not even a moment later he knew exactly what it was. Why would I even know about anything else about having a fight with her at the Chaos Sea if they wiped my memories away in some way? Why wipe away the memories of specifically a short amount of time that relates to me, switching bodies? What even happened to my original body? Should I perform a divination? But only ones in the Saphira Castle might help me. And I can't go to the Saphira Castle with all these people around. But I did reveal to them that I'm a vessel for Mr. Error, so maybe I can cook up some sort of ritual and pretend like Mr. Error summoned me back by just teleporting me using the worms I left behind and the Mentor of Deceit characteristics. Yeah, that'll be the solution to all my problems. I can divine about where my Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristics are and what happened in that short period of time that my memories vanished and I apparently had to switch bodies again. Loki was about to open his eyes and pretend like Mr. Error was suddenly calling him back when he noticed a surprising fact. That's not right. How? Loki shut his eyes harder as he felt his connection with the Saphira Castle once again. Just now when he'd probed his connection to the worms of time he'd left behind in the Saphira Castle through the grey fog, he suddenly felt three things. Firstly, he shouldn't have been able to execute such fine control over the grey fog without the Mentor of Deceit characteristics, and secondly, he shouldn't have forgotten the fact that he couldn't do such a thing without the Mentor of Deceit characteristics, even though he seemed to have conveniently forgotten about it. But thirdly, and most importantly of all, he could still completely and perfectly feel his connection to the Saphira Castle as if he was holding the Mentor of Deceit characteristics in his hand. In fact, it was even better. His control over the grey fog was deeper and much more finer, as if it had integrated deeply into his fate. As if I've truly advanced to a Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit. Loki shuddered. He felt his body once again. And it was true. While whatever Daphne had done had only healed him as he had been before all this had started, he had overlooked the fact that he still felt empty. As if he had used up most of his spirituality and his body was currently out of fuel or empty. Almost like the spirituality currently in store within his body was only a drop in the ocean for him. His body itself felt like it had gone through a qualitative change, as if his muscles had become denser, tighter and even more lethal. His mind felt sharper. He could think much faster, even though he'd already thought so much not even a second had passed in the world outside. His abilities felt stronger. He couldn't pinpoint what these new abilities were, as if his memories of them had been wiped, but he could still feel like he could do so much more. Thinking of something a little crazy, Loki focused on Hermione's skin. Almost immediately he felt a billion little creatures living in it, and with just a little extension of his mind he felt like he could completely overtake them. His ability to parasitize had improved by leaps and bounds. He could now parasitize multiple targets independently while still retaining his original body. In short, he could create avatars. Loki was flabbergasted. How did I advance to sequence 3? When did I advance to sequence 3? Where did I advance to sequence 3? Loki couldn't believe it. He felt a shred of disbelief at the fact that he'd just suddenly been, freely, handed a promotion for the short price of the memories of a few minutes if not seconds. His joy should have been immense, yet suddenly the world felt just that much colder. What was the price that he had to pay to gain this great reward? Is divination the only answer? Loki thought for a while and nodded to himself. And with that he didn't teleport directly into the Saphira castle, instead he exercised his deeper control over the gray fog and re-established his connection with the worms of time present there. He connected with one such worm of time and instantly turned it into an avatar. Inside the Saphira castle, a new Loki formed. Loki took over the avatar and observed the Saphira castle. Confused for a second before forming a fake monocle over its right eye with its fingers and whispering, "Interesting." The place seemed untouched. Exactly like it had been just a few minutes prior when he'd used it to scare away Grindelwald. Loki then moved to the head of the tarot club table where he sat down and spotted a small and simple parchment on the table. He only glanced at it and it read, "Divination. Yeah, divination is the only answer." Loki nodded to himself before leaning back into the chair and closing his eyes. The events that happened in the short time between Mother Goddess of Depravity piercing my forehead and me waking up in Grindelwald's body. The events that happened in the short time between Mother Goddess of Depravity piercing my forehead and me waking up in Grindelwald's body. The events that happened in the short time between Mother Goddess of Depravity piercing my forehead and me waking up in Grindelwald's body. The events that happened in the short time between Mother Goddess of Depravity piercing my forehead and me waking up in Gr. Loki felt chills run down his spine. His eyes snapped wide open as he glared at the piece of parchment on the table. The parchment was still there all right. However, the words on it had changed drastically from before. Loki could still feel the strong sense of deception and trickery radiate off of the parchment, influencing his mind, or at least trying to so that he would divine about the happenings of the current situation, egging him to just close his eyes and rest, so that he could find out the truth. Only the new words on the parchment stopped him. Written on it with blood were the words, "Do not divine anything." Loki's heart turned cold. His fingers gripped his seat at the head of the tarot club as his body felt numb. Blood rushed to his head as it tried to figure out what the hell was going on. His hands almost trembled, but he managed to grip the seat tighter to make them stop. So someone was here. Inside the Saphira castle. The goddess of fortune. Loki immediately thought of her, but he couldn't see how she could escalate in action from mere scare pranks to full-blown blood writing like a crazed murderer. Loki felt things spiraling out of control. The raging fear in his chest that he'd been ignoring till now only felt more real. Am I doing something I'm not supposed to do? Loki closed his eyes, leaned back on the chair once again and took a deep breath. He kept his eyes closed and exhaled calmly before reopening them and grabbing the necklace around his neck. He opened it and flipped open the locket to see the mirror that allowed him to see Elaine at any time he wanted. Except, Loki's eyes reddened. His heart wrenched as if a stake had been driven through it, and his fists closed tightly enough around the arm of the chair of the Saphira castle that it shattered under his grip. The wood splintered in all directions as some of it even managed to pierce his hands, since this avatar was formed using only a single Marauder Beander characteristics. Loki felt his cold heart turn colder. Frigid. As he turned livid. And yet Loki's mind that should have been burning with questions cooled sharply. It was as if an ice age had descended on it as Loki's mind moved with mechanical precision. They took Elaine. They took Elaine from me. Was that the price I paid? Is that why I wiped my memories? To free myself of the burden of the crime I committed. Despite the end of the arm having been squeezed off, the gray fog rushed in to fix everything. As did Loki by slowly filling in all the answers he'd been seeking. No matter what would have happened, I wouldn't have staked Elaine. No matter what. Loki had the confidence in himself that he wouldn't have let anything happen to her no matter the cost. No matter who the cost was, even if it was him. To him Elaine represented not just the only, real, family bond he had left in this world. In truth, to him Elaine was his anchor. Not as a deity, but as what his identity as a transmigrated human had been to him. Elaine was the first other human in this world that Loki had cared for, protected and wished to hold closer. Had she not been the first person he'd beheld, Loki didn't think he could ever remain as faithful to his humanity as he had been till now. Every time he did something good it was only because the first thing he'd been taught after coming to this world was that in spite of the terrible things in this world that had taken Elaine's true brother from her, someone like her existed who could still smile while looking at it, be engrossed by it and be so lost in it to love it. Of course, you could say that she was too naive to know anything about it all, too childish to even comprehend what was happening around her. But was that naivety not worth saving? To Loki it was. It was why he donated to orphanages when he could. To help any naive kids like Elaine hold on to their naivety just so that the dreary world of gods intertwined with humans who were unknowingly only playthings could seem a little brighter. And so Loki knew. He knew well that no matter the cost, he would have never sacrificed Elaine for personal gain. And that just made it all that much crueler to him. Because it meant he'd failed to protect her. He'd failed to be the big brother she'd always looked up to. Loki closed his eyes and focused his mind. With but a thought Loki swapped his bodies, or rather the Beyonder characteristics in his bodies. This is the crime scene, Loki mumbled to himself looking all around the Saphira castle. And so I need to be at my best to be able to think through everything while I'm here. Loki gave the avatar body he was in all the Beyonder characteristics until sequence 3. Loki exhaled calmly and went through all the things that he'd noticed thus far. Someone else erased very recent memories from my mind. A note in the Saphira castle that I possibly wrote but was tampered with by myself or someone else. Elaine's missing. I woke up in Grindelwald's body. I was fighting with the true creator and mother goddess of depravity. With all the facts laid out, several things suddenly became crystal clear in Loki's mind as new ideas formed. The note in the Saphira castle has signs of deception and trickery. Both only a person of the error pathway could have used. And I woke up in Grindelwald's body. So perhaps because he's connected to the full pathway through his other soul he used me during the switch to do something because our pathways are part of the Lord of the Mysteries group. He's connected with Elaine too since he cast that strangely useless charm on her back during summer. Single quote. Is he also connected with the true creator then? How did I even escape from the true creator and mother goddess of depravity? No, I'm getting sidetracked. Loki shook his head. Even after becoming a full-blown sequence 3 inside the Saphira castle, Loki could still feel the note in front of him as it tried to influence his mind to peer into his lost memories. Loki opened his eyes, looked at the note again, and then instead of grabbing it or touching it in any way, abruptly stood up. With that, Loki did something he should have done long ago. Loki began to examine every inch of this space. This is the crime scene, right? So there should be more clues lying around. If the culprit can get sloppy with the note, they could have gotten sloppy with the other things. With that, Loki started randomly walking around. Aimlessly at first, but soon his eyes glinted sharply as he began walking in the exact opposite directions he'd just taken inside the Saphira castle. And pretty soon Loki noticed exactly what he'd suspected. Loki's eyes turned towards a seemingly innocuous wall of gray fog in an innocuous corner of the castle, only to be surprised. Well, look who we have here. Loki said softly as he walked towards what he was seeing. An upside-down cross stood in the corner. On it hung a red-eyed cyclops, chained and restrained by thick chains that seemed to be glowing in spite of the lack of a light source within the castle. Almost as soon as Loki noticed the Cyclops, he felt a dangerous rush of corruption-filled information rush into his head, but even without thinking, the information was automatically filtered when one of the other worms of time spread around the castle stole it from his mind, keeping him protected, safe and sound. The heels of Loki's shoes clicked on the smooth marble surface of the Saphira castle, producing resounding clacks as he took calm and measured steps towards what was currently his only key, to finding Elaine. His mind spun at speeds he'd never thought possible as he finally reached his destination. Loki stood in front of the true creator and didn't bother bending low to match its eyes. Instead, Loki raised his foot and slammed it into the true creator's cyclopean eye. Thud. Tell. Thud. Me. Thud. Where? Thud. Elaine. Thud. Is. Loki looked now at his unassuming captive, who remained completely unfazed, and then frowned. Is that so? So you won't listen to me when father asks nicely, will you? Seeing the true creator still silent, Loki spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of finality. All right, your wish then. Loki snapped his fingers and for a second nothing happened. But almost immediately in the next the true creator vomited blood, fountains of it, spewing it over and over, painting everything around it in a vermilion red as Loki held a still beating heart in his hands while his entire body was soaked in blood. You know what this is? Loki asked softly while looking into the true creator's eye that was still under his foot. This is your heart. Now either you answer me, or the next thing in my hands will be your divinity. The true creator stopped spewing blood, seemingly having created a new heart for himself, but he still remained defiant. A maniacal smirk even dared to show up on his face under Loki's boot, as if daring him to do anything about his divinity. A mere Sequence 3 was talking about stealing divinity as if it was like stealing candy from a baby, and even if Loki did steal it, how was he gonna deal with it? After all, it was the divinity of a true god, something that would develop as a vessel for him to break out of the chains that had been placed onto him to trap him here in this forsaken castle. Loki was literally taunting it with freedom. What a kind captor. Except that was not what Loki had meant at all. Seeing the true creator not responding, Loki did two things. Firstly, he used the gray fog to create a seal around them. Much like he used his own spirituality to create a wall of spirituality before rituals. Secondly, Loki for the first time used his ability to deceive the world as a Sequence 3 Beander. Loki deceived the true creator's connections with his believers. The result was instant. The true creator felt his mind start to slip. What was already a manifestation of madness started to slip further and further, being consumed by the depravity that festered within its own confines. Yet Loki wasn't done there. He waited patiently to see what the true creator would do. In the seconds he had walked up to the true creator, he had already thought of a simple but elegant plan. If the true creator was in the Saphira castle right now and hadn't done anything to him yet, that meant that the true creator had been sealed into it using some means. Loki couldn't decipher if this was using the gray fog itself or if it involved the Beander that had messed with the note to himself and likely his memories. He could figure out the method if given more time to examine the chains, but he currently did not because he feared for Elaine. On top of it all, he didn't think the true creator would have helped him out or even let him study those chains, given that he'd chosen to remain hidden all this time instead of helping him against what seemed to be a common enemy. And so Loki came up with a different plan. If something was sealing the true creator, why not take further advantage of it? A true god shouldn't be as helpless as the true creator was pretending to be. In the books, even though the true creator had been sealed in the Western continent, he could command the Aurora Order and even try to descend at various times. Of course, this true creator didn't seem like anyone as important or powerful as the fallen spirit of the ancient sun god, but it was likely this one had other tricks. And so Loki devised a risky but quick plan to get the true creator to speak up. Loki was going to steal his followers, all of them, at once. And steal he did, but by deceiving them. Loki deceived the targets of the true creator's faithful believers through his connection to them by deceiving their minds about the true creator's honorific name, changing it just ever so slightly and randomly in all of them that it wouldn't point to the true creator anymore. And given that there weren't very many high sequence Beyonders present anymore since he'd just killed most of them, the task was rather easy for Loki, who was a Sequence 3 empowered by the Saphira castle. The true creator's face started morphing. His bony face flubbed up almost instantly, and then Loki felt it. His instincts reacted as he felt a shift not in the true creator itself. That would have been impossible given the current stage he was at, a mere saint, but it was enough to feel the shift in the chains holding the true creator back. Loki felt a profound application of the fool's authority. For a moment, and just for a moment, the chains holding the true creator back seemed to slacken, almost confused as to why they were chaining their captor, as he stretched his hands forward to snap Loki's neck. But Loki had already predicted such a thing. He was searching for the connection between the true creator and Grindelwald after all. Of course he'd already predicted that the true creator might be the other part of his soul that had accommodated the full pathway authority. It was an especially prominent theory in his mind since the true creator was supposed to be mad god. But given everything Loki had seen so far, shouldn't the true creator have been a highly intelligent god? One that could plan so many several steps ahead and also collaborate with an outer god so deeply just to get him killed. It didn't make sense since the true creator had a readily available source of belief keeping him sane, the entire wizarding magic system. Plus there was also the Aurora Order as a backup. So why was the true creator a mad god? Perhaps he was only partially mad. Perhaps he went mad only at certain times. Certain times when he used his other powers. Like the full pathway authority. And it seemed like Loki had nailed the problem on the head since almost as soon as the chains loosened Loki felt his intellect drop. Except the worms of time around him had already acted. Almost as soon as the predicted event occurred, Loki executed the planned retaliation. The worms of time used deceive again. Of course mere worms couldn't deceive a true god, even maddened, but they could still deceive something else. They deceived the target of the true creator's attack. The true creator was now attacking himself. And Loki felt great joy as he watched the true creator's face smack in horror as his intelligence suddenly dropped. With the true creator's already worsening condition without his believers and his sudden application of the fool's authority on himself, the true creator fell into a positive feedback loop. The true creator lost his sanity first due to his divinity acting against himself without his anchors to keep his humanity, that plus the madness of abusing an authority not of his pathway group accelerated his madness. Then out of the only thing available to him due to his suddenly lowered intelligence, his instinct to survive and live, the true creator used his fool's authority on himself to fool his divinity to stay sane for longer. This would have worked fantastically had it been a normal scenario. Except Loki had redirected the first use of the authority that aimed to get rid of him at the true creator himself. This dropped his intelligence and stopped the true creator from allowing to distinguish between his divinity and his humanity. So not only did he end up fooling his divinity, but he also ended up fooling his humanity. His own intelligence. He fooled himself. A fool fooling himself. A smile blossomed on Loki's face. A true fool indeed. Loki said calmly, finally bending low to match the true creator's eye level before grabbing up the hair that was hanging down from the rapidly mentally declining true god and giving his head a good shake. So want to tell me now? Loki spoke, stealing just a fraction of the spirituality and the authority to make the true creator lucid enough to listen to Loki but not change things in any way. However, the true creator still only glared at Loki. And so Loki frowned before standing up and sighing. Loki closed his eyes and then looked back down as if he could see the entire world from where he was. Then without a word, Loki deceived something else. Loki deceived the space around the true creator to reduce his size, and once he was the size of a tie clip, Loki pinned him to his robes before returning to everyone else's side outside the Saphira castle after swapping places with his avatar that had been standing in. You won't talk to me. Fine, however, I wonder if you'll talk if the corruption of outer gods is involved in the picture. Loki finally opened his eyes in the real world and looked at Perenelle, who, along with Nicholas, hadn't noticed the true god pinned to his robes because of the gray fog. You need to defeat Mother Goddess of Depravity, right? Nicholas and Perenelle widened their eyes, almost instantly looking at Loki with horror before looking at everyone else. However, they seemed to not have heard what he'd just said, causing them to become even more surprised. It was since Loki had deceived everyone else into thinking he hadn't said anything while using illusions to cover up the fact that his lips moved. Perenelle quickly nodded. We were going to steal Grindelwald's fate of holding the doll related to the goddess of fortune, but then you showed up and the doll was frozen and she left, so. Don't worry. Loki said calmly with a smile, appearing completely relaxed and jubilant as he continued to ask a different question softly. Explain to me how you want to steal Grindelwald's fate again though. Loki looked at Nicholas and Perenelle with some surprise. He'd learned two things: first, that they'd summoned what was likely the god of death. And secondly, that they had a strange spell that could allow them to steal anything from anyone. It wasn't like an ability from the error pathway which converted the things into runes to store for later use, but more like a gambling contract which coerced the parties participating to grant the prize of the contract to the winner. What it did was pretty simple. As long as the two sides of the proposed contract willingly entered it, the losing side would be forced to grant a pseudo-boon to the winner. This boon could range from things like mystical items and simple promises, to entire Beyonder abilities in themselves. And given that the spell was something Perenelle had cooked up with the runes of the sun goddess herself, any who violated it would suffer her wrath directly. I can use this, especially against this wretched fool, Loki thought as he pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. It hasn't gone to waste. Loki shook his head. How so? Nicholas asked, looking tired and spent, although the glimmer in his eyes still shone with vigor now that he felt his sacrifice against Grindelwald hadn't gone to waste. Since Grindelwald was related to the true creator by virtue of most likely being his Horcrux, Loki had a simple idea. But instead of revealing his plan directly, Loki asked softly, is the spell still active? Perenelle nodded and pulled out the book she had been holding earlier out of thin air and showing it to Loki. His gaze deepened as he studied the strange artifact that gave of an aura of suppression and radiated a strong biting cold on all those that gazed upon it. Loki's eyes decrypted the entire spell within the fraction of a second, working to find all the possible loopholes before choosing the best possible ones for his upcoming plan. After a few seconds Loki finally smiled. It's all done. Let's go. And even before anyone could ask Loki what he was talking about, everyone flickered for a second before vanishing from their positions and reappearing in the golden marble that was still hovering in its spot. As soon as they reappeared, Loki turned to Daphne's soul that was hovering right beside his head. Curse me with misfortune. The small gentle white feathery ball jumped back in surprise before looking at Loki deeply, and then as if trusting a certain madness that seemed to be unfolding before herself she floated towards Hermione and slipped into her. Everyone was confused for a second or so, but suddenly Hermione's eyes widened. I can hear her. Loki smiled politely and explained quickly, that's very nice, Miss Bookworm. But I'd like to have my curse now, please. Time is of the essence. Nicholas raised his brows in confusion and Perenelle nearly smacked the back of Loki's head for being so rude with his own friend who was only recently heartbroken at having killed him, but both stopped when they saw how Loki's smile never reached his eyes. And for the first time since Loki had reappeared, under the bright light of the marble-sized golden dome, everyone saw just how cold Loki looked. Even without his divinity leaking out, which had been suppressed using the Saphira Castle, Loki's gaze spoke 1,000 words. It felt like gazing into an abyss, as something darker than the abyss itself stared back. Hermione trembled slightly, but Loki gently nudged her. There will be time to talk later. I'd like my curse now, please. Did something happen after Mr. Error used Loki's body? Is this, because he's a vessel, did Grindelwald's body do something to him? The question lingered at the front of Hermione's mind, but another soft voice spoke up from within it. It's all right, my own, let's trust Loki. Doesn't he always seem to know what he's doing? The voice was Daphne's, just as gentle as Hermione remembered it to be, almost filling her chest with an unspeakable rush of emotions. She'd just been trapped in Grindelwald's spell that had caused her to do the unspeakable against Daphne, but speaking to her right now felt dishonest, almost like she'd somehow betrayed her friend in some way. Her eyes watered as if a dam was about to pour out, but Loki snapped his fingers. His smile vanished. Not right now, Hermione. Loki said calmly, coldly, and to Hermione quite infuriatingly. Hermione's gaze sharpened as he felt a surge of anger within her mind. Her emotions were missing, but everything about this situation seemed logically wrong. Why was Loki behaving so hurriedly? But before Hermione could launch into a barrage, Daphne spoke up again. Trust Loki, my own. Hermione paused. Only because you're asking me to, Daph. She took a deep breath and exhaled before beginning to follow Daphne's next instructions to set up an altar. With Hermione working, Loki turned to everyone else. All of you create altars for your corresponding gods and goddesses to communicate with them. Everyone looked at Loki with some confusion before slowly nodding and pulling out their own materials, all except Tonks, who looked at Loki with a raised eyebrow. She was frowning after seeing him mistreat Hermione, but hadn't said anything because Loki seemed to be serious about something. And given their lack of time and high danger right now, she only posed her question, I don't know how to contact the true god of my pathway. I don't think we have one. Loki looked at her and nodded, the arbiter pathway, right. Just use your ritual to contact Amelia. Tonks nodded and went back to her own ritual. In the meantime, Loki closed his eyes and went over his newly formed plan inside his head. Except no matter how hard he tried to keep it away, Elaine's face kept swimming back up to the surface. His heart wrenched with pain just imagining Elaine crying, and so Loki clenched his fist tight to hold it. Catchy. A sharp metallic cut later, Loki opened his eyes and slowly turned to look at Hermione, who was holding a tuft of his hair that she'd just cut. She glared back at him with an indignant and brave anger while she asked, "What?" Loki's brows raised in question only for her to shout back at him, "It's for the curse. Or do you want me to cut your hand and draw blood? Maybe your filthy tongue will do." Loki's brows twitched, but he forced himself to calm down as he tried to smile before speaking, "You're getting late." Hermione fired a gaze into Loki's eyes for a moment longer before hemping, and turned around while walking up to her altar and throwing the hair on it with as much hatred she could muster. For a second Loki felt that the amount of hatred was enough for her to curse him with the Avada Kedavra, which brought an inadvertent smile on his face, but it was only momentary, vanishing quickly once again when Elaine's face swam back to the surface. And so Loki kept his eyes closed. Even so, he had calmed down a little, allowing him to focus on the abyss outside. I can't feel the tenebrous world anywhere within miles of where we are. Well, not like I can, if even Mother Tree of Desire can't. But that's not a problem. I can just ask Salazar to reveal its location to me for my plan. Slowly Loki's perception shifted, and instead of viewing the outside world, Loki began to slip into the depths of his mind. First only into his surface thoughts, then deeper, past his mental defenses, and finally into the sea of subconscious alongside his own island of consciousness. Loki was here for two purposes. And he quickly attempted to complete his first one. Loki looked around for any signs of tampering with his mind. If he couldn't divine about the situation, he could just look at his memories and decrypt everything else through it. Except, Loki stood rather shocked. His enemy hadn't even attempted to hide their intrusion into his mind. Loki looked at his island of consciousness floating in the sea of subconscious with a sad frown. A chunk of it was gone. Not a large chunk, mind you, but a chunk large enough for it to be apparent to Loki because it hadn't been replaced by anything else. On the edge of the island, an entire portion was filled with a hollowing void, as if it had been cleanly disappeared. Almost like a magic trick. After recovering from his momentary shock, Loki rushed towards his island of consciousness. He couldn't fathom exactly what had led to a chunk of his mind going missing, but he desperately wanted to find out. Only for him to stop at the last second. Can I even look into it? If divination is banned, why would my memories be any safer? Perhaps I did this to myself. Even still, Loki paused to think further. Whatever had happened to Elaine had clearly happened in the moments his memories had been fudged up. And so without the true creator cooperating, the only other method to search for her without relying on him was to dig through the clues left behind in its wake. Perhaps I can scour the edges while staying safe. Loki carefully walked towards the heavy void. He couldn't see anything inside it, not darkness, but his mind simply failed to comprehend it. All he could tell was that a gaping void stood where his memories should have been. Yet on its phrase, Loki noticed intimate signs of spirituality that resonated deeply within him. An ability of the error pathway. But, I'm not strong enough to do such a clean operation, at least not yet. Single quote. Single quote. Did the true creator steal my memories? Why would he do that? Why did he even get locked in the Saphira castle in the first place? What is his role in all this? Or is there a third person involved in all this? Myself from the future that traveled to the past. But why would I do such a thing? Why would I torture myself like this? Why didn't I simply save Elaine? Why was the true creator being chained inside the Saphira castle more important to me than Elaine's safety? Loki sighed deeply. A heavy weight had fallen on his shoulders and he seemed to be incapable of bearing it. He was already getting tired. The adrenaline of the situation had slowly vanished as the grief started to slip through its cracks. Loki clenched a locket around his neck and whispered, "Are you all right, Elaine?" Loki's vision blurred for a second, but he stole his tears, reminding himself exactly what he'd told Hermione moments prior: not right now. Not right now. Elaine's fine. She's definitely fine. Loki looked at the projection of the true creator pinned to his robes and frowned. The true god's madness seemed to have slowed down. He hadn't become intelligent again, but he wasn't turning any dumber. Probably a miracle, Loki decrypted, finding no other explanation for the bizarre occurrence. Either way, it doesn't matter what he does once Daphne curses me with misfortune. Loki turned his gaze back at the void, hoping to study its boundaries to uncover more of the mysterious circumstances in which he'd escaped with his life. I escaped into Grindelwald's body. So I used the true creator somehow. But I can't really parasitize the true creator. So he tried to do something to me, but it backfired. But why did it backfire? Was it her? Grindelwald held her doll, so when he tried to use me and escape from his confines, he encountered her, and then his plan backfired and she helped me instead. Loki didn't know if such a thing was possible. There was no real evidence to say it was wrong, but nothing to say it was right either. Especially since there was no need for a lock on divination if that was the case. The only reason for her to stop him from divining about the situation would be to maintain her image of being on his side. But he felt like she wouldn't have harmed him now, given that she could have much more easily harmed him earlier when she took control of the Saphira castle. Loki thought back to his last moments with Mother Goddess of Depravity. He vaguely remembered her destroying the barrier that had massaged his hands and the true creator stepping out of it, so he formed another idea. If he had already escaped after she broke the barrier, why did he come to me? Wait, why didn't she kill me directly in the first place? Why did they trap me, and then poke a hole in my head? Loki's fingers brushed against his forehead, and then he looked at the void in front of him. Did she do this? But why would Mother Goddess of Depravity be interested in my memory? And why couldn't she just use some other method to take it away? Why even let me live after that? And why then did she use such a complicated method to make me stop using divination to divine about the events? And why did Grindelwald get locked up in the Saphira castle because of that? Loki couldn't find a valid reason for someone as powerful as Mother Goddess of Depravity to be interested in a mere sequence 4 demigod. Even if she knew I was the reincarnation vessel for Mr. Error, why wouldn't she just have killed me directly? Why wait to immobilize me and then poke a hole into my forehead? And I wasn't even corrupted by her in any way in the end. What exactly happened back then? Did I from the future that goes back to the past help myself? But then why would I ask myself not to divine about the situation? And why would I then proceed to trick myself into divining about the situation? Why wouldn't my future self have saved Elaine? Or because he knows that I can save her myself? Unless he has a different aim. But Loki couldn't see it. He couldn't find a reasonable reason for even his future self to put Elaine through such distress. What reason could there be to let Elaine suffer at the hands of her captor? Or perhaps Elaine is with my future self. And he just wanted to be with her because he missed her for so long. Perhaps the reason why I advised myself not to divine about the past is because I shouldn't mess up the timeline. No, that's too vague a reason. If that was the case, I wouldn't even have let myself think about all this. I would have continuously stolen all thoughts about my future self from even appearing in my mind. Then was it because the opportunity to travel back in time is coming soon and is involved with other beings? Perhaps my divination can cause them all to hijack the opportunity too. Loki shuddered, thinking about a Mother Goddess of Depravity or a Mother Tree of Desire that had all future knowledge going back in time. Yes, that sounds like a more valid reason. But then who messed up with my warning and wanted me to divine about it? Grindelwald. Since I somehow used his body to escape from Mother Goddess of Depravity, I ended up with the true creator realizing about the possibility too. Perhaps now he wishes to travel back in time with me to change things. But if time is a loop, shouldn't he already exist as some part in history? If he doesn't already exist, doesn't that mean that he died and I lived? That I won and he lost? Looking at the true creator drooling out of madness while pinned onto his robes seemed to only reinforce the idea. Loki relaxed slightly after coming to that point. If that's the case, then doesn't it mean that I'll be going back in time soon? Once I get rid of the true creator, I can divine about it all right. No, it might even involve Mother Goddess of Depravity since she was present on the scene. So as long as I distract her, and then get rid of the true creator, I should be able to divine about the incident freely and then go back in time. A soft joy rose in Loki's heart and mind as the theory took hold. Then, is Elaine just likely spending time with future me right now? Right. Loki still felt tense however, a certain unease and stifling sense of worry had gripped him like a vice and refused to let go even still. It felt like his subconscious was hinting at something he'd forgotten, but it was still something he had no way of remembering. Loki looked back at the projection of the dumbed-down true creator on his robes before giving him a little shake to jostle him up. The drooling slightly deranged god's miniature eye blinked slowly before looking around in confusion and settling on Loki and smiling eerily. Loki too gazed at it before asking it a simple question, one that hinted deeply at his identity, one that he'd kept a deep secret all this time. Even so, Loki trusted himself to ask the true creator about this question at this moment, not because he expected the true god to keep it a secret or because Loki was holding his life in his hands, but because the secret seemed to have already been brought out of the bag for his captive. How do I go back in time? The single eye spun lazily, and Loki could see the true creator's mouth open and close as if he was trying hard to control himself from spilling the beans. Loki wanted to desperately steal the true creator's thoughts at this moment, but held back. Loki didn't know if the true creator could weaponize his thoughts against him. If the true creator was truly the one that wanted Loki to divine about the situation, then he could very well flashbang Loki with the information and cause the world to spiral the wrong way down. So Loki used his ability as a mentor of deceit. He added an enormously persuasive addition to his voice as he smoothed his question out. Relax, aren't we friends? We go back in time and we can both be buddies. Just imagine it, you, me, together, against the world. We could beat up all the outer gods there are, take the reins of all of humanity, you could even consume all the uniqueness of the God Almighty group and become a great old one and a pillar yourself. Just imagine it, deciding the fate of humanity, all of it, at the tip of your fingertips, only a single extension of your mind away. The true creator's already loose pupil dilated further, entranced by the picture Loki was painting. Even still, almost all of a sudden, Loki choked. His voice vanished and he had to cough for a second to speak again. It no doubt broke the effect, but Loki's gaze sharpened further as he concluded, another miracle. The true creator's eye returned back to normal, at least as normal as they could until they appeared stupidly foolish again. Loki clicked his tongue before trying from a different angle, one that was a lot more dangerous, but just that much more effective at the same time. Do you really think you can save yourself again and again using miracles? How long do you think you can keep it up? 100 times more. What about 1,000? What about after that? Loki pulled out his bone wand and pointed it at the true god whose eyes dilated at its sight, causing Loki to chuckle. Oh, so you recognize this gift? Well, that doesn't surprise me, in fact it only makes things easier, doesn't it? It gives you credibility for what we both already know. Loki flicked his wand calmly with a wealth of spirituality powering his custom spell. Mens Velox Acus, Runic Descent. The true creator shuddered for a second as the appropriate runes all formed on the tip of Loki's wands. Except, Loki's usual spell that was using his own domain of the error pathway's ability to interact with the mind was modified. Instead of the runes simply pointing at the error domain, they stepped up, expanding until they formed the symbols of the domains of multiple true gods at once. It included nearly everyone from Salazar, Rowena, and Helga to the moon goddess, Cheek, Farbati and the chained god. Everyone that Loki knew would be very interested what he was about to tell them if the true creator didn't respond. I wonder what'll happen if all of them learn of the fact that the secret to change history lies inside your mind. But that alone still didn't seem to sober the true creator up, and so Loki upped the stakes further, his spirituality forming half the symbols of two outer gods they had very recently encountered. The true creator's eye dilated near instantly in horror and surprise, but Loki's tone was even, calm and almost uncaring, as if he had no qualms about doing what he was about to do. What do you think will happen if I add them into the mix? Loki asked. The true creator's eye looked past the runes on his spell and at Loki, who was staring off at the memories floating around in his island of consciousness. Just imagine for a second, imagine all these true gods suddenly showing up within your mind. 7 deities showing up within it, each with a single piece of information about the secret to grabbing a hold of history and rewriting it to their whims and fancies. Rowena would grasp it in a heartbeat to free her husband. Helga would likely take it to prevent you from getting it, to become God Almighty herself. Salazar would do his very best to become the master of death and a pillar. Cheek would likely want revenge on me, much like you. The moon goddess, Farbati, and the chained god would likely do it to buy time to prevent her corruption from spreading any further or to prevent it from ever happening in the first place. Each one of them would tear you apart from the inside to find the one piece of information that would let them rush to the stars, to grasp history and rewrite it to put themselves on the throne of power. They might not cooperate with each other if they were the only ones brought in, and if that were the case, it would allow you to survive by weaving through their uncoordinated efforts. But what if I added 2 outer gods to the mix? What do you think would happen then? Wouldn't all those on Earth do their very best to prevent its downfall? Do their very best to stop the 2 outer gods from ever accessing such secrets? Wouldn't they destroy your mind entirely? But would the 2 outer gods let it happen so easily if they knew that such a valuable treasure lay in the battlefield before them? No. The result would be simple. It would be war. A war that would plunge your mind into an eternity of chaos until you'd be begging for the sweet release of death. Loki finally looked back at the true creator and spoke in a gentle, polite tone, and who do you think will be the savior then? Wouldn't it be me, Mr. Error? The one person that letting go back in time poses no danger. The one person who they can fully trust to not kill them because he has already gone back to the past and created a favorable outcome for everyone. A warm smile graced Loki's face. And yet the simple smile seemed like the devil's in that moment. But Loki didn't stop there. His tone turned sweeter as he spoke calmly. Oh, and what was it you told me again before? Fate was in your hands. What if I, the person who's known as the one fate favors, the wooer of fate, added her into the mix? Half the symbol of the goddess of fate was added into the mix of symbols floating at the tip of his wand right then, and Loki felt the upside-down crucifix tremble on his robes. The chains shook harshly as the true creator's mad mind rattled between sanity and insanity, flickering while trying to comprehend what Loki had just said, trying to find a way out, but alas, nothing he tried could help in this moment. Loki only looked at the desperate true god and put away his wand. You have a few minutes to decide the outcome. Either you let me help you by keeping you alive for now, or you write your fated death by your own hands. With that, Loki hid the true creator in the gray fog once again and put a pin on his racing thoughts about the true creator's decision. Instead, Loki focused on the island of consciousness before him. There were no other memories than he'd remembered so far that he could examine, but there were also no other signs of deception or trickery involved in fabricating any false memories to replace his previous ones. At least I can trust what I remember. Loki closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them and switching to his second task. Where are you, little piggy? Loki searched through the various connections within his sea of subconscious and picked up the one vague connection that he had formed when he'd embedded the error pathway symbol into the unsuspecting mind of Dolores Umbridge. Loki shifted through the newly formed open connections between his mind and his marionettes as he was using it to read their memories to get a read on Grindelwald before locking onto the oldest one. Ah, there you are. Umbridge, sitting in her office looking at Percy Weasley quietly and filing away letters that she had received, suddenly jumped in her chair as if shocked. Her eyes hollowed up momentarily before refocusing. Percy looked up a little surprised since Umbridge's jump had caused ink to spill all over her table, but his eyes quickly turned hollow. His mouth hung loose for a second as he met Umbridge's eyes before completely ignoring her and going back to helping her in filing the letters. A small but sickeningly sweet smile showed up on Umbridge's puffy face before she gently stood up and waved her wand. The ink on the table flowed back into the pot before its lid was screwed on top as she continued into the restroom attached to her office. She created an altar before kneeling in front of it to light up the candles that represented the divine and then lighting up her own as she spoke reverently. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for God's loving grace. I pray for God to appear in the isolated depths of my mind. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. The ritual finished smoothly and there was no response for a second. The candle stayed lit with a steady flame until it flickered. Darkness descended soon after. The flame of the candle remained fully lit, yet no light radiated out of it, its effects only visible to those that looked directly at it. The darkness slipped slowly over Umbridge, and soon sank into her very being, reappearing directly within her body of heart and mind. The darkness concealed itself, forming layers upon layers of concealment barriers before it inched towards the connection calling on it. It paused for a second before accepting it, as if preparing itself, and then brushed gently against the sliver of spirituality that was left behind, waking it to do what it was meant to. A simple projection appeared in front of the darkness that had engulfed it entirely. Loki appeared in the form of a projection. And almost instantly, Loki spoke in a high-pitched, fervent and zealous tone, like he had been touched by the divine. He has spoken to me. The darkness stilled as Loki felt it focus on him almost instantly before it rumbled with what Loki thought was excitement, so he continued. He is preparing for his resurrection. There was a delay, almost as if the darkness had been shocked by something, before a surge of energy rushed through it as Loki continued further. I shall sacrifice myself for the resurrection of the Lord at the most appropriate moment that he demands. The darkness inched closer to Loki's projection, almost touching him as its gaze on him intensified. And Loki continued still. I will sacrifice myself to spring the trap I have prepared on her. He shall awaken to completely seal her into an abomination characteristic that you will provide. And with that Loki went silent. The darkness flickered around him for a moment more before flooding back to its source. The layers upon layers of concealment were undone before Loki was left all alone in Umbridge's mind. His eyes lost their fervent glow as the insanity was toned down until only a frown remained on Loki's face. Why didn't he even praise or talk about Mr. Error even once? In a garden high above the world, two beings sat together, sipping on tea as they waited for the third and fourth. Rowena, are you sure? The simple, kind and homely-looking lady asked politely while serving her guest some freshly baked pies. Yes, Helga, I am. You don't have your spirit body right now, so you can't feel it. But it failed. Completely failed. But I don't know. The calculations were all right. And yet everything just went poof all of a sudden. As if the entire chaos sea vanished. I can no longer find it. It's like it's not on Earth anymore. Gone. Poof. Helga sipped on her cup of tea patiently. Suddenly, startling no one, the light bent strangely, causing a darkness to form in space that coalesced into the figure of a man who looked at Helga and Rowena with wide eyes. You found out about magic being out only now. Rowena commented sarcastically while looking at Salazar's bald head. It caused him to feel infuriated, but he felt now was not the time for that, except Helga flicked her finger and caused a slice of the pie she'd baked to fill his mouth. Have patience, Salazar, Godric is awake, he'll be arriving soon. Salazar tried speaking by pulling the pie out of his mouth, but Rowena wasn't having it. She snapped her fingers and caused the pie to fuse with Salazar's mouth, keeping him shut for now. Helga smiled funnily and calmly brushed Rowena's hair, as if gently saying, don't be so rude. Rowena was about to say something, but the place turned cold all of a sudden. An ash-like flake of frost descended onto the remaining chair. It caught a flash of fire as soon as it landed and morphed into a fresh new body being. Godric. Rowena greeted lightly. Helga served another plate of pie before Rowena allowed Salazar to speak. Instead of saying what he was only just dying to say, however, Salazar simply glared at Godric, who was looking at him with a smirk. So, you're still only a single pathway god. Godric said with such a blatant amount of smugness in his tone that Salazar felt like he'd just eaten dog shit. Rowena rolled her eyes and was about to snap her fingers to shut Godric's mouth again, but Salazar dropped a bombshell at this moment. He's coming back. Rowena's hand froze. Helga stopped mid-sip, and Godric nearly crushed the chair by clenching its handle. Their heads all turned directly towards Salazar, who spoke calmly. I felt the aura of divinity of a great old one linger on the boy. He's been touched by him, at least recently. That can only mean one thing. He Has recovered, Rowena whispered, causing Salazar to nod as what could only be described as a solemn silence spread across the table. Loki stepped out of Umbridge's mind and reappeared within his own island of consciousness and paused before pulling out the true creator. The true creator was still drooling, but it seemed that he was still being arrogant about something. Does he know something more that I don't? Loki frowned but didn't think so. It seems that things will have to be done the hard way then. He covered up the true creator within the gray fog and stepped out of his island of consciousness and arrived back inside the abyss, within the golden marble dome that had still been protecting them all. He still didn't open his eyes, however, keeping them closed because of the strange feeling welling up inside him constantly, as if he was nearing the end of his life very soon, as if everything was going to end for him, finish without a way back again. It was strange. He couldn't quite place the origin of this feeling, but he could still clearly feel it as if it were a constant part of him, consuming him as it did its best to mute everything else out, as if he were drowning and unable to find an anchor to drag himself back out to breathe. Nevertheless, Loki opened his eyes and looked at everything that was around him. Everyone was done preparing their rituals. Perenelle and Nicholas each had set up a wall of spirituality around themselves to prevent anyone from seeing their rituals as had everyone else. But among them the only walls Loki couldn't look into were of Perenelle and Nicholas. For everyone else, Loki could simply deceive their walls of spirituality to bypass it. And so Loki peered into Hermione's ritual. Inadvertently he gazed at Hermione's body of heart and mind, showing him it was a flood of questions regarding the situation, but Loki averted his gaze from them, clearly not wanting to entertain that for now. He's going to be alright, right? Hermione asked Daphne. If he wishes to be cursed with misfortune, he should know what he's doing, and the goddess seems to favor him. Hermione gulped before nodding and then performing the last of the ritual that Daphne had guided her to perform after having sacrificed all the required spiritual items. I pray for the power of fate. I pray for the power of curses and calamities. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for the goddess to assist me in cursing this effigy such that the target can never recover. Daphne flower, the fragrance that belongs to fate, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Greengrass dew, the liquid that belongs to the settlement of fates, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki heard the ritual finish, but nothing happened for a few moments. Did the ritual fail? Loki wondered for a second as he was about to scan himself for changes, but instead of something even happening to him, the first thing that took place was an explosive break of the golden marble barrier that was protecting them all. The barrier shattered without putting up any resistance. The space within it exploded violently as its confinement runes were scattered, and it expanded rapidly to return to its original size, throwing its inhabitants violently. What Loki saw left him feeling slightly uncertain about their future. The vast abyss that lay before them had almost turned alive. The dead land filled with roots was turned upside down as the roots themselves grew sharply, infecting everything contained within it even further as they all rushed towards the invaders who had come here seemingly for a vacation, them. Even without the misfortune, Loki felt the danger about him multiply by several fold almost instantly. The presence that was lording over them just a few moments ago had vanished. Instead now it was deeply entrenched as a part of the abyss itself. Loki could feel the stringent feeling of confinement that erupted out of each of the roots around them, making it clear that those roots weren't just part of a simple Beander spell but likely a partial manifestation of the goddess herself. But the effects didn't stop there. No. An inextinguishable and maddening wailing of ravings erupted from within the roots of the trees. Loki's heart froze for a second as he felt his body begin to mutate, making him realize just how grossly he'd been underestimating how even the presence of an outer deity could harm him, but he didn't relent. He'd called for help and was sure it was already on its way. In the meantime, Loki stole the corruption and memories of all the low-sequence Beyonders in the area before directly covering them in a blanket of the gray fog to help them fight off the corruption, since they were now completely isolated from the rest of the world. This left only Nicholas, Perenelle and Loki outside, each of whom had adjusted well to the space that had suddenly exploded and sent them flying across the abyss. For a second, however, Loki's attention fell on Ron. He couldn't put his finger on what it was, but he only just realized that something about Ron was remarkably different than before, as if he was not himself anymore. Did Grindelwald's spell do something to him? But Loki didn't have the time to decipher any of his mysteries. Instead, Loki was forced to contend with the sudden rise in his desire to flee from the abyss as his survival instincts were dialed up to 11,000. Loki felt his body go numb as it tried to force itself out of his control to run and teleport away to anywhere else but where he currently was. Loki looked at Nicholas and Perenelle, but they seemed to be doing much better. What exactly is the difference between an angel and a saint? Loki wondered. He snapped his fingers and the desire to flee suddenly receded, not because he stole it, no, that wouldn't have helped at such a close distance to an outer god, since all his delusions about being able to contend with one had vanished as reality had set in. No, Loki did something completely different before looking back at the encroaching roots that rushed in tides to attack them. Don't worry about the corruption, Loki said softly to his two grandparents, causing them to look at him a little confused. But when Loki raised his hand, they involuntarily each took a step back. In Loki's hand was the upside-down crucifix that was already evoking a rap of maddening ravings of its own. In his hand was the true creator. Already maddened by the trap he had fallen into because of Loki, where his sanity was in heavy question, the true creator worked tirelessly to keep himself safe from the ravings of Mother Tree of Desire. From the crucifix emitted not a musical masterpiece that would get the slim god to stand up, but a hollow scratching of what sounded like a banshee's wail that overrode the corruption of the ravings being emitted by the roots created as a manifestation of Mother Goddess of Depravity. The true creator used his authority over degeneration to confuse the roots about their own nature before imbibing the area with the corruption of the chaos sea, ensuring that it couldn't be overridden easily in a short period of time. It sounded horrendous to Loki, who was right beside it. Almost as if his skin was being forcibly peeled off his face while ants crawled on his freshly exposed muscles and blood vessels while someone dripped lemon juice mixed with salt onto it. Loki gazed at the roots all around them as his mind went over his strange and positively wonderful plan about all this for the last time before he enacted on it. Why didn't she curse me yet? Loki stopped to think, but regardless of the reason, the only way to save Elaine was to enact his plan. And so Loki pulled out the first key piece of his plan. He summoned it out of the Saphira castle. Loki looked at the simple but small golden object in his hand and sighed. It had been a while since he'd gotten it, or rather stolen it, from an unspeakable. It was a time turner. Loki looked at it fondly as he remembered the simple times of his life, when all he had to deal with was the corruption of a single true god and not a million of them along with outer gods. A smile sprouted on his face which seemed to relieve some tension within him before he put the chain around his neck. Nicholas and Perenelle looked at him with confusion, wondering what a simple timer turner was going to do to help them in this situation where the outer god could kill them half a dozen times over before they went back in time, but Loki continued calmly. Loki pulled out the second key piece of his plan. A short flute. Loki blew into it to summon his best spirit servant, Sunny. But since they were inside the abyss, Loki held onto the ritual from ever fully completing, leaving it to hang at just the edge before completion. Nicholas and Perenelle's gaze turned even stranger. The roots all around them had slowed down too after Loki had revealed the true creator that was fighting against them, but they found Loki's actions even stranger. Yet Loki hadn't finished yet. Loki finally raised his wand as the runes for his latest spell formed on its tip while he whispered the name of the spell for all to hear. Mens Velox Acus, Runic Descent. Nicholas's gaze trembled, as did Perenelle's, but Loki didn't launch the spell even after all the runes formed. Instead he kept it on hold before turning to them and throwing a small card at them by deceiving its momentum. The card flicked right into Nicholas's palm while he stared at Loki in confusion. Once this spell activates, pour your spirituality into that card. And as soon as you do it, grab everyone and run east. You can leave the abyss with the help of my alchemical puppet from there. Loki Perenelle was already moving towards him, worried sick, her eyes watering as she assumed Loki was about to sacrifice himself, but Nicholas firmly held her back. And even as Perenelle tried to pry his hands off, Nicholas held her firmly, his eyes sharp as he nodded firmly while looking at Loki with a deep amount of newfound respect that he hadn't thought possible before. Loki smiled before turning to Perenelle, who had already started screaming, and spoke calmly. He wanted to use some of his charm to calm her but felt it dishonest, and so let her listen to him as it is. Thanks for those excellent meals, Perenelle. I don't know when I'll have them again, but I promise I will return. The words choked Perenelle. She couldn't understand what was happening. Only just now Loki had been acting like everything was in his control and it was all fine, asking them to contact the true gods of their pathways, which they did and got a favorable response. But now he was acting like he was never going to see them ever again. Her heart cracked as she thought about Loki and then about his sister Elaine, about how much he loved her and yet he was being forced to sacrifice himself here, leaving the little girl all alone. She was about to attempt to smack some sense into Loki but Nicholas was holding her back still. She just couldn't understand what Nicholas saw that she didn't about the situation. Why did Loki have to sacrifice himself? Was it because he was a vessel for that strange Mr. Error? Or was it because of something else? Her mind was rapidly revolving into a mess of confusion as she did her very best to stay rational, but it seemed her mind was failing her. Loki noticed and only smiled as he spoke again. It seems it's time since her effect is starting to overpower his. Loki looked back at the true creator still in his palm as his eyes turned cold as he found the true creator slowly succumbing to the irrationality of logic as Mother Tree of Desire's presence became stronger in the abyss. All this happened because of you, so it's only right for it to also end with you. The spell Loki had been holding back all this time finally launched. Three things happened in that moment. The true creator's mind was bombarded with a kaleidoscopic explosion of the exact same information: universal dance competition. Prize: time travel to any point in history you want to go to. After which each reflection of the information in his mind was paired up with a rune corresponding to a true god of a pathway. Nicholas activated the card in his hand and felt his power return fully, so he instantly moved away from his position in the direction that Loki had told him about while grabbing hold of a ring that Loki had included along with the card. He could feel that the ring held all the low-level beyonders that had accompanied them and so he held onto it for his life along with Perenelle. And finally, all the surviving gods and goddesses of the universe all turned in the direction of the abyss. Loki suddenly felt the sense of danger about himself multiply almost immediately. As if the goddess of fate had been waiting straight for this moment before she cursed Loki to oblivion. Loki saw his own spirit body threads bend to fate, as they were all thinged with a mercurial sheen, becoming poisoned towards death as they rushed to conquer him and make him walk the plank into an unrecoverable abyss. But Loki was prepared. He first activated the spell he'd hijacked from Perenelle by deceiving it to believe that the true creator was Grindelwald, which wasn't very hard since he was, and that Loki had won against him, which also wasn't very hard since he truly had. As a result, Loki obtained the right to choose what he wanted to steal from the true creator. But Loki didn't steal anything yet, because doing so meant he'd break the true creator out of his chains without a counterbalance. No, he had to wait for the right moment. And that moment happened in the same moment he decided to wait. The abyss lit up like the sun because there truly was a sun currently inside it. Helga was the first to arrive as the roots in the abyss were almost all burnt up in a single instant. Loki felt the fear and irrational desire to save himself within him vanish in the next second as a soothing melody played itself into his mind, calming his tense nerves as the darkness wrapped and completely concealed him, hiding him from the gaze of any inside the abyss. Salazar had arrived. Yet in the very next moment, the darkness was forced to shift the target of its melody from Loki to everyone else inside the abyss, since before it could have fully concealed Loki, a sharp pair of eyes, made entirely of information locked onto Loki's position, allowing its owner to look directly past the concealment and at the true creator that Loki was holding. Rowena had arrived. Because of being exposed to such great and grand forces, the life of the minutiae decayed and rapidly devolved into nothingness, giving birth to the domain of death within the abyss. Cold frost spread rapidly across Loki, building up at speeds that would have killed any simple saint, sapping life out of him at speeds that one would think was only possible if someone was thrown into a star. Godric had arrived. However, that wasn't the end. The darkness suddenly tore apart as a hellish presence returned. It was Mother Tree of Desire, and she was stronger, as if given a dose of new life. The roots that had just been burnt away to oblivion erupted within it, hiding from the sun, as soon as a crimson moon became visible inside the high and dark sky of the abyss. The crimson moon fought with itself, however, turning white sporadically as it reflected the light of the sun to eradicate any corruption over it before turning back to crimson once again as the roots on in the abyss lashed out at it. The moon goddess and mother goddess of depravity had also stepped onto the battlefield. The various lights shining across the abyss caused several reflections to emerge, allowing a being of unparalleled beauty to step out of them, drawing the attention of every person present, either through charm or simply because she immediately imposed the symbolism of chaos as soon as she became visible, turning the already chaotic abyss into a blatant explosion of nonsense. The corrupted demons whose gaze fell on the symbolism evaporated into dust, their entire beings vanishing as if experiencing a personal apocalypse. Cheek had arrived. At the same time, the strong symbolism of chaos attracted the will of the primordial demon whose corpse was the abyss, causing it to rise even in its death, shifting the battlefield as Mother Tree of Desire lost control over it for a few precious seconds. As soon as Mother Tree of Desire lost control of the abyss, two beings immediately erupted out into the battlefield. The abyss itself paved the way for the Lord hidden in the shadows to emerge, Farbati. And closest to the true Creator, closer than all present in the area, out of the chains that bound the true Creator emerged the chained God. The chained God looked straight at the true Creator, activating his ability to take control of the true Creator's body and win the prize before everyone else. He was the closest to the true Creator and hence the fastest to the point that no one else could react to his speed and cunning. For a moment everyone thought that the battle had been lost. Rowena was planning on protecting her husband before he acted on the knowledge he gained from the true Creator so that history could be rewritten, but everyone had completely forgotten about the perpetrator of this grand incident. It was Loki. And obviously they didn't care about him at all. After all, what could a mere saint do in the presence of nearly a dozen true gods and outer gods? It was a miracle that the boy hadn't dropped dead already. But although Loki still hadn't completed his theft, he did have a card to play at this point in time when someone other than him was about to win the grand prize. Previously, right when Loki was about to be teleported into the abyss because of Grindelwald helping Mother Tree of Desire to temporarily accommodate the error pathway uniqueness, Loki's backup plan had kicked in. And his backup plan had been rather simple. At the moment that the error pathway symbolism exploded into fragments in Mother Tree of Desire's presence to corrupt her and reduce her to madness, the fragments had embedded themselves into the space and time around Perenelle. That is, they had embedded themselves into the missile command silo that Perenelle had so meticulously engraved using her spirituality to turn it into a welcome gift from the sun pathway. And since Mother Tree of Desire had used the same error pathway symbolism to teleport them all into the abyss, they were all converted into runes before being converted back into people when they were brought to the abyss. Except, it wasn't just them that was converted in the process. Even the missile command silo itself had been converted. And so the large missile command silo that Loki couldn't steal before because of its vast size was turned into a small thumb-sized rune for him to grasp with his bare hands, giving Loki the ability to wrest-steal it from Mother Tree of Desire. It was the theft that he had completed at the very end right before he had been teleported to the abyss. And now, for his grand trick, Loki simply unrolled the rune that had been hanging around him all this time. Suddenly, Loki holding the true Creator along with the chained god were all inside the missile command silo that was inside the abyss. Except the entire situation had changed once again. When before the chained god was the only one closest to the true Creator, now the sun goddess was right beside him because of Perenelle's painstaking engraving of the sun pathway symbol into the entire structure. And so the chained god that had been eyeing the prize only until a moment prior was now staring directly at the sun that was burning in front of the true Creator, stopping him from possessing the true Creator in any manner. Except what they seemed to have forgotten was the fact that the chained god had been keeping the true Creator bound all this time, and with his sanity at an all-time low and having just been subject to the absolutely maddening ravings of Mother Tree of Desire that messed with his rationality and reduced him to think purely with his instincts, the true Creator, given his already strong connection to the Chaos Sea, lunged at the sun goddess to accommodate with her to give birth to someone above the sequence. Unfortunately for them all, however, this did not stop Loki from what he was about to do next. A simple disc with a green glow in the center emerged out of the gray fog in front of Loki and he made a wish. A wish as plain as ever, but as fatal to everyone around him as it could be at any point in history. I wish for the original Creator's spirit to strengthen within everyone here for the next few minutes. A tall order for a mere sequence 2 miracle invoker Beander characteristics to grant. But Loki wasn't depending on it for that long either way, he only needed it for a momentary distraction and it was successful. The true gods all shuddered immediately as if someone had cursed them with the killing curse, they froze in their tracks, each retreating into the depths of their consciousness, not risking even the tiniest bits of their sanity to strengthen themselves with their anchors and brave the upcoming storm. The outer gods momentarily rushed away. They still remained in the abyss, but they were pushed back, straying a good dozen kilometers away so that they wouldn't be included in the range of the Disk of Wishes. Only the true creator, already maddened, devolved into the further madness. His lunge at the sun goddess was about to complete as he nearly sacrificed himself instead of the sun goddess to create a being above the sequence, since Mother Tree of Desire stepping away from the battlefield and had reduced the heightened survival instinct of all present, but Loki reacted quicker. With his arms stretched, Loki empowered Perenel's spell and forcibly stole something simple. No, Loki didn't steal the full pathway authority or even the knowledge about where Elaine was. Instead, Loki directly stole the information he had so desired from the very beginning of all this. Loki stole the information about how one could travel back in time. Of course, since Loki's Disk of Wishes was impacting so many true gods in its vicinity, it lasted only for a few moments, which allowed the true creator to slowly come out of his insanity and poison Loki's theft with corruption from the Chaos Sea. Even still, it didn't work in any prominent way to hurt Loki, for Loki was now a Sequence 3 mentor of deceit. Loki simply deceived the true creator's target for the poisoning, and instead of letting the true creator poison the knowledge itself, Loki deceived the target to be directly himself. His body. Had it been anyone else, they'd have been killed on the spot for the corruption from the Chaos Sea. Loki instead only battled it out with the help of the Grey Fog. But even then, since it was the poisoning of a true god, the poison permeated into Loki's very being, except Loki had seemingly planned for even that. It was the reason why he had used Perenel's theft and not his own. Because Perenel's theft was a spell blessed by the sun goddess herself. A contract from her domain. And so when Loki stole the knowledge from the true creator's mind, it caused the contract to kick in and the sun goddess herself to be forced to purify the poison while at such close proximity. Loki was completely safe. And even that was for only a moment, as Loki performed a secondary theft when the true creator was facing a backlash from violating the contract of the sun goddess herself. Loki thieved the memories about the truth of the incident that he had lost his memories about. So in front of everyone, all the true gods there were and all the outer gods, Loki claimed his prize. In the form of a blob of light, the knowledge about how to travel back in time to rewrite history floated out of the true creator's mind and entered Loki's, along with the truth that had been so meticulously hidden from his sight. There was only silence for a moment as everyone stood shell-shocked in their places, watching as Loki's expressions changed from shock, to surprise and finally to a warm smile. Loki looked at all the true gods around him before snapping his fingers and speaking softly. Semper Adsum. I am always there. And before anyone could say another word or even make a sound, Loki vanished, as if he was there in his place in the universe for 1 second before being nowhere the next. Each god searched for Loki using their own authorities except the true creator, since he was now a useless blubbering buffoon who held no value to anyone, perhaps except the sun goddess. But no one's search turned up anything. Loki wasn't inside the abyss or in the reflections of one's hearts. Loki wasn't present in the darkness, or in any information anywhere. Loki wasn't present in the light of the sun or that of the moon. Loki wasn't present in rationality or in life. Loki wasn't chained anywhere or dead. It was as if the universe had forgotten Loki even existed, and yet they knew he did. It was unprecedented. Had Loki traveled back in time? If so, where was he? Had he been killed like Mr. Error had been killed previously? Why hadn't the outcome changed? Was he planning something in secret? Or was he being used in another's games? Everyone looked at each other as a suspect. Perhaps one of them had hidden or supported Loki in some way throughout history. And his death had only been a great reenactment to fool everyone. Or perhaps Loki had been living only as a ghost of what he once was. It was only after a few moments that everyone remembered that there were two outer gods in their midst. McGonagall walked into her office, flicked her wand and caused the fireplace to light up. Luna experimented on Cedric's soul for a while, flipping it around while dipping it into a variety of potions available in the room of requirements before returning it to him when he left, since no one showed up here today apart from the two of them. Nicholas, Perenelle, and the rest of the people who were just inside the abyss calmly exited it and stared at the vastly hollow place where the missile command silo was supposed to exist, a little baffled. What happened here? Hermione mumbled before she looked at Daphne, who was standing beside her with a similar look of confusion. Perenelle and Nicholas both looked at Daphne with slight confusion before it passed over their minds with a daze. Ron, however, was positively baffled. His eyes were round and wide as he stared at Daphne like he was looking at a ghost. It caused Tonks to only smack his head again though. However, he managed to keep awake without fainting this time, as Perenelle explained. I used a spell to save us from the demons coming out of the abyss. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked out at the threads of fate woven together as the fate of the world all around him and shuddered. He lost. How? All of a sudden Dumbledore froze before he collapsed into his chair. A golden monocle appeared on his right eye, glimmering as Dumbledore stood up slowly and walked over to the secret compartment behind his chair. He snapped his fingers before the wall slipped into itself and dissolved, revealing a set of 3 items. A quill, a book, and a mirror. Dumbledore walked directly up to the mirror, grabbed it off the wall, and before it could respond or say anything else, attempted to snap it in half. Among the threads of fate of the world, there were a billion different threads, each with their own trajectories and histories. Some threads were mixed with others, intertwined deeply as they ascended the spiral of heaven, others lingered around in orbit, a few more clashed with each other and spiraled into oblivion, or sometimes even clashed into others to give rise to a chaotic knotted spiral where beginning and end couldn't be decided very easily. Among the most recent sections, however, there existed a spiral of threads so dense that it would take as many people as there were threads to untangle it and even still be left over with a complex web. The dense section contained threads from various majestical beings, each one primordial in their essence but recent in their occurrence. All except one, a simple thread that appeared bland and unoriginal in the beginning, but any sharp-eyed individual would spot that it existed itself as the core of several other threads, almost all if not everything. And if one traced the history of this thread, they would find that it never ended. In fact, it preceded time itself. Like an era beyond worlds. A young boy woke up in the middle of the forest, confused and positively frightened. Where the heck am I? The boy looked all around himself in confusion, looking for something to anchor himself, wondering what exactly was going on to bring him into this position as he had found himself in. I was just in my room, reciting the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual. Did I transmigrate into LOTM? I was just joking, not really expecting it to work. The boy was confused as a new question popped up in his mind: why haven't I died from corruption when I know so much? The boy looked up at the skies. The night seemed rather chilly but completely normal. The forest around the boy was covered in the dim glow emitting out of the stars that twinkled, along with the gentle white full moon hanging around and shining a radiant white light onto all that it could see. Even still, for a boy from the suburbs to suddenly be thrust into a deep and dark forest threw him off. It caused him to feel some fear in spite of the excitement that he felt regarding his sudden jump to a new world. His looking around, however, did grant him some benefits, since he noticed a little, strange, animal looking at him in the distance, as it stood on its hind legs over the branch of an old and ancient tree. "Over here," the little animal said politely. It had a deep voice which sounded calm and reassuring, which further intrigued the young boy, causing him to follow it after making sure that he wasn't missing anything around himself. Days passed in the wizarding world as the lives of people continued. Soon it was the first of the month once again, and all the Tarot Club members quietly stayed awake in their beds, waiting for the clock to strike midnight so that they could attend the club and figure out what was happening to the world around them. Sitting in her bed, Hermione grasped her hands, feeling uncertain about something, as if her intuition was warning her that something was missing around her, but she couldn't point out what it was. Did I forget some homework? No, this feeling has been around for a couple of weeks now. Did Mr. Error ask me to do something? Did he give me a target regarding the number of people I had to proselytize to before this month of the club? I don't remember, and I would have remembered if that was the case. Hermione's brows furrowed. She thought carefully about all the things that had happened recently. I got that intuition from my spirituality about having to grow stronger. Several demons were unleashed in the world because of a strange ritual that you know who carried out according to Mr. Error. We then went on that mission to save the nuclear missiles from those demons who had infiltrated the silos and were about to launch them all over the world. Me, Harry, Ron, Tonks and Belmont defeated the demons very easily after Headmaster Dumbledore sent the Flamels to help us. Ever since then we've been going on missions almost 3 times a week, with different teams each time at different places around the country to deal with the other demons that have been unleashed. Hermione thought carefully. Everything seemed perfectly logical and completely reasonable according to her expectations. What could it be? Suddenly a flood of crimson light filled her vision and she was dragged up into the spirit world and over the grey fog before being thrust into her seat at the Tarot Club. In the head seat sat Mr. Error as always, and on the seat opposite to him sat Mr. World while everyone else was sitting around the two in their normal positions. Hermione stood up and continued her general greeting routine. Good evening Mr. Error. Good evening Miss Empress. Good evening Mr. Moon. Good evening Mr. Strength. Hermione then looked around for a second, wondering as to where Mr. Star was before she turned to look at Mr. Error and ask him about it silently. Mr. Error seemed to have noticed her question too and he nodded softly before speaking. Mr. Star is busy on a mission. He has taken a leave for today. Hermione accepted the reasoning and nodded before sitting down herself. Oddly, Mr. Error tapped the table with his fingers in a rhythmic fashion before speaking again, then let the meeting for tonight begin. Everyone paused when Mr. Error said that, thinking something similar to Hermione, each in their own tone. Mr. Error seems to be in a good mood today. Did something nice happen? But Mr. Error didn't say any more after that, leaving everyone to their own devices, as if he couldn't care less and was just watching them as a form of entertainment. Dominic looked around for a few seconds before placing his question in front of them all. Do any of you happen to know what's going on with the sudden increase in the number of demons popping up all around the world? But no one said anything, not when he looked at Mr. Moon or even Miss Empress. And when Dominic finally looked at Miss Magician, she just shrugged softly to indicate she knew very little and so Dominic turned directly to Mr. World. Perhaps you know something more Mr. World. Mr. World paused, then looked at Mr. Error before seeing him shake his head softly and paused after saying a short sentence without revealing much. You are not strong enough to know more about the current situation. Left with a polite rejection, Dominic thought for a second before offering, is it a matter of price? I can offer you a high price for any relevant information that might help. Does it have something to do with the Great Old Ones? Mr. World's body paused for a second, and any competent spectator would have almost immediately recognized it as shock and surprise, but before anyone else could figure something like that out he continued speaking. Some things are better left for when you have the power to deal with those situations. Dominic frowned slightly, a little disappointed as were the other members of the Tarot Club who were hoping to learn more about the situation. But with Mr. Error directly not letting them learn more, he stuffed his curiosity into a hole and shut up. Snape finally looked at Mr. World directly and spoke up calmly. What happened to the item you were about to give me? Mr. World paused once again, slightly confused as he looked at Mr. Error subtly without letting anyone else realize. Before he spoke calmly, the item will be delivered after you return. What payment would you like in return, Mr. Moon? Snape looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before turning to Mr. Error and stating his request directly to him. I'd like for the deal to take one person of my choosing to the Chaos Sea to include one more. There was a soft silence in Saphira Castle, making it almost seem like a place of mourning. Mr. Error's fingers rested on the hard marble surface of the table between them all, his fingers tapping them rhythmically as they followed a set beat before they paused as he spoke up. That will not be possible since the Chaos Sea has vanished from the world. The mourning silence of the castle suddenly turned tense as each member of the Tarot Club reacted in their own way, with Miss Magician being the most vocal. Vanished. But then how is magic working fine? Wasn't the Chaos Sea the key to all the magic in the world? Did the recent attack from Voldemort have something to do with this, Mr. Error? Did he steal the Chaos Sea? But to do what? Are spells even safe anymore? Perhaps. A crisp snap echoed in the Saphira Castle as Mr. Error flicked his fingers. The result wasn't a commanded or even demanded silence, it was a stolen one. Mr. Error had stolen Miss Magician's voice. Nearly everyone inside the castle felt their hands draw to their wands, partly out of a reflex but partly because for a moment each one of them truly felt like Mr. Error truly meant harm. But since they remembered their positions in front of a true god at the last moment, they held back, only hoping that Miss Magician wasn't going to be hurt. And while their thoughts would have continued into a soft culmination of pity for her, it suddenly switched, as if it had been deceived of its original purpose before it was all twisted into a new outcome. It was her fault for speaking so much. That was when Mr. Error finally spoke up, his tone calm but solemn. "I'm sorry, Miss Magician, but I cannot allow you to think further. This is for your own good. These matters involve beings beyond even angels, much beyond what a mere sequence 7 is capable of thinking about." Hermione paused confused for a second before she nodded. Of course Mr. Error only seemed rude. He was just trying to keep me safe, right? There's no way he traveled back in time, Rowena said rashly, clipping her nails as she'd chewed them unevenly earlier. Salazar frowned while everyone else stayed silent. But nothing changed. Rowena spoke up again. If he'd have gone back, something would have changed. Right. Why go back in time otherwise? Or maybe he just dropped dead the moment he went back. Helga suggested helpfully. No, I never sensed his death. His imprint isn't even in the river. Godric commented with a shake of his head. With the newly forming silence, all their heads turned towards Salazar, who was still frowning, staring at the table like his gaze was going to bore a hole through it. Finally, after the silence got a little stale, Rowena kicked him under the table. "What's on your mind, you baldy?" Salazar's brows twitched at that as his head snapped in Rowena's direction, looking thoroughly irritated by the tag he was addressed with. "It's because of you." "You witch. Because you caused all the earlier Hogwarts students to believe that I was bald and ugly, that I became bald and ugly. All your fault." Rowena rolled her eyes. "And who told you to leave the school and go around the world on a tour while leaving all the hard work to us?" Salazar took a deep breath to calm himself as he spoke while exhaling. "I did that to explore the secrets that Mr. Eyre left behind. Not to go on a relaxing journey to find myself. And what have you got to show for it? You didn't even know that he'd traveled back in time to change things up. He was a fraud." Salazar immediately felt enraged. "No, he was not. And I'm 100% sure he didn't travel back in time. No one can. And not that far back to change the course of the entire world. You know that I know that, and nearly everyone else does too. If he would have even tried something as ridiculous, he couldn't have done it without leaving our memories intact. To even make such a ridiculous claim makes you seem stupid. But it's him." Rowena finally raised her voice. "You know what he's like? He does everything he says he'll get done. I've hardly ever seen him fail. And the one time he did, we all paid the price by having to get sealed because of his will reawakening. So forgive me for believing that he can do what he says he can." Salazar frowned. He couldn't argue with Rowena because what she said made sense too. He'd just never seen Mr. Eyre lie before. What would make it different now? Did he really travel back into the past? If so, how did he do it without messing with the memories of every other true god and above the sequence out there? Helga finally placed her teacup on the saucer before she spoke calmly. "What's there to worry about? All we need to do is infiltrate his little tarot club. We know when it happens, we know who takes part in it. Now we just need to either infiltrate the club using them, or just send someone new." "Send someone new?" Rowena instantly said. "Infiltration is too risky since he is a master at deceit. The best part would be to let one of your clones go directly into the club." "Helga? One of my clones?" Helga asked, slightly surprised. She paused to think for a second before speaking. "Which one? The ROB one or Madame Pomfrey? Or Isolde?" "Not Pomfrey or ROB, if you move either of them Merlin will know." Rowena shook her head. "But Isolde will do. How long has it been since you've used her anyway? Don't you need to check on Ilvermorny?" Helga paused to think for a second. "It's been some time since I checked on that place. I left it in Chadwick's hands when I created ROB, and since the place only has spectators, no one should have figured out anything about it anyway." Rowena nodded. "Well then we have a perfect character who we can use to infiltrate into the club. Isolde is just a Sequence 5 dream walker, nothing too strong to arouse any suspicion. Everything should work just fine." Rowena then looked at Salazar and he nodded too, adding, "I'll conceal her fate." She then looked at Godric and he too added, "I'll give her a false lifespan." Have just the perfect ordinary life for her of the sister of a Beander that went out of control after looking at the moon at the wrong time. Rowena closed her eyes and sighed. She then opened them and spoke with authority. I'll make sure that any knowledge of a relation she might have had with us will be destroyed and will never be found. The founders all looked at each other with a firm gaze before vanishing from their tea-spot. All but one. Salazar, still sitting in his seat, looked rather solemn. Will it work this time? This is the last try we have, Mr. Error. And with that his body dissolved into darkness. The boy followed the weird-looking rat and eventually ended up inside a thick tree whose trunk was as wide as a house, enough for a family of 22 to stay in. Being from the suburbs and having never seen such a large tree, the boy looked at the tree strangely, wondering if it was the body of Mother Tree of Desire, but quickly abandoned the thought once he realized that it didn't have any fleshy organs hanging from it. As soon as the boy stepped inside, he came across a rather magical scene in front of himself, not one of beauty and awe but one of uniqueness and strange ideas. The weird rat that the boy had been following jumped into the open mouth of a dog, vanishing into his teeth as if that were its home. The teeth weren't particularly big too, only about as big as the boy himself, nearly 5 feet in height. A reasonably sized tooth on a dog that was nearly 16 times the size. It drooled dangerously, but the boy showed no fear, instead speaking out loud like he were speaking to a puppy, since the dog looked enchanted with the boy himself, almost smitten if its tail wags, producing a short dust storm were anything to go by. "Ah, such a cute doggy. Come give me a kissy. Mooah, 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 mooah." The boy kissed the dog's rather large snoot, stroking its fur as the dog embraced the boy with obvious joy. Its pupils dilated slightly as its head tilted to the side, almost pushing into the boy's pats and scratches regardless of its terrifying size. Every single wag of its tail sent dirt and dust flying everywhere, while its small enthusiastic jumps caused tremors to travel all around, all of it stopping only when the boy was finally picked up by the dog, pinched between its teeth and thrown on top of its head. The boy then heard a rather sudden excited howl from the dog before it jumped into what the boy could only describe as a rush of darkness that surrounded them from all sides. Except they didn't arrive anywhere in particular afterwards. They remained inside it, as if the darkness itself were their destination. They traveled together in the darkness, with the boy only being able to distinguish things through their vague silhouettes by gazing upon the starlight that occasionally glimmered high above in the darkness, making the edges of things glimmer softly like an eclipse ring. The dog's speed was unimaginable to the boy. Entire mountains seemed to pass in single leaps, as if they were but pebbles tossed to the side of a road. The boy even felt they were moving at speeds to cross entire civilizations, but there wasn't enough light for him to see clearly. Even still, like all journeys come to an end, theirs came to one with the dog lying down recumbent, its fluffy tail swishing about lazily as it spoke in an almost wise but deep tone, "Reclaim your throne, master." Huh. The boy seemed surprised, but he still slowly slid down the dog's furry head, already missing the comfortable warmth it provided but still moving towards the single star-like brilliance showing ahead. Because of the sharp contrast of darkness, it took the boy's eyes a little bit to adjust, but he quickly did, and what he saw surprised him greatly. A potion. A Beander potion. For what pathway? Sequence 9 right. Darkness, your ammonizes. The boy quickly turned around to look at the dog once again, only to find himself inside the real world again. He was standing on the cliff of an unassuming forest, inside an unassuming hiking cabin, in which sitting on a table was the potion that he'd just been led to. Single quote. The boy walked up to the table and looked at the potion, then he looked around once again but couldn't find anyone else present there. He peered out the window, trying to see if there was a village in the valley down below, but the darkness of the night and the lack of any lights only made him think that not a single life lived down below. How did I end up in this place? I had a giant pet dog, likely ammonizes, but then it was a boy I think, so not ammonizes. Or maybe ammonizes is actually a crossdresser. Maybe ammonizes is just playing with me. Ammonizes, 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 ammonizes. Ammonizes is a transmigrator. Adam. Amen. Leodoro. Quote. The result was only absolute silence. Quote. Where am I? Why am I here? Sigh. Alright, I'm either in the forsaken land of gods, or in an entirely different world that is just similar to LOTM in some way. The boy looked at the potion in front of him before picking it up. Don't I need to have humanity to drink a potion and maintain my sanity? Then shouldn't I give myself a name? Alright, my name will be Loki. Yep, Loki sounds good. It sounds like a name a kind person would have. And so, Loki consumed the potion for the first time ever, becoming a Beander of the Marauder. Error pathway. Loki deduced as his mind grasped the sudden rush of information about his abilities he received as a Beander. Loki yawned softly, tired from having just consumed a potion and from his unfamiliar surroundings. He decided he would explore the area in the morning when there was some light to drive away the impenetrable darkness, and fell asleep in the cabin by wrapping himself in a thick animal fur coat he found inside it. Waking up was not pleasant business. At least not when someone drops a bucket of cold water all over your head. Baahhhh. Loki awoke with a start. The fur had protected most of his body, but his head was drenched, and it felt as if someone had dunked it in ice-cold water. At least that was what Loki assumed since he saw chunks of ice crystals floating in the fresh pools of water around him. Who-wah? That question's mine, boy. Who are ye and what are ye doing here, in these woods? All alone. What happened to little mummy and daddy that ye had to sell your pretty bones in this valley? Loki paused, reeled the words of the man in front of him. His eyes blinked rapidly, adjusting to the light when he took in the image of the man standing in front of him. A bow and a short knife. A hunter. Loki rewound back to the man's words back in his mind for a second before letting them play back again, as he mumbled, "What year is it here? Am I in the medieval period?" Medieval? The gruff old man asked with mock offense. Boy, there ain't a time like right now. Mad creatures running about all over the world, breeding rocks, plants and every other thing that lays still for a second, whether to sleep for a while or forever. The world is fresh, born anew where nothing of the old remains. And ye just called her medieval. Loki looked at the man, his surprisingly quick mind trying to continuously kick back the man's accent and understand his words. So, is that why no one responded to me when I called their names out before? Because we're in the first or the very start of the second epic. When no true gods have been born yet and the Saphira Castle hasn't released its reincarnates yet. So Aemon and Adam are just not born yet since Gurisha hasn't been released. But then that wolf, of the darkness pathway, who is he if not Ammonizes? The cold water from before slowly dripped from Loki's hair and fell onto his back, causing him to shiver involuntarily before he looked back at the old gruff man and spoke gentlemanly. I come from a land beyond thine. A land where man is no slave to madness and where people conquer it to slay their foes, to protect those in need and those with greed. Greed. The old man raised his brows, causing Loki to nod before speaking. Greed to live. Loki's response caused the man to finally smile. Oh. And so are ye greedy to live? Loki shrugged his shoulders and explained, an explorer by profession but a thief by creed. I love to steal life, but that's just me. The name's Loki. I wonder if you'll part with some food for me. Steal life? The old man asked with a smile as if expecting a certain answer, and Loki didn't disappoint. He replied almost immediately, the lives of those creatures you call mad. I even have a saner one of those kinds as my pet. Although, I seem to have lost it for now. Those things. Sane. And as a pet. I don't believe ye. The old man laughed, extending a hand that Loki grabbed and stood up. Next ye'll lay claim that thine brother is thine father. Loki's eyes widened in mock surprise. How did you know? Before they looked at each other for a second as they broke out into fits of laughter, walking out of the cabin and towards the valley that now seemed full of life. As soon as everyone was kicked out of the Saphira Castle, it fell into a dull silence. Mr. World looked up at Mr. Error and spoke softly. How did they even know about them? Shouldn't they have died after learning about them? Or at least be corrupted in some way? Mr. Error's fingers tapped the table while he thought things through slowly. He then looked around at the Saphira Castle and then at the gray fog that was swirling around him, before speaking up. Maybe it's just the secretive nature of the Saphira Castle. Although it was an answer, neither Mr. Error nor Mr. World was convinced enough by the reasoning. After all, even if the Saphira Castle could save them while they were inside it, they'd have died almost instantly once they left it. Putting the matter aside, Mr. World spoke up again. Was it reasonable to let them know about the Chaos Sea vanishing? Especially since Merlin is partly under your control now. Mr. Error drummed his fingers again and nodded. I only wanted to steal the man called Mr. Moon's knowledge regarding the Chaos Sea to see what all in the Tarot Club knew about it, given that they already knew about the Great Old Ones. There was a short pause as Mr. Error seemed to go silent, but the meaning was clear to Mr. World. I just didn't think they knew so much more. Do you think, is it a trap? Mr. World asked softly, his fingers wrapping around the edge of the table. Mr. Error's response was almost immediate, no. Trap. He's gone. I killed him. I took his place entirely even before he became a true god. He has no way to come back. It would have been different if he was a pillar. That might have left an impression on the characteristics that I'd have to deal with and absorb fully now. But him, a mere sequence 3. He's dead, more than dead. I replaced him, fully. There was a soft silence for a second before Mr. World spoke up again, but his memories, we didn't get them. Mr. Error paused momentarily at the mention, but he spoke immediately after. He managed to erase them, and given the look he gave me right before he did it, I think he was only trying to annoy me. The last claw of a dying prey. Mr. World nodded before standing up and bowing deeply. Praise Mr. Error. Before his connection to the Saphira Castle was cut off by a wave of Mr. Error's hands. Left alone, Mr. Error's gaze turned to a corner in the Saphira Castle that obscured something under a thick layer of the gray fog. His gaze was enough to part the fog as the true creator became visible behind it. Holding him back this time were not chains from the chained god, but various unrecognizable errors that formed a seal embedded directly within his body. The true creator couldn't speak, make a sound, or even twitch. It looked like he was frozen, both in space and in time. Mr. Error raised his hand in the true creator's direction, causing the seal to twist for a moment before an orb of white light shot out of the true creator and towards Mr. Error. Mr. Error held the orb of light in between his fingers, watching it slowly shifting as a prominent rune appeared on the surface, the full pathway symbolism, before it shifted into a miniaturized meander characteristic that looked much like a translucent curtain that looked nearly invisible. Mr. Error looked at it for a few seconds, enamored by its appearance before tossing it back into the true creator's body. There was an almost unwilling expression as he did so. The greed in his eyes was undeniable, almost uncontrollable, but still held back. Not time yet. Not time yet. I need to get fate on my side before I can accommodate the other pathways. Walburga looked at the new report she'd gotten with some confusion. I asked them to follow and keep track of those mad flesh-eating barbarians from the Aurora Order. Why? She frowned for a while, trying to remember something she seemed to be forgetting, trying to understand what it was. Is age catching up to me? Knock knock. Walburga's brows raised at the unscheduled knock on her door, but she flicked her hand and caused the door to swing open anyway, only to feel a lot more surprised by the unannounced visit of her current guest. Amelia. The person outside the door smiled warmly before coming inside when Walburga welcomed her into her office. To what do I owe you this pleasure? Sitting calmly in their seats, Walburga asked Bones after Creature left them with a few fish and chips along with some tea. Bones looked around for a while, as if admiring Walburga's office, or rather its macabre setting with books on dark magic related to the soul and rituals corresponding to evil entities and the like openly displayed without any hesitation. Only after a few seconds passed and each of them had taken a sip out of their cups did she speak up. Something's wrong with this house. Huh. Walburga frowned. I don't know what it is, yet, but there is a distinct imbalance of chaos and order in the fates of all related to the house. It feels like someone has deliberately tipped things in favor of order. Order. House Black. Walburga frowned. And isn't that good for you anyway? Amelia shook her head softly, her gaze turning rather strange as she spoke with a little confusion. I can tell it tips towards order, but it feels like someone's only bottled up the chaos to make it appear orderly, as if someone's tried to trap chaos in a jar and then stored it on a shelf somewhere. Like a landmine. Well, something like that, as I feel it. House Black currently feels more like a taut string on a bow, set to release and take a lot more down with it than just order. Walburga's gaze fell on the report that she'd hidden away in her drawer when she allowed Amelia inside, thinking if this had something to do with it before she asked calmly, is it related to Sirius? Amelia opened her mouth to speak but then stopped, confusion apparent as she couldn't seem to decide on a single answer. In the end she settled on a rather strange set of words that repeated the earlier conclusions in an almost prophetic way. He will part from the bottled up chaos and is waiting for the right moment. Walburga frowned. Was House Black being involved in some conspiracy she hadn't figured out? That Mr. Eyre that Sirius had introduced her to. Was he going to do something to them? Single quote. Single quote. First it was Dumbledore and Grindelwald, now it was someone who was seemingly a friend that looked to be stabbing them in their backs. But she wouldn't be a Black if she wouldn't fight back. Walburga knew she couldn't contend with such a force alone, and so she decided to gather allies. I have information about this rather strange, God. Amelia deadpanned, her gaze lingering on the several hundreds of books on evil gods displayed openly before looking back at a proud Walburga who explained, well, this one's not on the wall. Sirius told me about him. Apparently, he is also against the White Lord and his lapdog. Amelia's gaze sharpened. You have my attention. Having returned to his cabin at the end of the day after meeting various people in the valley during the day with his new friend, Loki was only more confused. He'd learnt several things about this world, but he couldn't fully piece it all together. This clearly is not the fifth epic in LOTM, since there are no orthodox god characters. Even the moon is not crimson, at least not yet. So Mother Goddess of Depravity hasn't planted herself on the far side. But wasn't she here during the very start when Sephiroth was ripped from her, when the original creator woke up and plunged the world into chaos? And the biggest hint of all that these characters don't exist is that I get zero corruption from thinking about them. In fact, if they did exist, at least even the outer gods, I would have died 100 times over already since the moment I appeared here. Single quote. Single quote. This feels like it's getting complicated. Where exactly am I? Why am I even here in the first place? Just because I did the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual. Loki found himself feeling a little weirded out. I can't have been the only person in the world that tried the ritual right. So why was I chosen for this? Should I try the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual again? Does he even exist in this world? Well, no harm in trying since I can't get corrupted at all apparently. Loki stood up from his borrowed fur sleeping bag that was arranged on the floor around the fire pit in the cabin to keep him warm during the night. He picked up the various foods the villagers of the valley had given to him during the day and placed them at the four corners of the cabin. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual lines exactly like Klein had. Each step that Loki took, he found himself feeling more nervous and wrought with a deep sense of anticipation. Only when he took the 4th and final step, nothing happened. Quote. Loki looked at the food around the room and frowned. Perhaps the celestial worthy doesn't like berries and rare cooked meat. As absurd as the reason was, Loki couldn't think of anything else. It's not like the Saphira castle itself doesn't exist, right? Loki frowned. Wait a second, if no Sephiroths exist, then Mother Goddess of Depravity wouldn't have a reason to come to Earth since it wouldn't have been ripped from her, so no Crimson Moon. Are there really no Sephiroth? Am I truly in some different world where there are just mad creatures all across the continents and the world has been plunged back into the era of hunters and gatherers? Perhaps this is some effed up version of a parallel Earth with a zombie apocalypse where creatures mutate and have gotten powers like LOTM. Loki shook his head immediately. He didn't have any proof, but he distinctly felt that that wasn't the case. Something was still wrong with this world. And Loki couldn't put his finger on it. Not yet. Loki's heartbeat quickened slightly as he looked at the statue of the pretty girl in front of him. She's pretty, he whispered with dream-filled eyes that traced a rather remarkable perfection in the artistry of the sculptor that kept drawing them to the petite face. Oh, that she is. The gruff man who'd given Loki a tour of the village yesterday spoke with pride before smacking the back of Loki's head as he continued, but don't you go getting any ideas about my little morning dew. Loki rubbed the back of his head softly, his eyes still lingering on the face that was at about his height. A statue of a girl his age that looked rather ethereal under the gentle caressings of the golden light that streamed in through the window. He could distinctly feel a sense of high value emit off the statue, like a sommelier looking at a bottle of finely aged wine or a collector looking at a priceless item on sale at a bargain store. He didn't know why, but the statue almost made him feel like he should have just pocketed it and run away. But Loki quickly calmed down. Perhaps the statue's just messing with my perception. Loki could have spent more time trying to dissect the statue in some way, but before he could step closer, the gruff man who was already walking away through a draped door spoke up. "Du said something good would happen yesterday. I guess that's why I didn't smash your head to a pulp yesterday morning when I saw someone special laying flat in my cabin. You can tell Beyonders from normal people. Huh, Beyonders. That's what they call the specials in your part of the world. Loki just nodded, and as if the man had eyes behind his head he continued speaking, well, Beyonders are specials. My daughter is one too. She gifted me a necklace. It heats up in the presence of those that are up to no good. Loki froze in his spot for a step. Wah. Well, most aren't up to any good, but I trust you, the gruff man added, because Du trusts you. The gruff man paused then and turned around slowly to look at Loki, his head half covered in shadows under the drapes beyond the door and half in light from the window. You won't break that trust, will you? Loki shook his head. Quickly. Something about the man left his feeling unsettled, like the man looked at him like prey for a second, making Loki cognizant of just how big the man was compared to his little 13-year-old frame. Ha! The man laughed before stretching to pat Loki's shoulder. Don't worry boy, I was just joking. Hey! Loki gave him a wry smile and kept up his guard nonetheless. The gruff man however didn't stop to even look. His hand rested on Loki's shoulder and yanked him by his neck. The leathery drapes slapped Loki in the face before he broke through and found himself in an entrancing room. Loki looked around the room he'd found himself in and felt a strange sense of relaxation. Not because the space was filled with intoxicating smells or soothing sights, but because it was completely dark. Much like the darkness of the starry sky that he'd found himself in when he'd transmigrated. Much like the darkness of the starry sky that he'd found himself in when the dog as large as Fenrir had traveled with him. It felt cool and complete, filled with a bounty of senselessness that left his mind freed from constant bombardment of value or calculations from his surroundings that had been forced onto him because of the Marauder potion. His eyes hovered at the artificial starry sky before they landed on the gruff man before him. He's kneeling, Loki thought, slightly baffled. He looked around but there was no one else. The soothing world compressed into a room was empty apart from them. Loki quickly activated spirit vision, but even that didn't give him any results. It was blank and empty, filled with no spirits or even any Beyonder materials in the proximate. Wait, Loki mumbled with some panic. You just told me you had a Beyonder item given to you by your daughter. The gruff man looked back at Loki before smiling, shaking his head and bowing back down. It immediately caused a sharp sense of crisis within Loki, making him feel unnerved by everything around him. Suddenly the darkness didn't seem so calm and soothing anymore, and neither did the stars twinkling in the sky. It all seemed like it was placed just to mock him. Out of his reach, yet within his sight. Why did I come here again? Loki. A soft, gentle and soothing voice entered Loki's ears as a soft sensation pressed against his cheek. Its warmth made Loki think it was a hand, but when his eyes flicked over, he could see nothing. Huh. Loki didn't know what to feel. He felt panic and a simultaneous sense of ease as the warm hand held his face, squishing his cheeks, pinching them before laughing and releasing it once they had gotten their fill. Suddenly the warm hand slipped onto his head and gave it a vigorous rub, shaking his head and almost leaving him dizzy before the hands were retrieved. You are still rather naive, this iteration won't do. Question mark. Loki looked up at the location where the sound had just come from, very confused. Nothing was there anymore, and a sudden voice spoke from behind him, right by his ears before it too moved away once again. You must start over again once you reach the peak, or there will be no hope in the next. Loki turned around immediately, but he obviously didn't catch whoever was speaking to him in time. He looked around for a few more seconds before turning to the gruff man who was still kneeling. Hey, Mr. Greengrass, what just happened? I pray for Mr. Error to let me know what I can do to obtain the Sequence 6 potion for my special pathway hidden from fate. Fireflower, a herb that belongs to the mysterious, I pray for you to bless my incantation. Boggart dust, a powder that belongs to the mystical, I pray for you to bless my incantation. A sudden crimson mist engulfed Hermione's vision as she finished her ritual. She found herself back in the familiar location of the Tarot Club meeting, in front of Mr. Error in her chair as Miss Magician. She'd come here with purpose, but, above all that, was her respect for Mr. Error, so she bowed deeply even before she began her greeting. Good evening, Mr. Error. Mr. Error tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically, listening patiently as Hermione stood up and looked at him in anticipation before speaking up. I've finished digesting my potion, Mr. Error. What could I do to obtain the next potion? Hermione's eyes were clearly filled with hope precisely because this was the first time she was going to be getting a direct order from Mr. Error. Mr. Error tapped his finger a couple more times before speaking softly. My blessed is currently busy with a different task and he has something else that needs to be done. The tapping of his fingers hadn't stopped, but the rhythm hadn't changed either, as if Mr. Error was talking about something completely routine and normal. But Hermione couldn't have been any less excited. She almost jumped in joy when she heard that Mr. Error did in fact need her help and that she could help him in some way. After all, what were the chances that a true god actually needed your help in any matter, ever? Hermione even lightly suspected that Mr. Error was only being kind to her and giving her a job to not make her seem like a burden. I shouldn't waste Mr. Error's sincerity towards the Tarot Club members if that's the case and should match it with my own. Hermione nodded her head and spoke confidently. Yes, Mr. Error. I can take on anything. I promise to fulfill it flawlessly at all costs. Oh. Mr. Error's finger tapping stopped, plunging the entirety of the Saphira Castle into a sudden silence. Hermione suddenly felt the urge to take back the words she'd promised, but then out of her respect for Mr. Error held back. Of course she had no problems in helping out someone who'd given her friend back. Mr. Error's fingers snapped, but Hermione didn't react to it in any way, as if it never happened, while Mr. Error continued speaking. My blessed requires a mystical item that is being transported into the Unspeakables department in the Ministry at the same time as your next mission. If you can get the item to him safely. Mr. Error's words stopped there and he didn't have to say any more. Hermione's smile was already as wide as it could get. She was giddy and happy. Possibly happier than when she'd reunit. Mr. Error's fingers snapped again. Hermione spoke softly, but the excitement in her voice couldn't be masked. Yes, Mr. Error. Everything shall be done as you have asked. Hermione bowed deeply before Mr. Error cut the connection to her Crimson Star, sending her back into the bathroom she'd come from. He then looked at his fingers for a few seconds, seemingly confused for a second before the true god sealed within the gray fog behind him acted up. The seals degenerated rapidly for a second before Mr. Error snapped his fingers again, reinforcing them, making them tight enough to make the hanged man bleed for a second before the gray fog cleaned it up diligently by corrupting it and then burning it all up. Loki looked at the valley from the hunting cabin with confusion. He still remembered perfectly what the invisible being inside the dark room had told him. I'm not ready yet. What did she mean by this iteration? Are there more of me? What am I? A clone. I'm of the Marauder pathway, so I'm a clone of some Aemon. Loki shuddered, his body chilled, but he quickly calmed himself. That couldn't be. I have the memories of my previous life, of my past life. But then what did she mean? Who even was she? Loki thought for a while but didn't have a conclusive answer. From the way Mr. Greengrass was acting, she could have just been his daughter, who he'd strangely enshrined in a statue, but could a 13-year-old really be as strong as that? Strong enough to deceive his spirit vision? Loki didn't think so. For her to be able to deceive my spirit vision means that she's of some pathway that allows strong anti-divination, so the Fool, Door, Wheel of Fortune, and Chained pathways. Well, the counter-divination skill is still rather common among the other pathways too, as long as you're high up in the sequences, so that's not too much to go off of. And could a 13-year-old even be such a high sequence beyander in the first place? Nah, no way. That'd be like asking Klein to become a fool when he was just a bab. Wait a second, baby, divination. Will Ausepton. Loki's eyes widened as the revelation hit his head like a brick. Is she a reincarnation of Will? Or like Will? Loki found himself in disbelief. He paused for a second as his mind blanked, trying to put things together, trying to think of any similarities apart from the one thing he'd just noticed, but he hadn't found them yet. Mr. Greengrass, while respected among the village, is neither the richest nor the most favored person, he's just a hunter. And the place he took me to, why would a Wheel of Fortune true god or even a reincarnated sequence one angel use a dark room with fake stars shining in it as their residence? Yeah, no way, that was what happened. I'm just dreaming things up. Loki clicked his tongue and slipped into the thick fur sleeping bag while using the fur rug as a makeshift pillow. But what did those words mean? Loki thought as he relaxed into the sleeping bag. What does this iteration won't do even mean then? Loki thought for a while but couldn't get to any sane conclusions that didn't involve him being a toy in the hands of some great being. Well, at least she didn't try to immediately kill me. Even still, the very fact that another Beander is here and has warned me about something means I can't stay here any longer, lest I risk attracting danger to myself because of her. So Loki made up his mind. Although this village had been his home for the last 3 nights, he'd take himself on a tour across this new world he was in now. After all, what's an isekai without an adventure? Hermione, Ron, Harry and Daphne all looked at their new handler with some confusion. Harry and Ron looked ready to hiss like cats whose tails had been stepped on, but Hermione remained calm. Daphne was the only one who took the initiative to communicate. Professor Snape. Snape looked down at the teenagers, all looking at him with clear probing gazes before he spoke in his trademark tone. You have been assigned to help at the front lines. His gaze passed from Harry into Ron. Make as much as a single mistake and I'll make sure you watch the life of those who pay the price for your mistakes slip in front of your eyes, forcing you to keep them open, wide and clear. Not that I have much hopes for Dunderheads managing to save anyone in the first place. Everyone sucked a sharp breath. Their fists turned cold and clenched up as they looked into Snape's eyes. Hermione felt the weight of her wand by her side while Harry felt a strange discordance in Snape's expression that made him almost want to involuntarily punch him. They gulped in silence before Snape pulled his hand out of his robes. In it was a simple broken chain pocket watch. He said nothing, but he didn't have to, since almost immediately the watch and the chain began to hum with a practical buzz. Everyone quickly gathered around, holding the chain and waiting for only a moment before they were swept off their feet. They reappeared in a swirl of colors right in the midst of a dense tropical forest, flying in as if they'd been thrown out of a vortex. Snape and Harry landed on their feet, while Hermione and Daphne held each other up. Ron was the only one who stood off to the side, holding his stomach like it had been punched. He was glaring daggers at Snape, who he thought gave him a smirk that no one else saw. But Snape didn't appear to be hung up on the matter. His guard seemed to be up already with his wand in his hand. He shifted to looking at Daphne before speaking calmly. Our target will arrive here. That means anyone else wanting to take it will too. And our destination? Harry asked, but when he saw Snape glaring at him he added, Professor. Snape simply ignored him after that and looked at Hermione. Divine our destination. It stunned everyone in the group. Divine the location. Wouldn't that just give them the wrong answer, since the unspeakables would have put up several anti-divination measures? Hermione too should have been worried about the fact that Snape seemed to think her divinations were 100% accurate. However, it seemed the fact had slipped from her mind before she even thought about it. Hermione, while confused like Harry and Ron, didn't have the same disregard as they did, so she quickly performed a dream divination. The destination of my current mission, where the target has to be delivered. Hermione repeated the statement 7 times, except just as she was expecting her spirit body to have to search for the answer for a few seconds, she was slammed with it. It felt like the information had been bombarded into her mind, like it had been just waiting for her to divine about it. Is this why Professor Snape trusted me to divine about it? Are the unspeakables using some mystical item for this? Is this some form of divination assist or something? Hermione's questions were an endless ramble in her mind, but she quickly opened her eyes and reported the answer she'd received. Bones Manor, Professor. Snape looked at Hermione, and once he noticed the several questions reflected in the shining curiosity of her eyes, he simply turned away to look at Harry. Your one job here is to keep everyone alive. Hopefully you don't have your father's talent in that regard. Harry's eyes turned red. He nearly lashed back, but Ron held him back at the last second while speaking on Harry's behalf. Slimy git. Hermione too had already lost her cool since she nearly stepped forward to punch Snape's already wonky nose. Daphne held her hands to stop her, and before anything else could happen spoke up quickly. Someone's coming. Everyone's attention turned to the rustle of bushes that happened right by their side. Everyone except Hermione, since her vision was immediately clouded by a crimson flash. Mr. Error appeared before her, sitting on his seat at the Tarot Club table as he spoke. Be ready. When Hermione was back, she found herself still in Daphne's embrace as she too focused on the intruders. However, instead of a normal group of 4 or even 5 walking through with the object they were supposed to carry and deliver, the first person that stepped out broke every preconceived notion about the group. The person was dressed in a bizarre fashion, wearing a clown's headdress, a plumber's overalls, a doctor's stethoscope, a military rifle, a band drum kit, along with a pirate leg and a dead bird pet hovering behind in a ball of water connected to him by a string tied to his little finger, like a strange balloon. Everyone but Snape was confused. Ron looked at the person for a second, frowned and then blurted out in surprise. Professor Moody. The words caused an even larger surprise in everyone present, making them all look at the man in front of them with confusion and slight distaste. Tonks stepped out after him, before Belmont stepped out from behind her while holding a strangely heavy-looking treasure chest. Tonks, Hermione said happily, almost rushing to hug her friend before realizing that she was currently under Snape and would have to hold herself back. Tonks nodded calmly before turning to Belmont and then looking back at their team. So, who among you all is going to hold onto that thing? Everyone in Snape's team looked at each other for a second before Snape interrupted their musing. Cut it out, Moody, where's the book? Moody gave Snape a glare that would have frightened any baby and made them wet their underpants, but Snape stood strong and unafraid, while also looking pissed at Moody for wasting time. What's the password? Moody asked with his glare still in full force. Snape only returned the glare with an even stronger one and remained silent, causing Ron to whisper to Harry, did he forget the password? But before Harry could bend over and start laughing, Moody nodded and growled, no you fools, there is no password. Ron deadpanned, the meaning of his gaze clear, then why did you even ask? To which Moody responded, constant vigilance. After he said that, Moody turned to Tonks who flicked her wand and caused the weirdness around Moody to vanish. Left in its place was a simple Moody that looked as normal as he could with his spinning magical eye and a stump for a leg wearing a dark rubbery coat filled to the brim with magical materials. Moody clenched and unclenched his hands for a second, observing them for any changes before he plunged them into his coat and pulled out a thick book-shaped package. The package looked to be bound in human skin filled with runes from a dozen eras that Hermione herself couldn't name even if she were given a day or even a week inside the library. They glowed an ominous golden with light, pulsing every few seconds as the book trembled like it was trying to break out. Moody looked at the book for a few seconds before holding it out in front of himself, waiting for Snape to get it. But Snape only scowled. I'm not here to play childish games with you, Moody. Moody looked at the book in his hands and then at Snape before mumbling, constant vigilance, especially against known traitors. Snape's eyes froze in a cold glare at that, but he stayed calm nonetheless, even if his eyes turned progressively redder. Moody dropped the packaged book in his hands, letting it drop to the forest floor, but it vanished even before it hit it. Instead, he pulled out what looked like another thick package from his coat, however this one was invisible. His hands looked like they were holding something, when they held clearly nothing. Invisibility cloak, Professor? Harry asked softly since he remembered that Professor Dumbledore had borrowed it from him a couple nights ago. Yes, Potter. The prized possession of a brave coward. Snape mumbled, but almost no one heard him, no one except Harry since he was the only other Sequence 4 in the area, except Daphne. And the result was immediate. Harry's hand flew before he even realized it as it pummeled into Snape's forehead, sending him crashing into a thick tree a little distance away without regard for his position or status. Dust clobbered into the air as Snape crashed into the tree, obscuring his figure for a second as everyone stared at it. Except, before anyone realized what happened, Harry was thrown to the floor, his head buried into the forest floor as Snape stared deeply into his eyes while pressing his knee onto Harry's neck and back. No words were exchanged as Snape's gaze darkened. Suddenly Harry felt an inexplicable link between himself and Snape, however the very next second he felt an unimaginable amount of pain within himself. Something that felt like it could crush him from the inside without even letting him open his mouth to scream. Snape forced Harry to keep looking into his eyes. And finally, when Moody reacted to rush towards Harry, Snape slammed Harry's head into the ground once again before speaking, 150 points from Gryffindor for attacking a professor unprompted. Moody's spell shot towards Snape and struck his head, but without a sound Snape's body was replaced by a moon paper figurine, exploding in his stead as he reappeared right beside Daphne. Everyone in the two groups stared at Snape with open hostility, but neither made a move to rebuke him. They hadn't heard what he had said, and so to them it seemed like Harry had suddenly snapped and tried to hurt him, and Snape had only defended himself. And while they did all think Snape had to have done something to have prompted the response from Harry, they didn't have any proof, and so they didn't bother concealing their unrequited hatred, especially since they all felt that Snape had gone too far in whatever he had done, since Harry's eyes looked hollow, almost dead, until Moody brought a strange vial next to his nose. Harry snapped out of his daze with a sharp gasp before immediately returning to glare at Snape. His fist clenched a bit of the soil from the ground before he stood up calmly. "Don't do anything stupid, boy. He's a Death Eater, they're all like this. Cunning bastards that call the enemy their home," Moody warned, causing Harry to pause for a second before looking away as the soil slipped out of his hand. Snape looked at Moody before placing his hand on the seemingly large invisible package in Moody's hand, but Moody snatched it back. "It's all right, we can all travel together." Snape looked straight into Moody's eyes, scowling with hatred before waving his robes, vanishing it in a flurry of smaller bats that it erupted into, while he himself turned into a shadowy whisper that blended in with the dense vegetation of the forest. The bats spread out in the forest, nearly invisible to all eyes except Harry, who could see them hanging around in the darkness, constantly watching. Voldemort gazed at the crystal skull hanging from the nail on the upside-down cross with keen interest. He could see scenes through it that others could not. The scenes appeared fractured, almost kaleidoscopic, yet he peered at it for a long time in silence. His fingers traced the edge of his wand while his eyes focused like pinpricks at the sights he could see. Finally, after a few minutes of silence in the hall, Voldemort spoke. "Snape has set up the trap, now all we need is to capture the boy." Bellatrix, who was kneeling at Voldemort's feet, smiled wildly before asking, "And the other little babies? Do with them what you will," Voldemort said before Bellatrix giggled softly and vanished, apparating away in a swirl of colors, her destination unknown. But before she was fully gone, Voldemort threw his wand at the swirl that she was. Silence returned to the Bone Cathedral. A short while later, two pops in the nave caused Voldemort to frown. He stayed silent as the two people who had entered caught their breaths, panting as if they'd just escaped a choking. There was a soft rhythmic silence as a result, but even this felt like a snake slowly constricting its prey to the point that it could no longer breathe. Simply because Voldemort hadn't reacted to their presence yet, the silence seemed harsh, almost stifling, to the point that the two newly arrived Death Eaters found it like hanging over a mountainous cliff of sharp spikes. Voldemort continued to look into the skull in silence until one of the Death Eaters finally spoke, breaking the stifling feeling. "We failed, my lord." Voldemort's lips instantly curved downwards. His pale cold bluish hands clenched tightly, making a leathery sound as they slowly squeezed tight before he broke eye contact with the skull and looked at the two. He hadn't asked anything else yet, but the other Death Eater spoke automatically. "We were able to finish setting up the trap, my lord. We only failed in getting inside the Department of Prophecies." Voldemort's frown eased slightly, but then he raised his hand while posturing it perfectly before he spoke calmly, "Crucio." Screams were all that filled the place after that, yet to Voldemort it made no difference at all. Almost as if the space was as silent as a still lake silently reflecting the clouds and the sky. Peace soon returned, however, only for it to be interrupted again when Voldemort spoke. "As punishment, you will be at the front lines in the Ministry." Free from the torture, the two Death Eaters apparated away almost instantly as they arrived at the same location, the Malfoy Manor. They looked at each other and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. The fear of death. But that didn't stop them from discussing, "Can we take someone out before it begins?" The second Death Eater paused for a second before responding. "Shacklebolt has been a pain recently. As long as he's gone we can access the Vault of Prophecies easier, and as long as he dies, we can force his son to allow us to inherit everything else." The two looked at each other, their gazes sharpening before they nodded and apparated once again. "There are 3 rules everyone has to follow," Moody said calmly while looking at everyone in Snape's group. "Walk only on my steps at all times. Stop when I say stop and walk only when I say walk. Do anything else and things won't be so pretty anymore." Ron wanted to ask more questions to crack a small joke about this being a noble's ball training, but seeing Moody's serious gaze he shut up. Hermione, however, put forth a genuine question. "What happens if the package falls?" she asked, since the package was bound with an invisibility cloak. Can we just divine about it? Moody spoke quickly but seriously, do not attempt divination under any circumstance beyond this point. Any means of locating the book is forbidden. Through touch, sight, hearing or smell. The book cannot be allowed to fall. Is that clear? Moody asked and everyone nodded. Then he turned to the shadowy figure of Snape hidden from everyone and spoke with authority, lead the way. Snape looked at Moody, then at the location of the invisible package in his cloak and then back at him. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Snape turned around and began to walk with Moody following behind him. Everyone else however waited until they heard Moody say, walk, before they followed exactly in his steps, moving exactly where he stepped with his normal leg and his artificial one. Do we really have to follow this, Tonks? I don't remember you doing this when you arrived with Professor Moody. Is this another, constant vigilance thing? Ron asked softly, causing Tonks to give him a half-hearted shrug with an equally soft response, don't really know. You never know what's true and what's not when you're on his team, just do whatever he says, he always has a reason. Ron nodded as the group fell into a comfortable silence which only the critters and dried leaves of the forest floor being crunched underneath their boots interrupted. But after the third time a sharp mosquito bite almost caused Ron to stumble out of the steps Moody had laid out, he whispered while looking back at Hermione for a second, where are we anyway? The Forbidden Forest. Hermione looked around and then said calmly, I think, we're somewhere near the Nile. Nile. Ron mumbled confused. Tonks however glowed with surprise when she caught Hermione's guess, how did you figure that out? Hermione smiled softly before explaining, or rather she attempted to explain when she felt an inexplicable chill travel down her spine. Even before Moody's warning shot out at them, Hermione was forced to duck when a bat shot at her head and thrust her down. A rush of green flashed above her, right where her head had been moments earlier before it slammed into a tree on its path and exploded in a rush of splinters that bombarded the group and forced most to shield their eyes. Professor Snape. Hermione mumbled while looking at the bat that had helped her. It looked at her for a moment too, evaluating any damage on her before darting off into the shadows of the forest. That was when she heard Moody's gruff voice. Which one of you stepped out of the line? Everyone turned to Ron who looked aghast that they'd suspect him before they all turned to Hermione who was looking down at her left foot that had stepped out of Moody's steps. Hermione mumbled, trying to ask what she had to do next, but before anyone could even respond, they felt it. They all felt their breath stop as a sudden stream of information rushed into their heads. Violators are not allowed to breathe as the first punishment. Loki looked down at his feet confused. What's going on? ? Only the ground underneath his feet remained standing, while the rest had already completely collapsed into oblivion. Where even am I? Loki asked out loud, wondering while looking at the darkness that surrounded him from all sides. Mountains stood in the distance, but only an oblivion remained raised in between them and him while he stood on the peak of a pencil-like pole mountain himself. The scenario was bizarre to say the least. Is this a dream? Loki thought, and as soon as he did, something within him snapped. A flood of memories came rushing back as Loki's eyes snapped open in the darkness. That's right. I left the village to go on a tour around the world since I wanted to digest my potion and advance to a true god of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways. After traveling for a while, only partially aimlessly, while following a poorly hand-drawn map he stole from the archives of the retired expedition team of the village, Loki stopped for rest. It was night, and his destination, the next village, wasn't moving from its spot, so he decided to take a break to keep himself alert throughout the rest of the journey. The world wasn't particularly dangerous. There were a few strange plants and animals morphed because of Beander characteristics, plotted here and there, but Loki avoided them rather easily because firstly most if not all of them were mad and barely cognizant, while secondly none of them could hold a candle to his ability to escape as a thief. His intuition always warned him of any suspicious animals simply because their worth was more than normal, so he already knew to stay on guard against them, walking without drawing any attention while making sure to stay a safe distance away so that he could always just run away or dip into the thick roots of a tree to hide himself from particularly large predators. And right now, Loki was in the burrow formed by the dense roots of one such large tree. As the world around him started to slowly become clear, Loki slowly scanned around him without moving. A dream, so someone from the darkness pathway. Loki activated spirit vision and carefully observed his surroundings. The tree he was under was normal, just like it was when he'd scanned it before hiding under it, but the world, or rather the creature lying in wait outside it, was not. Loki clearly saw a short and strange rabbit-like creature sitting just outside. To call it a rabbit would be an insult to the cuteness of fluffy creatures like them, but that was what Loki guessed it was, at least before it had fallen prey to madness. In Loki's spirit vision was a macabre animal whose spirit had been torn. Instead of a healthy rabbit-shaped spirit, its head was replaced by a swirl of darkness, not the pretty kind, but a twisted swirl that twisted its head with it, making everything a bizarre onion-like mix of flesh and blood. Loki almost shuddered involuntarily but held back because he had already seen such things in his short journey outside the village. Alright, can't just escape this time since there is no other way out of this burrow, but it's just a rabbit, so nothing should go wrong even if I were to fight it out. However, it's a rabbit that's sequence 7 at least. Can I even fight that? No way. Would a mere sequence 9 whose only ability is slightly better eyesight be able to compete with a monstrous creature that has nothing to lose? That can make me succumb to madness without even trying. Is there even a point in putting up a fight then? Won't it just be more painful to fight? Shouldn't I just surrender? I should just surrender. By this point, the rabbit with the swirling head had already hopped closer. Moving to stand just beside Loki's head as his gaze turned listless, seemingly giving up and ready for being doused in the chill of death, completely unafraid of losing their glimmer. The rabbit's body transformed once it saw this. Its previously swirled head unwrapped into a large tentacle that had a particularly pointy end which it directed right at Loki's head. The rabbit stayed there for a moment, seemingly admiring its handiwork before. Poochie. Ag, the headache. Loki shook his head and pulled back the short knife he'd stabbed into the rabbit's chest. He watched it whimper on the rough but moist soil floor for a second as it tried to escape by kicking its legs while it died, being unable to do a thing about the silver dagger in its heart. Damn, this feels horrible, Loki mumbled before twisting the knife with force and finally putting the mad rabbit out of its misery. The squishy sensation of gutting an animal lingered on his fingers as he spit out the bile that his stomach had thrown up. It took a while, but Loki controlled himself well, and after his emotions stabilized, he cleaned the silver dagger, which he'd stolen from the same archives of the retired expedition team in the village, on the fur of the now dead rabbit, before tucking it back into his belt. Yuck. Loki closed his eyes, sighed, and then opened them to reveal a deep gaze that watched the spirit body of the rabbit slowly decay and slip out of view. He had always been lucid after he had broken out of the dream. As soon as Loki realized that he was dealing with someone from the sleepless pathway who was at least a sequence 7, Loki began to figure out a plan to escape the situation. But he didn't have to think hard because almost immediately after he broke out of the dream, Loki felt a drastic sense of listlessness. He just wanted to give up and lie flat on the ground, allow the world to take its course and the rabbit to eat him up. He managed to stay lucid even through this, surprisingly. Whether it was because the rabbit was just a mad creature that couldn't fully exert the effects of its Beyonder ability or some function of his anti-corruption ability, he did not know. But Loki remained lucid nonetheless. And so he lay there, pretending to have given up, waiting for just the right moment to strike, to perform a theft. To steal the rabbit's life. Single quote. Does this also count as acting? Loki asked himself and soon felt something shift inside his being, as if a mass or sludge just became slightly looser, almost easier to move around, and was dissolved into his soul. He waited some more for the Beyonder characteristics of the rabbit to form and picked them up before putting them inside a small pouch and sealing it up with walls of spirituality to avoid contamination. I can't eat the rabbit, can I? Loki thought, looking at the fresh meat that was laying at his feet. I mean, the Beyonder characteristics already formed, so this is worthless, isn't it? It should just be plain meat. Eventually Loki decided not to take the risk since some lingering spirituality in the rabbit's corpse might interfere with his own Beyonder characteristics, since it was likely classified as a mystical material. The sun rose up after a few hours and so Loki was on his way to the next village again. Will there be another little girl like last time in this village too? What is up with me and meeting these true gods so soon after I've reincarnated into this world? I just came here and I've already met the darkness pathway true god, and whichever pathway she was from, likely the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Should I have asked her for a blessing before I left? Loki shook his head. He'd rather be self-sufficient and not rely on the blessings of random gods so early in his Meander journey. Especially not from someone who called him a failed iteration. No point in regretting such things. Once again on his journey, Loki encountered a few strange creatures. Things like parrots and fish that could summon lightning were rather common among them. While even stranger creatures that held characteristics from two non-adjacent pathways like a bizarre tree that hung corpses on its branches while setting anything that came close to it on fire were rarer. Loki guessed the other farther pairs likely died due to madness before they survived for long enough. Hopefully no high-sequence mad beyonders decide to intervene in my journey to my next village. The next village, Loki pondered as he looked at the map. I've been walking for 2 days already, and I haven't reached it yet. The map says it should have only taken me a day. These maps need to be seriously improved. Oh, how nice it would be if someone made a map for marauders. A grand map of all valuable items that can be stolen in one place. For only people with the most solemn vows of theft to see and use. Sigh, too bad nothing like that exists right now. I should see if I can get someone to make it for me later. Dumbledore looked at the papers spread in front of him with annoyance. He said nothing for a while before quietly pulling out the quill in the drawer beside him. He thought for a while before writing down words he felt were extremely sensible. Minerva McGonagall suddenly finds herself free and realizes that she hasn't contributed enough to the school and comes to Headmaster Dumbledore's office to take on additional work. This is a reasonable development given her workaholic character. Dumbledore smiled upon seeing the words written on air before quietly letting them sink and dissolve away. As soon as he did so, his eyes sharpened. He placed the quill back into the restrictive drawer before leaning forward on the table and thinking through the recent happenings that he had already predicted. The weave of fate disturbed by the newly authored scenario to it resurfaced in Dumbledore's view, allowing him to study it keenly. His eyes traced every last bit of it, making sure not a single knot remained hidden from his view as he examined the constant interactions between every important character in the story. Mr. Error seems to have already fallen into the trap. He occupied Dumbledore's body and spent time rewriting the fates of several characters in the play related to the main character. But he has still not seen through the fatal flaw in his plan. Or is he just that arrogant? Sigh. Too bad I can't ask the damn mirror anymore, a partner of over 1,000 years, lost so easily. Knock knock. A series of knocks broke Dumbledore out of his reverie while the web of fate disturbed by the special quill sank back into listless restfulness. Ah, Minnie, Dumbledore said with a smile when he looked at who his guest was. Care for some licorice? McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a glare, almost hissing at him for offering her candy that would bite your mouth before controlling herself and speaking calmly. I just happen to be a little free at the moment, Professor. Is there anything else I can help you with? Dumbledore looked heartbroken, his eyes watering up, but McGonagall didn't budge, so he just sighed sadly and collected the papers on his desk. Well, you always were an overachiever even when you were at Hogwarts, Minerva. Who am I to stop you from doing the same now? Dumbledore smiled and handed over the pages in his hands, but just as McGonagall grabbed them, Dumbledore spoke in a deeper tone. Could you call for a meeting, Minnie? McGonagall was a little startled by the sudden order, but when she looked into Dumbledore's eyes she nodded nonetheless. I'll ask the order to convene in 5 minutes. Dumbledore smiled once again and let go of the papers, leaving McGonagall to take care of them. He watched as she walked away before sighing and pretending to wipe away some sweat as he mumbled, "Ah, administration, how tedious. Would Hogwarts even run so profitably if I weren't here?" McGonagall seemed to have heard Dumbledore's words, but before she could say anything else, the gargoyle staircase spun around and took her back to the 2nd floor from where her office would be the closest. Dumbledore inside his office popped open a new pack of cockroach clusters and bit on the head of a particularly lively one. His gaze remained on the wriggling cockroach body for a few seconds before it shifted to a terror in the spirit world from where a short owl flew out and landed on his table. A letter. From Nicholas. What has he been doing since the last time I saw him? Dumbledore looked at the letter for a few seconds before frowning in thought. He has the memories of a child from Hogwarts that doesn't exist but is rapidly forgetting about him. Whose child is this? Did the Black family do something to him? But there aren't any black kids at Hogwarts right now. Perhaps the mysterious creature belongs to one of Sirius's nightly escapades. Why didn't this letter arrive a few minutes ago? I could have just asked Minerva to perform a ritual. Sigh. I guess these old bones have to do everything around here after all. Dumbledore quickly pulled out the quill from his desk before scribbling another statement into the air. Severus Snape losing control over his emotions upon seeing the love of his life is completely reasonable. The words faded into the air, sinking into the weave of fate, causing it to shimmer into existence in front of Dumbledore's eyes. His eyes scanned the knots again, staring hard at them before sitting calmly to study the specific mercurial weave of fate entangled with the letter he'd just received. A boy. Nicholas doesn't seem to be connected to a boy. There are no signs of the boy being hidden by concealment or even killed. Did he hallucinate? Dumbledore frowned. An angle hallucinating something. While not impossible, it wasn't exactly good news, so Dumbledore frowned. Is he losing control? As Dumbledore studied the fading weave, his hands suddenly trembled. Mr. Error. Was he responsible for this? Dumbledore's eyes twitched for a second as he studied the weave with more intensity, trying to find any signs of interference with the fate of the world, trying to search for someone who had bent it to their whims and fancies in any way. But absolutely nothing. It's perfectly normal. Dumbledore thought that, but he could see clearly that those words were a clue in itself. Perfectly normal. How could the fate of an angel ever be perfectly normal? Single quote. Single quote. Comma. Snape felt a slight brush against his mental defenses before a sharp announcement rang inside the minds of all his bats. Violators are not allowed to breathe as the first punishment. Almost instantly, Snape felt his bat bodies start to suffocate. He remained perfectly fine as a creature of the darkness under the moonlight, however his split-up bats began to feel a strange sense of suppression, as if something greater was attempting to control the air around him. Worry not. A soft, sweet voice rang inside his mind as he felt the suppression his bat bodies felt. Snape relaxed almost immediately when the suppression was lifted and his body felt rejuvenated. His clouded head cleared as he quickly ripped out half a dozen ingredients from his darkened self before tossing them into a moon-like crucible that was slightly tinted by crimson created out of the light from his own current form. Not even a moment later, Snape dunked his shadowy hand shimmering with moonlight into the cauldron and pulled out an ethereal liquid from the moony crucible and tossed it to the ground in between everyone on Moody's side. Just as the ethereal potion hit the ground, Moody shouted, "Stick to the line. Stick to the line." Hermione quickly fixed her steps, regardless of her sudden inability to breathe, adjusting her feet to be exactly on Moody's imprints on the wet forest floor just as the potion hit the ground and exploded into a cloud of sparkly dust that engulfed all of them. Everyone in the group took a deep breath. Or at least they felt they did. In truth, their bodies simply felt like they'd taken a deep gulp of fresh air despite the fact that their lungs still couldn't trap any air in them. Hermione, being hounded constantly by Loki's excellence during the potions class, instantly recognized the special potion that Snape had used. Monty's liquid air, a potion that allows those in contact with it to absorb air through their skin. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't at Hogwarts, and there was no time for anyone to award her points for her excellent answer. Snape only glanced her way before looking at Beltray, who had paused her attack and gripped her throat with irritation. "Did you do Snape?" Bellatrix asked, looking directly at Snape's shadowy body, gasping for breath as she started turning purple from the lack of oxygen in her blood. Regardless of her being a demigod at this moment, or her being from the death pathway and being resistant to the aura of death, Bellatrix instantly found herself dying. Yet true to her crazy self, she stayed calm, her eyes turning frosty as she quickly tried to determine the weakness of the attack levied on her. Her eyes suddenly widened momentarily before she shut them with a sharp screeching wail and jumped away in horror. By this point everyone on Moody's side had either pulled out their wands or simply readied their spirituality for their Beyonder abilities. Hermione and Tonks had their wands pointed directly at Bellatrix, both aiming to use the same spell from the error pathway. Daphne was ready to curse Bellatrix, Belmont was ready to apply the abyss shackles to bind her for everyone else's assault, while Ron simply observed the situation quietly. Harry, however, was the fastest. Almost as soon as Bellatrix appeared, he activated the Eye of Demon Hunting, sending a glimmering haze over his green eyes as he used his enhanced observation prowess to almost instinctively determine Bellatrix's weakness. Except, before he could act on it by shooting the special knife in his hand right in between Bellatrix's brows, Moody shouted, "Don't attack." Stay back. Needless to say, the words took everyone by surprise, and it only doubled when Bellatrix finally took a deep gulp of fresh air before she snarled. You can't affect me from so far, can you? Her head was tilted at an awkward angle, almost upside down when she asked her question, making one pause to think for a moment if she were a contortionist who specialized in breaking bones. Moody said nothing. If he was waiting for a trap to spring or Bellatrix to attack, only he knew, but since Tonks had warned them all to follow his lead, they didn't move. Instead they too continued to stare at Bellatrix, waiting for her move, pondering about the imbalance in their current situation. Could a single demigod take on so many beyonders of a variety of pathways at once, given they also had multiple demigods on their side? They had their answer the next moment, and Harry almost immediately realized that Bellatrix had been holding back immensely in their previous fight. Bellatrix's hands came together to touch the corresponding index and ring fingers to form a horizontal diamond shape, using them which she imposed upon her glabella, causing a small dark diamond to form over it on her forehead. Almost immediately, in the next moment, a horde poured out. Within the blink of an eye, Harry found himself face to face with about 30 different undead, all rushing towards him, wanting to simply devour him as if he were the tastiest meal on the planet. Everyone else was under a similar strain. From skeletons the size of a 3-story building that could simply sweep everyone off their footing with a single wave, to ice and fire-breathing dragon skeletons that expanded to the size of half a Quidditch field, to a swarm of banshees or kappa demons. Each undead rushed towards them like they were a swarming part of an avalanche. Moody had no time to shout new commands, but apart from Tonks and Belmont, who were used to Moody, not everyone else had the courage to hold on to his previous orders. Harry didn't attack his undying onlookers himself, since he almost immediately realized that they weren't strong enough to cause him any harm, no matter how terrifying they looked. It was just that Ron was too weak to contend with them. So before a single undead could attack his dear friend, Harry tossed a handful of small potion vials, each glowing a distinct gold, at the swarm headed towards him. Moody's eyes widened in surprise at Harry's actions, but before he could react to protect him from harm, a greater threat unveiled itself. Bellatrix had circled them in the time it took the swarm to be thrust upon them before planting a simple object that threatened to sweep everyone off their feet. The gate to the underworld. A sharp shredding suction force tore through the forest, ripping apart entire chunks from trees and toppling them along with the dirt and all the other creatures in the area. Of course, it also included the small group that had to for some reason follow Moody's steps lest they risk being punished. All of a sudden, in an unprecedented manner, the group faced two life-threatening threats. First was the planned threat of the swarm of undead rushing towards them from the front, threatening to take out the weakest among them. While the second was the gate to the underworld that was sucking everything so hard that they were all being lifted off their feet and going to violate the law laid before them. Moody's magical eye spun around rapidly, scanning each and every grain of gravel on the forest floor to find an appropriate solution. Snape was already moving towards Bellatrix, but he wasn't fast enough. Ron Weasley seemed to be terrified of the swarm and was raising his wand to attack. Harry Potter had already tossed the vials to save his friend and was now turning to act to save them from the gate of the underworld. Hermione and Tonks were also readying up to use a spell since the situation had clearly gone out of hand. Belmont had already cast shadow shackles to pin himself to the floor to prevent himself from flying towards the gate of the underworld. He could perhaps hold on to Tonks and save her from flying into it too, but everyone after that would inevitably collapse. And Daphne was still waiting. All this led to only one possible solution for Moody. Within the blink of an eye, Moody's hand slipped onto the invisible item in his robes before pulling it out and tossing it straight at Bellatrix. Empowered by the suction force of the gate to the underworld, the invisible item soared, speeding through as it rushed towards her in a trajectory that was ready to slam into her head like a bullet. The suction force from the gate and Moody holding onto the cloak, unfurled the bindings from the package to reveal a fat book bound by thin brass sheets. Everything after that happened in an instant. The book slammed into the veil of the gate of the underworld. A lightning bolt struck the gate of the underworld, causing Bellatrix to be thrown back dozens of meters. Harry's potion vials landed on the swarm of undead that was coming before each one exploded in a bright radiant warmth reminiscent of the sun as each of the undead was completely purified and killed. Ron's hand flicked unnaturally as his spell was redirected towards the brass book that was about to be sucked up into the underworld, causing it to forcibly be stopped and enter a state of tug-of-war between Ron and the now crumbling gate. Hermione and Tonks each used the same spell to steal the voice of the Banshees, causing them to stop launching their wails. Snape changed his direction from Bellatrix to the book that had almost been sucked into the gate of the underworld before grabbing it and forcibly darting away as a glimmer of moonlight regardless of the fact that it was bright daylight. While most importantly of all, Daphne held onto her curse of bad luck, waiting for the right moment to use either a blessing or a curse for the right person since fate seemed to be rather fickle at this very moment. The sudden flurry of spells, involuntary actions, explosion of potion vials that had been blessed by the sun goddess herself, the enormous damage caused by the suction of the gate of the underworld, and finally the throwing of the book that Moody had performed left everybody's ears ringing. Yet it was still not done. Bellatrix, standing up with her nose bleeding, looked down upon everyone else while standing atop a tall rock and reabsorbed the gate of the underworld, transforming it into a rune that snapped onto her left palm, emitting a deep sense of decay and death. There was a pause as both the parties looked at each other with an evaluating gaze. Clearly the net winner of the last confrontation was Moody's side, with the book still in their hands and Bellatrix having suffered a clear defeat both in her undead forces and personal health. Yet, Bellatrix hadn't run away. Her eyes were firm and showed a glimmer of anticipation, as if her impromptu plan had finally reached a climactic fruition. Her right hand slowly slipped to her waist from where she pulled out an old simple bone wand that belonged to her master. Her lips curled up into an eerie, unsettling smile as she flicked the wand once. In the startling silence that followed, out poured two gray misty forms that 4 people in the area immediately recognized. Snape's pupils widened, and Moody's grip on his staff tightened. But Harry's mouth hung loose before he barely uttered in a horrified whisper, "Mom, Dad." Walburga looked at the final result of her divination. She'd just convened a ritual to ask the god of the darkness pathway, Salazar Slytherin, if he could perhaps guide his followers, to reclaim the death blasphemy card that was stolen from them. And the result was simple, a dream that pointed her exactly to its location. Only, the location and its contents had been rather unexpected. Walburga kept her eyes closed and recalled the result of the divination. A deep dark world, hidden under a myriad of tree roots, within a colossal shadowy structure inside it, and on a simple table deep within lay the card of blasphemy for the death pathway. She did not recognize the location. But even stranger was the fact that she saw someone she recognized in that divination. A rather tall man whom she felt her heart call out to instantly. Sirius. A slight tinge of worry crept into Walburga's heart as she pondered upon the place that Sirius was inside. Since she didn't recognize it, it could only mean that it was either a completely irrelevant location that posed no danger, or a location that posed so much danger that even she as a demigod had never heard or seen it until today. And for some strange reason Walburga felt like it was the latter. After all, it had taken a true god revealing it for her to know of it. What's he doing in such a dangerous place? Walburga for the first time in a while felt herself reminded of the death of her first son, Regulus. She kept her eyes closed and slowly formed the symbol of the crimson moon on her chest. May the god of darkness bless him. Walburga opened her eyes and after some thought made her way to Sirius's room. If I can't help him directly, I can ask for some luck. As soon as Walburga stepped into his room, however, she wished she hadn't. The room was at the peak of disorder, so much so that Walburga almost felt that this was what Amelia had meant when she was here the other day to talk about bottled up chaos and order. With clothes strewn about, Walburga almost thought for a second that a hurricane had swept through the house. Creature. A short elf popped up upon Walburga's loud shout before it looked at her innocently. Seeing her house elf not answer her clear question, Walburga made herself explicit. What's the reason you haven't cleaned this room? Creature looked around in confusion and rubbed his finger over a spot on the furniture before asking, Is it not clean enough, madam? The words left Walburga dumbfounded, so she looked around with her spirit vision active and almost immediately recognized what Sirius had done. The brat concealed all his dirty laundry. Walburga's face scrunched up in annoyance and frustration before she glared at the innocent creature who was suddenly imagining himself beheaded and hung up on the wall like his ancestors. Forget it, Walburga said, holding her head, you may return. Creature nodded, albeit a little confused, before he bowed and vanished again in a pop, leaving Walburga to go around the room and clean the dirty laundry. Except almost immediately, as Walburga picked up a pile of clothes off of the desk, a strange coin slipped out of a pant pocket. Walburga picked it up and looked at it carefully. There was nothing written on it for a second before the coin turned uncomfortably warm as new letters popped up, circling around its metallic edge. 5 minutes. 5 minutes what? Walburga was about to toss away the coin, thinking it was a toy before she paused. A toy using the protean charm. Since when did Zonkos become so expressive? Everyone on Moody's team stopped breathing. Not just because what they were seeing was strange and unbelievable, but also because Snape's breathing potion had run out. That was when everyone behind Snape heard a soft but authoritative voice repeat inside their minds, "Those who do not follow the holder are violators." Violators are not allowed to speak as the second punishment. Harry's heart trembled as he opened his mouth almost immediately to reach out to his parents, and although his lips moved and his throat appeared to tense up as his lungs tore open what would have sounded like a screaming shout, yet nothing happened. His voice remained trapped to the confines of his mind while his body strained itself for nothing. Can't even scream Potter. I was quite looking forward to that. Bellatrix frowned but chalked up his strange behavior to the book in Snape's hands since it was an artifact powerful enough to hurt her using the connection between her and the gate to the underworld. Unable to reach out to his parents through words, Harry did the unthinkable. He rushed towards them, breaking the line formation that Moody had asked them to hold until now. Harry's already tense muscles tensed further as he pushed his body to his limits in hopes to reach them before Bellatrix did anything to them, however he was too late. Bellatrix made clear eye contact with Harry and then with a haughty sneer brought her hand marked with the rune of the gate to the underworld closer to James. "Come a step closer and you'll lose your father. Oh wait, you're an orphan, completely parentless." But the words didn't seem to land. Harry rushed forwards almost like he cared for nothing other than ripping Bellatrix apart at this moment. His speed doubled as he pushed his body to its limits, almost transforming partially into a mythical creature form to give himself an extra boost in strength. The whites of his eyes reddened and the veins of his arms burst open, but Harry didn't stop. Or at least he didn't plan to until he crossed Snape, only for Snape to grip Harry's neck and slam it into the ground, forcing Harry to only be able to look as Bellatrix brought her hand closer and closer to James. Even still, James and Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. They both looked at Snape with a sense of gratefulness, but Snape only spit on the floor beside Harry's head in disrespect, even though Snape's expression wasn't much different from Harry's at this moment. And even though a restriction hadn't been imposed onto him since he was the new holder of the brass book, Snape hadn't spoken ever since he had laid eyes on Lily. A soft, kind and soothing voice resonated in Snape's mind at that moment, reminding him of something he already knew. "You need her soul to complete the ritual." Snape didn't say anything, but his eyes gained a rather wild, ferocious glare that hadn't existed only a few moments before. He hid it well from everyone else given his rather strange shadowy moonlight form, but Lily saw right through it. Her eyes looked at Snape softly before for the first time since both she and James had been summoned. She spoke to break the otherwise suffocating silence. "It's been a long time since we last met, brother." Bellatrix froze. Harry's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes lost their rage as his body trembled with shock and what felt like fright. "What?" The word didn't leave anyone's lips because of the rule, but it was still there, resonating loudly in their minds. Even Moody stood shocked, a rare expression of surprise and confusion appearing on his otherwise stern face. Snape stood silently, his shadowy form flickering slightly as it glimmered while emitting faint rays of moonlight. His eyes remained locked on Lily, but he said nothing. "Arg, what is this? A twist?" Bellatrix asked with slight disgust, interrupting out of turn before looking at Snape herself as she spoke boorishly. "Give me that book. And you can have her, Severus." Snape said nothing for a few seconds, his hands holding the book, trembling but still holding onto it with great strength. The silence only stretched since no one else could interrupt and they were all holding onto their breaths, saving it for the right moment of action as they were losing strength because of lack of oxygen, preferring a burst instead of a prolonged fight. James spoke up then. "Don't do it, Snape. You know, he is untrustworthy. His promises can never be." "Crucio," Bellatrix whispered, flicking her master's wand, causing James to freeze instantly before a gasp of pain escaped his lips as he froze in agony, doing his best to keep himself from tearing his throat because of the sheer tortuous assault on his soul by the spell. Disappointment flickered across Bellatrix's eyes before she spoke with disgust. "You're like them, Longbottoms, they held it all in, just like you. Unfortunately I didn't have the time to amp up the power then." But, suddenly Bellatrix's eyes flared up with vile power as she spoke in a tone dipping with malice and madness. "But now I do." "James." Lily tried to hold James and pull him away from Bellatrix, but her hand simply slipped through, unable to touch him or even block him from Bellatrix's spell as its effect slowly turned visible, causing James's soul to show signs of cracks that made visible the chilling frost within. James felt death touch his spine. A chill far beyond what he could imagine branded him like hot iron, making each part of his soul ramp with pain. It felt like 1,000 beetles were clicking inside his ears, crawling under his skin as they ate up his flesh, driving him towards madness with each click, torturing his mind by breaking down every thought he could have to save himself before it even manifested. Everyone watched as James slowly transformed, first from a normal-looking human into one that was slowly turning into a monstrous amalgamation of otherworldly horrors. Moody attempted to flick his staff towards everyone other than himself, to knock them out, to put them to sleep before they were corrupted, but he couldn't. His already weakening body, ridden powerless due to the lack of oxygen, didn't support his rapid movements. And so while his normal eye darkened, its vision slipping, his magical eye each watched keenly how Ron was the first to mutate, the boy's eyes elongating until they fell out of their sockets as his whole body became covered in shiny ethereal scales before the boy fell on his now transformed 4 limbs while he snarled, looking at the rest of them. Belmont was next as his body proportions suddenly changed, his gender becoming androgynous as his curled mustache grew like a robe around himself and became tinged a sharp crimson, as if dipped in blood, turning him into a blood-soaked monstrosity. Only before things could progress any further, Hermione and Tonks almost simultaneously flicked their wands to steal the corruption in their teammates. Daphne acted along with them and flicked her wand again and transfigured a portion of the earth in front of them into a thick wall to block their sight. Moody noticed that the Greengrass girl still hadn't used her Beander abilities and grew a little worried about why she had held it in. But time for further thoughts didn't exist at this moment. Harry roared, his scream that would have been heard throughout the entire forest was still silenced by powers beyond his control. His hands struggled to push away Snape's iron grip on his neck as his nails bled freely, snapping like opening shells as they caught on Snape's hard, inhumane body and the uneven ground. Bellatrix's smile only turned crueler, her eyes glimmering in enjoyment of the show in front of her, in which she participated as an active member, as an audience director, where all eyes were on her, each looking at her with fear and hatred but completely powerless to change anything about her actions. Bellatrix finally stopped after a few more seconds when she saw Harry losing control. James was beyond hopeless at this stage, his knees buckled as he collapsed in the air, hanging, floating while completely unconscious, as if he'd died a second time. But with Bellatrix stopping herself, he regained some control. Snape's eyes openly displayed disdain, but he remained put. However, Bellatrix needed to get things done since she'd already had her fun, so she turned to Harry and looked into his half-dead eyes as he was forced to watch what was essentially the second death of his father. One where his inaction was going to be burnt into his memories. She looked at his helpless expression, his bleeding nails, his broken teeth, and his hopeless expression and smiled with delight as she spoke in a sharp tone, "Do you want to save your mother, Potter?" A sinking feeling that Harry didn't know was possible gripped Harry's guts. His chest felt a rather strange feeling, as if someone had stabbed a knife into it and twisted it on purpose, drawing it out slowly to let him feel every single inch of the blade. Tears spilling out of his eyes as he appeared to mouth the words, "Don't." But Bellatrix didn't mind. Instead she continued to speak with an air of power about her, an air of superiority while standing on her rock. "The next time I won't be as kind as I was with your father," she said, bringing her left hand with the rune of the gate of the underworld shimmering on its surface closer to Lily, about to grip her who was standing in front of James, trying to support him and bring him back to consciousness. The silence after that lasted longer than anything else in Harry's life. He heard the desperate sobs of his mother as she cried softly while patting the trembling James, "You need to get up, honey, it's for Harry. We need to help him. Look how strong he's become, we can't let ourselves disappoint him now, can we?" With James still unresponsive, Lily turned towards Snape. "Snape, go away. Take Harry and go away. You know what is best for us all." cannot be allowed to gain an advantage. But seeing Snape's red eyes and his sharp gaze on Bellatrix's hand that was hovering beside her shoulder, Lily practically screamed, "Go away, Snape. Or are you still the coward who can only save himself while sacrificing everyone else?" Snape's hand on the book in his hand and on Harry's neck tightened. While everyone else was slowly blacking out because of lack of oxygen, Snape was because of sheer anger. A dangerous sense of despair seemed to cloud his being as he stood with a remarkable sense of despondence. To an onlooker it would seem like the world had isolated Snape, painted him all alone, as if placing the burden of the entire world on his shoulders while leaving his sacrifices unrecognized, made fun of, or even spit on. Snape took a deep breath in before looking directly into Bellatrix's eyes. The silence tensed for a moment before Snape took a single step forward, only for Bellatrix to move her hand even closer to Lily's head. "As much as I would love to see you wail," Bellatrix said as if pondering on something before making up her mind as she demanded, "Get the Potter boy to do it. I want to feel his rage, the rage as I hold the lives of everyone he's ever cared about in my hands." Snape stopped, his eyes flickering to Bellatrix, then to Lily who only slowly shook her head before it slipped down to Harry whose gaze had lost its previous shine. His gaze looked broken, dim and almost dead. Harry closed his eyes, the strength in his body slowly leaving, even as he felt Snape's grip on him lighten. He'd already given up. It made him look forgotten, burdened, and above all, almost alone. Memories that he could have never had came flooding, teasing him, prodding his defenses, testing his commitment, each one its own sharp burden that hurt his being. What would life have been like had I never been introduced to the world of magic? What if Mum and Dad remained dead in a car crash? What if I wasn't Harry, but Dudley? Would Aunt Petunia love me then? Would I have been able to call her a mother? Maybe I'd have gone to Smeltings instead of Hogwarts. Maybe I'd never have to face the horror that is the world of magic. Harry's expression kept devolving into a forced forfeit. A myriad of thoughts had been unraveled in front of him, all because of the current scenario he had been thrust into. If Bellatrix could use his parents to stop him today, what else could Voldemort use to force him tomorrow? The lives of all those around him. The lives of his friends. Of random muggles. Could he bear the burden of those lives by himself? Lives that will be lost fighting in a battle caused by his existence. Some sanity remained behind those eyes when he reopened them, but they looked only enough to comprehend the pain. A flicker of hope sparked in Harry's eyes, constantly battling the wind as it struggled to think of hope in this scenario while stopping the dangerous but constant ramblings in his mind that he could already hear as an early sign of losing control. He stood up quietly, his breath still frozen as he grabbed the book Snape was holding and began to walk towards Bellatrix. Was he a coward for wanting the people around him to be safe? Harry's eyes blurred in and out of focus as the world around himself faded from color to black and white. Harry saw his mother scream out something at him, but he couldn't seem to catch what she was saying. Perhaps the strange book in his hands had imposed another punishment upon him. That wouldn't be so strange. After all, that was what he was, a violator, someone who should have died on the night he was given the scar on his head. He should have never been the boy who lived. He should have died. Then none of all this would have ever happened. Harry felt something cold touch his chin as his head was forcibly lifted to make his gaze meet Bellatrix's. Her gaze filled with an indescribable joy bore back into his as she carefully brushed the blood that had trickled out of the corner of his busted lips. She brought the finger to her mouth before she carefully licked the blood. She reveled in it for a second, as if it were a ritual of triumph, only. Why is there no fee? Bellatrix looked back down at Harry, but as soon as her gaze met Harry's, it froze. All she found in Harry's eyes was a gaze of a predator looking down on its prey. Even though she stood above him on a rock that stood about as tall as the boy's knees, Bellatrix felt herself lesser. Lo Lord! Bellatrix's mind panicked. Her plan had finished. She had tricked everyone into thinking that she was ordered to bring back the book and not Harry Potter. Now all she had to do was bring the boy back. All she had to do was bring Harry Potter back to the Dark Lord so that he could finally claim victory over him and tarnish Dumbledore's reputation and ruin his ritual. But instead, meeting Harry's gaze sent a deathly chill up her spine. And no matter how she tried to suppress it, it only suddenly heightened, however, when she felt an even more dangerous gaze lock onto her. It was Snape. Bellatrix only matched gazes with him momentarily, but she could no longer remember what she saw, for her head was stabbed with an incomprehensible amount of pain. Her hands brought themselves up to her face as she felt a strange wetness that she recognized almost instantly. Blood. Why is there blood on my face? Why can't I see? Did the Potter boy's head explode and fall into my eyes? Bellatrix, with the last shred of her sanity, slowly licked the blood that she had just touched with her fingers. She recognized the taste. It was her own. Bellatrix didn't give herself the time to comprehend the information. She already had Harry Potter within her grasp. All she had to do now was apparate back to her master. Everything would be fine then. Right. Only almost as soon as Bellatrix spent her spirituality to apparate, her fate took a turn for the worse. In the distance, over the pristine wall Daphne had just transfigured, now stood Eris Greengrass, looking at her with a gaze that could freeze the world. Bellatrix obviously couldn't see it, but she felt it. A chill that gave her an intuitive dream that warned her that the apparition, something that she could do almost instinctively, would abruptly fail, splinching her. She twisted her actions immediately, hoping to touch Lily with the rune on her hands to warn everyone to back off, while simultaneously pushing Harry Potter into the failed apparition so that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of her momentary disruption, and the apparition wouldn't fail since he would be splinched too otherwise, and her enemies wouldn't want that. Only Harry Potter was no longer underneath her. He was also no longer in her grasp. Bellatrix's hands flailed aimlessly for a second after she failed to touch either of her targets. Only by the time she realized what had happened, it was too late. Her head suddenly turned upside down and backwards as the world twisted around her before she found herself rushing past a flurry of colors only for it to all stop when she landed at her destination. Her mouth opened to speak when she felt her object of worship nearby. Her lord, who had let her run wild. She wished to call out to him once more, one last time before the light left her eyes, but she couldn't. She didn't need anyone to tell her that the call of death was approaching, since she could feel the pull of the eternal river of death already laying claim on her undying form. The only thing she could do at the last second was open her mouth and reveal the rune of the gate of the underworld on her tongue. It glimmered with the final faint pulse of spirituality before dispelling to reveal a brass book falling out of it. And the light of her eyes vanished seamlessly after that. Yet, Voldemort, who was standing and looking down at her, cared not for any of it. He simply stretched his hands and seemed to grab something ethereal in the air, which caused Bellatrix's face to morph, unfreeing her frozen expression of the acceptance for death into one of shock that slowly became tinged with horror as she was pulled out into a deep murky black liquid blob in Voldemort's hand, keeping her alive. Voldemort's hand kept the murky tar-like liquid from touching anything around it, no matter how hard it bubbled or exploded, keeping it firmly contained in an invisible field of spirituality as he slowly placed it into the skull that had been hanging from the wall until now. An eerie crimson flame lit up inside it that attracted Voldemort for a few seconds before he calmly waved his hand and tossed the empty body of Bellatrix into a pile of eternally smoldering skulls, adding another tortuous scream to the faint taint of madness that was immersed in the air around the Bone Cathedral. Voldemort's attention then turned towards the brass book. He casually waved it over, pulling it closer to him by grabbing the fear the object displayed in his presence. He flipped the brass pages slowly for a few seconds in slight confusion before he landed on a page without any rules on it at all. It was an empty page, polished to the extreme, making it almost mirror-like. Voldemort saw his clear reflection in it as it stared back at him, only the reflection pulled out a distinctly golden monocle and placed it on his right eye before smiling eerily. Loki looked carefully at the strange door sitting in the middle of the sky, about 10 feet off the ground. Someone from the door pathway. Loki guessed rather easily, but then stopped. Or is it someone from the death pathway with the gate to the underworld? But the gate to the underworld was supposed to have a suction force, right? So this one's probably not that, so the door pathway. But which door pathway ability allows you to create doors in midair disobeying physics? Not even Minecraft allows floating doors. Is that the uniqueness of the door pathway? Loki quickly shook his head. No way. He mumbled, a uniqueness out in the open and no one's attracted to it. Too easy. But then what exactly is it? Loki frowned, unable to quite figure out what the door hanging in the air above him was before he gave up and decided to walk a different way because it gave him an eerie feel. He almost didn't want to be around it. I'm close to that village I was supposed to reach soon, I'll just ask the people there about it. With a simple logical answer known to him, Loki began his journey towards the village while following the poorly drawn map in his hands. 2 hills about 30 feet high, and an eye-like large rock protruding out of the center, towards the east. Loki looked around and found something similar on the horizon using his sharpened vision. That's not 30 feet high though, it's more like 40 or even 45. I guess the map maker really was just that bad. The sun was setting behind him, but he continued to walk unobstructed since he was now out of the forest and in a deep rocky valley that had nothing but rock and gravel in it. About a half a dozen kilometers, I should reach it by sunset. With a short walk ahead of him and no external threats, Loki's mind began to drift with thoughts that he hadn't had the time to think about before. I wonder how everyone else I left behind is doing back home. His eyes traced the rocky outcroppings around himself, making him feel a little alone as he walked among them without any other soul in sight. Did Mum return the Harry Potter book I borrowed from the library? I borrowed it only because I was hiding my phone using it during the night, pretending to read Harry Potter when I was actually reading Lord of the Mysteries. It was a half-decent book since I finished it after I finished Lord of the Mysteries, but it was too nice. What would I do if I were in the world of Harry Potter instead? Maybe develop a cultivation method to make and condense a monocle like in a shanja. Perhaps I could even make a secret organization to take out Voldemort before he came into power in Book 4. Oh, I know who I'd include in that organization. Sirius Black, Hermione and Snape. Hermione for her magical skill, Snape for knowledge on Voldemort, and Sirius for keeping track of Dumbledore. A perfect idea. Maybe even someone from the Ministry to make things secretive. So that there's an arc where I want to get a secret identity like Klein and I can ask the Ministry employee to help me get it. Oh, I could even involve some non-human creatures for representation. Haha, how funny. Maybe I could tell Voldemort. Courting death. Notao before this celestial wizard and cripple your cultivation before I erase you from this world. He giggled softly at his strange ideas before remembering something silly. Oh. Maybe I could even kill him and then pretend to be him and then use his identity to bend the wizarding world to my needs. Maybe I can then extract money from the wizarding families, the nobles and all the Wizengamot members before funneling them into my own pockets and making my own new laws so that I rule the place and not Dumbledore. Ha ha ha. He sent a passing glance at his target, the mountain, and realized that he'd already walked quite far somehow. Only half a kilometer left. That's funny, I didn't realize time passed so fast while you were lost in your thoughts. Loki thought before humming a random tune as he began walking towards the strange mountain. He took a few more steps in a happy mood as he rushed up to the crown of a rock formation with nimble steps while shouting out into the air. That has got to be the best pirate I have ever seen. So it would seem. Captain German Sparrow, W. Loki's eyes froze as he reached the peak of the short rock formation. His eyes drifted over to his target, the mountains beyond which his new village was supposed to be, and he froze. Half a dozen kilometers away. He then raised his head and looked up into the sky. The door in the sky was right above his head and he was right where he'd started. Loki's body trembled slightly, both in shock and surprise. He felt his fingertips turn cold as he held his breath and turned towards the sun. It's already setting. Wah, what is this? Harry looked at his parents with soft pained gazes. And even though he wasn't restricted in his speech anymore, he couldn't bring himself to speak as he simply stared at them with equal parts, frustration, remorse and happiness. How? Harry finally asked Lily, who was the only conscious person of the two. Lily, who had remained silent until now, admiring her son for how much he had grown and into what he had become, finally opened her mouth to speak up. It happened on the night we died. He found a way to become immortal by splitting his soul. And so, when his final killing curse rebounded, he could only remain immortal by splitting his soul. And the price for that is the eternal torment of another. Given your dad and I happened to have just died and were lying right there. Harry nodded, feeling even worse now that he was informed that his very existence had caused the two people he looked up to be tortured for eternity in the hands of the man, or rather animal, who had tried to kill him too. But Lily quickly grabbed Harry's hands. Her hands passed through, and only caused a rather ethereal chill to spread in his body, which only made him feel worse, but Lily spoke boldly nonetheless. And I wouldn't have had it otherwise no matter how many times I was given the choice to go back to the same day given that you would live. Harry's eyes widened slightly before he grew teary-eyed. He sniffled softly before someone pushed him aside, not gently, but by a sharp thrust as if they were getting rid of garbage by kicking it. Severus, Lily said sharply, but Snape didn't have the time to handle the complaint. Instead, benefiting his potion as a shaman, Snape wrapped his arms around Lily, her chill failing to do anything to his already cold body, making it feel at most like the warmth of another person that touched his heart. Everyone in the area grew shocked, wide-eyed and a little loose-jawed as several gasps rang out among the participants of this heartfelt reunion. Harry, however, seemed like the only calm person, regardless of having just been kicked, as if he were expecting such a reaction already. Lily, who was frozen in place by the suddenness, calmed down in a few seconds as she too wrapped her hands around Snape before whispering, "Brother, it's been so long." Snape stayed there for a few seconds as those with keen eyes watched his shoulders tremble slightly before he pulled away and spoke in a rush. "You need to come with me. I can bring you back." Before Lily could say anything, however, Moody thumped his staff. "Don't be ridiculous, Severus. Or have you already succumbed to the very thing you fight? Death by the killing curse is permanent. Not something you can simply undo unless you want a monster wearing human skin, the skin of your loved." Moody, however, was silenced by a glare from Snape. A glare so sharp and penetrating that it was clear to anyone that met his eyes that Snape knew what he was doing. He slowly turned back to Lily and looked deeply into her emerald eyes. "Are you sure?" Lily asked again, a little uncertain as her eyes flickered towards Harry momentarily before landing back on Snape. Snape only nodded without explaining much or even saying anything to reassure her. Yet, Lily felt reassured. So she did what every little sister would do and shamelessly added on her own condition to such an offer, James too. Snape's brows furrowed and Lily caught onto it, shamelessly adding, "I won't agree if it's not him too." Snape's furrowed brows bent some more before he turned to Harry and glared at him with anger, causing Harry to almost feel like Snape was about to somehow take away 1,000 points for Gryffindor for him simply existing. But Snape did no such thing. Instead, he turned back to Lily and nodded with a soft sigh which caused her to break out into a beautiful smile. With that settled, Snape pulled out a carefully prepared straw doll from one of his pouches and handed it to Lily, surprising everyone when she could hold it, before he picked up a random leaf off the ground and placed it on James's head. He also pulled out a few fragrances and spread them around in the air before closing his eyes as his shadowy form receded to reveal a resplendent milky sheen, making his body appear as if it were made out of moonlight, shimmering like the full moon reflected in a lake. His form slowly tinged in a soft crimson before Lily suddenly froze. Her eyes seemed to see something beyond what everyone could see as she gulped visibly before looking at Snape in shock and awe before sinking into the straw doll in her hands. James too similarly floated into the leaf placed on his head. The two objects floated in space for a few seconds until Snape's eyes snapped open and he grabbed them, stuffing the leaf rather rudely into his pockets before placing the straw doll on his shoulder warmly. "Mother?" Harry asked with slight weariness which lasted only until the straw doll turned to look at him and spoke in a chirpy, slightly nasal, tone. "Harry." Harry's eyes widened, before it slipped to Snape's robe rather uncomfortably. "So Dad's a leaf, comma." Loki looked up at the door with a strange sense of weariness. His heart beat stiffly and his palms turned sweaty. "This can't be the uniqueness, can it?" "No way." Loki quickly shook his head, dismissing such a thought almost immediately. "If it were the uniqueness, I wouldn't be the only one here, there would probably be half a dozen mad angels and true gods battling for it to accommodate its authority. Or perhaps because it is the uniqueness of the door pathway it teleports around and doesn't let anyone find it." Loki suddenly felt very confused. The door in the sky was out of his very short range to properly tell just how valuable it was. But simply given its strange glassy appearance, it was definitely more valuable than anything else he'd seen in his entire short life as a Beander. Yet he couldn't understand what it was doing here, if it was the uniqueness. Why would it teleport near some random village? And why would it trap me in its influence? Loki thought for a few seconds before coming to a short conclusion. "Oh. Perhaps because of my speciality about being incorruptible by high-level knowledge." Maybe it tried to simply corrupt before thinking that I was just another low-level Beander but then failed to do so and control me in any way, so it now wants to study or use me for something else. Loki didn't have any reason to think so with 100% certainty, but he felt that he was right almost instinctively since the door hadn't harmed him in any way, yet. "Hey, door, what do you want me to do?" Loki shouted out loud, but true to its apparent inanimate nature, the door remained still and the silence in the impromptu valley remained undisturbed. Loki walked around a few more times, hoping to leave or even find an error in whatever method the door was using to keep him contained, but he failed and kept getting teleported back to the spot under the door after only a few dozen steps. It truly would have been rather strange if I could break out of the influence of a uniqueness when not even angels could break from the quill of Alzuhud and the Turncest brass book. Loki sighed as the last light of the day vanished under the horizon. Perhaps someone from the village will come out here to scout this place. No, why would they come out at night, and I'm sure the village probably already has tales about people going missing in this area, making it forbidden to travel to. But, wait a minute. If people came here before and were trapped or corrupted by the uniqueness, why aren't there any bones of the people that died because they couldn't handle the corruption? There could have even been stronger people who managed to fight against the door, right? So why aren't there any signs of battle anywhere? Loki carefully studied the area for any signs of battle, but even though the darkness made it a little hard for him to go through it all, he didn't find any obvious signs of anything occurring on a large scale. Walking to the border and teleporting back to the spot under the door because it was shorter, Loki stared up at it for a few minutes in silence before picking up a rock from the ground. He took aim using his dexterous hands and launched the stone up into the air 10 high. The rock landed on the door with a f-whopping thud, as if hitting something solid, something metallic, before simply vanishing as if it never existed. Loki's eyes sharpened. So I can get out of this place if I touch the door. Interesting. And so, with a goal in his mind, Loki began to gather the large rocks around him. His aim: to build a short pyramid to touch the door up above. Given Loki could only travel a short distance all around, he had to be particularly clever in getting his rocks, making sure that none of the taller ones fell the wrong way when he fell them by digging underneath a corner so that he could transport them without issue. He did have some strength to carry them, but it wasn't enough to continuously drag around a bunch of 1-ton rocks and stack them upon each other. So Loki let physics do the work. Why waste effort when things could be done easier? The night's really getting colder. Loki whispered, rubbing his arms while looking around into the darkness. Except, Loki suddenly raised his head and looked up above when he heard a short rumble. Given the door was the only object close to him that could make such a noise, Loki naturally looked up at it. His eyes first saw the twinkling stars in the background before he saw the door tremble under pale moonlight. Loki had a sinking feeling that something was not right, but he couldn't put a finger on what it was, so he was about to continue his thankless task of building his pyramid only to suddenly realize something rather strange about the door. Did the distance to the door just shrink? Loki picked up a short stone from the ground and took aim at the door before launching it once again with the same amount of force he had used earlier. Only, the stone shot past the door this time, missing it entirely as it arched above it and returned on the other side. So the door is falling. Loki didn't know why, but he didn't really like the sound of that. He then looked at the pyramid he'd just built and then up at the door whose strange instinct was to reach the ground below and felt a little afraid. He couldn't quite put it in words, but a strange chill spread through him, instinctively warning him to keep away. All right, inverted pyramid it is. And so Loki started to undo hours of his work from earlier and began to clear up the stones he'd piled up, before digging down into the ground underneath the door. He didn't know why, but he felt like there was something strange about the situation he hadn't fully realized yet. As if there was a lingering piece of the puzzle right in the background that was waiting to be picked up. But Loki didn't give himself the time to figure it out. Instead, he became busy digging in the darkness of the early morning. Survival takes priority. It was only after the sun went past noon during the day that Loki slowed down. At least the door hasn't dropped again since then. Loki looked up at the bright sky and sipped a bit of the water remaining in his leather sack while making sure it was only enough to wet his lips and nothing more. He didn't know how long he'd be stuck in this place, and the last thing he wanted was to die of thirst. The walls of the pit he'd dug rose around him like a well, making him wonder if it might become one should there be some rain, but given there were no clouds in sight he put aside the thought and went back to looking at the door and thinking about the strangeness surrounding it. All the time I dug, I never came across any remains, either animal or plant. It was all gravel or hard rock. A stark contrast to the forest that borders this region. Shouldn't there at least be a grassland before such a large rocky region suddenly shows up? And, Loki looked at the strangely tall mountain in the distance that was his target on the map and mumbled, there's that mountain that's taller than the one in the map. Plus if this place is a valley with a rocky bed, shouldn't it have formed a lake simply from rains? That was when the creeping sensation from before crawled back into Loki's mind. I'm missing something. Loki climbed out of the pit and looked around himself, staring at nothing in particular, trying to glean an insight into his current predicament before he suddenly realized. Ah, Loki whispered as he looked back up at the door in the sky and mumbled softly, did it swallow everything in a radius around itself? He remembered the stone he'd thrown at the door and realized exactly what it was that had made him so uncomfortable about it. So its power fluctuates throughout the day, and at midnight when it's the highest, it consumes everything around it in a certain radius. Things started to fit in just the right places in his mind as he drew several other new speculations simultaneously. Does it send everything into the cosmos? Perhaps during the dead of the night when its connection to the cosmos is the strongest it moves down and sends everything it comes in contact with outside the barrier protecting the planet. Did it consume the village that was here before and send it into the cosmos too then? Loki's hands trembled unknowingly as his mind felt rather weak and rattled. Only a single fact remained in his mind that kept the embers of hope in him burning. But it hasn't sent me to the cosmos, yet. Perhaps the thing the door sends away needs to be corrupted by it first. Then, I'm just immune. Loki didn't think so. If he were truly immune to the influence of the door, then he should have never even been trapped to forever remain confined in its vicinity. And the very fact that he had meant that the door had some control over him in some way. Perhaps the abilities of the door get stronger the closer I get to it. Then it doesn't matter if I get corrupted by it or not, I'll simply get teleported at that point. Like the stone that touched it during the day. Loki broke out into an immediate run towards the mountain that was his target, only, this time even before the previous couple dozen steps that he could take, he was teleported back to the center at only about a dozen plus some. All of a sudden, the door in the sky that moved when it wished started to seem like a fancy guillotine. Loki looked at the pit underneath him that he'd dug out of a sense of instinct and then back up at the blade hanging in the sky with a sense of dread. Will the door move the same set amount each day? What if it moves directly to the bottom of the pit tomorrow? Loki didn't have answers to these questions. But trapped in this fateful encounter, all he could do was observe. So Loki quietly, very quietly, climbed back into the pit he'd carved out for himself and holed himself in it. Hermione broke the stiff silence that had befallen the group after they all realized James's current condition, since a separate important matter was on her mind. What about that book? The silence lingered for a few seconds before Moody thumped his staff onto the floor, releasing a powerful burst of spirituality to clear the air of the smell of the undead that was still lingering around them before speaking like someone had gutted him. Those dastardly cowards stole our trap. It sounded like a typical Moody, but the words and the tone didn't quite make sense to them. Why's he upset about our trap being sprung? Isn't that good? Moody's eyes spun around quickly before it landed on Harry as he asked, how did you figure it out, Potter? Harry rubbed the back of his head slightly before looking Snape's way as he explained, I don't really know, but Professor Snape embedded the instinct of using the item as a means of bargain when he punched me earlier. Severus punched you. Lily's high-pitched voice shot sharply out from beside Snape's ears, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, looking at everyone with a sense of superiority, like they all owed him the world and he owed them nothing. He hit me too, Ron said suddenly from the forest floor, since he'd partially recovered from his corruption after Hermione stole it using the error pathway steal spell. Everyone looked at him for a second before glossing over as Harry continued with a wry smile, so I pretended to be slightly angry and followed Professor Snape's plan to use me as the one that took the book to Bellatrix Lestrange. So you knew all along. Moody thumped his staff again while giving Snape a deep look, as did everyone else. Hermione was rather reverential while Tonks was still a little skeptical like her master. Ron was constantly fluctuating between wanting to criticize Snape for putting their lives in danger and praising him for such a simple yet brilliant plan, emotions spurred by his changes in betraying his pet spider. Of course he didn't know his own conflict stemmed from such feelings. To him it was only a feeling of not wanting to criticize Snape since no one had been harmed and everyone was safe and sound. But what was that trap? Was it to harm you-know-who? Ron asked suddenly, causing everyone to nod and look at Moody, who was the one who'd brought over the book. To their surprise, Moody feigned ignorance. I was only the transporter. Didn't learn what it was so that if I were captured I wouldn't know how to deactivate it. The sudden tension in the group to learn more about you-know-who and the trap was released and everyone relaxed, but only until Moody barked out their new orders. We must still go to our destination while pretending that we're traveling with the book. One enemy might have been taken down, but if we can still become a flame to draw out the moths for the other teams risking their lives, we must. Tonks' eyes lit up with admiration before she saluted and quickly stood in line behind him. Hermione followed and then Belmont along with Ron stood in it too. Harry looked at Snape, who was looking at it all with absolute and utter disgust, like he was about to recall his bats all around the forest and apparate away until Lily spoke up again. Where are you going, brother? Harry's going with them, right? Snape looked at Harry, giving him a glare that made Harry feel like he was laid on a butcher's table, pinned to it with sharpened bones while being cleaned for prepping. Harry gulped, but the silly-looking straw doll on Snape's shoulder balanced the sharp glare, so he managed to speak out his thoughts. We can't just abandon our mission, can we, Professor? Before he stood behind Ron, leaving a single-person space, just enough for Snape to fit in. And Snape did not want to fit in. He looked like he'd do anything but it. Eventually, however, Snape fell in line after recalling his bats. Regaining his rather human appearance as the straw doll still on his shoulder commented. Your hair's just as greasy as ever, brother. PFF'd. Ron quickly stuffed his knuckles into his teeth but failed to keep his laughter to himself. And even though for the rest of the way after that he felt Snape's icy glare piercing his unprotected neck, his shoulders kept quivering ever so slightly, as did everyone else's, including the straw dolls. It was the dead of the night again. Loki, sitting in his hole, stared right up at the sky. His eyes watched the door with careful precision, each blink taken consciously, only after he'd memorized the position of the door in the sky each time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rumble. The sound was there again. And Loki saw it this time. The distance shrank, again. Loki noted. The distance it dropped by was the exact same as the last time, about a foot again. The echo of the rumble faded away as reality started to finally sink into Loki's mind. Throughout the dig today, it had been a far-away thought in Loki's mind. After all, he could always just keep digging and lengthen the time it took for the door to reach him. Except, by the end of the day, when he'd reached about 15 feet deep, the second he stepped a single foot deeper, he found himself back on top of the pit, where the lack of ground caused him to fall once again, in a cycle again and again, until when he managed to wedge himself between the walls of the pit and drop some gravel to cover the gap below. Sitting on that same uncomfortable gravel right now, Loki released a warm puff of air and watched the condensation make it visible despite the darkness. It's getting colder. Time passed and Loki spent all his time looking up at the door throughout the night. Countless thoughts passed by his mind as he thought of everything he had so far. But how does one even fight a uniqueness as a sequence 9? How does one fight being flung off into the cosmos as a sequence 9? Loki sat there, pondering the same questions with his hands around his knees, stuffed into his sleeves to conserve heat as he strained his neck to remain vigilant of the door dropping any further. Night slowly turned into day, and Loki, not having slept in a while, sank into the comfortable coolness of the rock around him while the rays of the afternoon sun wrapped around him like a blanket. Day slowly turned into night again as Loki awoke. His first instinct was to look up at the door with sharp eyes, measuring it for any changes as he watched over it carefully. No movement, yet. As it reached midnight, Loki began counting backwards once again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rumble. The door sank again, by a single foot. About 23 feet remaining. But Loki didn't dare move. He waited, staring at the door throughout the night before sleeping for a while in the morning and then trying to dig underneath himself once again. However, as soon as his shovel hit the gravel floor and siphoned off a bit of the gravel to sink underneath the line he'd measured earlier, he found himself back at the top of the hole. Luckily the door was still a good 8 feet above, so he didn't have to worry about touching it, yet. So he only undid his digging before sitting calmly in his pit. Night passed again. Another foot. 22 feet remaining, 7 feet from the top of the hole. It's gotten colder still. Loki felt a comfortable chill during the nights now. Enough to make him want something to cover himself with. A couple of days passed once again as the situation turned for the worse. 20 feet remaining. The chill had now made Loki feel uncomfortable even during the day. He didn't know if it was real, or if he was simply hallucinating things, but he felt he could hear a strange wailing at the edge of his senses. He didn't know what it was, and given his incorruptible body and mind he'd tried paying attention to it, but he failed. The sound was too far away, for now. A few days rolled away with Loki in his pit. Too cold, Loki thought. He couldn't speak anymore since his lips were so dry, the water in his pouch had long since finished. There was now frost during the day on the upper walls of the pit. White flakes often drifted down during the day like winter snow. Touching them often brought him closer to hearing the wailings of the people beyond. There were several questions, but Loki neither had the energy to come up with them nor answer them. Loki blinked his eyes, only to find that days had already passed again. His body was covered in a dense pile of those white flakes from before, preventing the rays of the sun from embracing him. Constant wails assaulted his ears, but they seemed merely like background noise now. They were much louder than before, but still couldn't be communicated with. Loki's frozen eyelids pained to keep open as he stared at the walls of the pit that had become fully encased in ice. His broken reflection showed in a few unnatural mirrors that had spontaneously formed in them. But even they were covered when the days rolled by and the snow covered him fully. Loki had only a single hole above his eye. 6 feet. 10. Loki whispered soundlessly as he pushed himself. His skin, a deathly blue, twisted as his fingers scraped the icy walls. 8. Loki whispered as he took the first step counterclockwise with great struggle in the narrow pit. His blackened lips moved after much effort, prying apart with skin ripping itself as blood flowed. It was faint, but among the loudest wails, one could hear the faint, tender voice of a child, the immortal lord of the universe for blessings. 6. Loki whispered as his body tilted for the second step. His leg slipped as his skin was pulled away, but he managed to stay awake. The Sky Lord of Heaven and the universe for blessings. 4. Loki whispered as he took the third step, his body turning numb as he began to feel the result of exerting his body on fumes. The wailing forced him awake, if only to wish it were turned off. The exalted Thirk of Heaven and the universe for blessings. 2. Loki whispered, hoarsely as his throat felt like the driest of deserts, taking the final step. His leg lifted as his body twisted to complete the step while his lips moved to finish the final chant. The celestial worthy of heaven and the universe for blessings. Single quote. Single quote. Rumble. The world around Loki reached an incomprehensible still at that moment. The door that had slipped down by a foot again, touched his head. The wails that had turned into roars reached their crescendo. The chill that laid an eternal rest on all that it came in contact with singed Loki with burns. His eyes slowly flickered away their light. Only, at the very edge of death, a different roar echoed in Loki's ears. And this roar extended not just to his mind, but to the very universe itself. For a second the Beyonders in the entire universe stilled, maddened or otherwise. True gods trembled, and great old ones added to the wails as their bodies tore away. The universe itself felt like it was being rearranged. The cosmos that held recognizable constellations suddenly became incomprehensible. The suns that existed in the wide cold of darkness, erupted in a blast of fire and light. Space bent in strange ways, giving way into the abyss. Minds lost their strength and collapsed in on themselves as the darkness in their heart split up into a multitude of personas leading to madness. And Loki, who was nearly dead, felt a strange sensation grip his soul as it dragged him through what felt like a cacophony of tortuous wails that nearly exploded his eardrums. Crimson light flooded his vision. And before he knew it, he was thrust upon what felt like an untouched marble floor surrounded by an eerie gray fog that swept over it like a rug. Loki barely comprehended what was around him before collapsing into an unconscious slumber. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.